morning, Tuesday, December the 13th. I can't believe it either. We are racing through. Everybody's very jolly, not. Train strike, restaurants being cancelled. The whole thing's a blooming nightmare, isn't it? We don't like it at all. And that disaster yesterday of those little children. And one of them who jumped in to help save the other ones and unfortunately lost his own life. It's a tragic story of just can't even begin to go there. But we shall wade our way through the papers today and bring you some of the stories. I'm afraid it is train strike. I think it's all this week. I'm pretty certain. Whatever it is, it's going to be an inconvenience, but we've done it before. And we just have to sort of make the best of it, because there's no end in sight. I wish there was, but there appears to be absolutely nothing which can help us. They've rejected, as far as I remember, 4% this year, 5% next year, making a total of 9%. And you think to yourself, well, if they've rejected that before Christmas, there's not going to be much more on the table. Otherwise, they'd have offered it now, wouldn't they? But I was watching a programme on the television the other evening, and they were showing us a restaurant in Mayfair where they've lost 30 bookings in one day. People who are saying, well, we can't get there. And I was sort of slightly worried about my Magic Circle shows on the 30th. Luckily, there's no train strike on the 30th. There is a God after all. Unfortunately, there is no God for Harry, the latest jibes. There's no end in sight to that one, is there? I mean, to be honest with you, I think now the Palace are going to start biting back and saying, this is a load of old rubbish. It turns out the house that they were pictured in is not their house at all. It's a convicted fraudster's house that they've borrowed for the duration of sort of showing off. Why they won't show you their own house, I can't imagine. Anyway, the RMT has called action. 40,000 rail workers at 14 major operators walking out on Tuesday the 13th today, Wednesday 14th, Friday 16th, Saturday 17th. And that's just this week. And then there'll be somebody else on strike and then somebody else on strike. It's all too sad. It really is. But I found a pair of jeans if you were looking to buy me something for Christmas. This is a lovely pair of jeans, and the price is, I think, 900 and... How much did we say it was? I think you've written down the wrong price here on this. 900,000 pound for a pair of jeans. The reason is they were owned by a miner years and years ago. They're over 167 years old or something. A pair of Levi's. And I remember thinking then, that would be a night. Who on earth would buy them unless you'd put them in a museum? I mean, I know that when they made jeans years and years ago, they were meant to last, and people enjoyed wearing their jeans. And we still enjoy wearing jeans today. I'm not sure, though, whether there is an age where you don't or you can't wear jeans. I don't think there is. I think you can wear... I mean, the producers managed to get away with it. But mind you, admit it, he just needs to buy a belt. Nothing worse than saggy bottoms on jeans, walking around. They'll pull your jeans up, for God's sake. Mind you, I've been like that before. I've lost weight. I've lost weight between here and the bus stop. And I was sort of walking, and all of a sudden you have to put your hand around the back of your coat, trying to hitch your jeans up again, make them stay on your hips. It's very annoying. Very annoying. But there are certain establishments that don't let you wear jeans when you go in there. Oh, the Diana hoaxer has died. This is a man I didn't grow up reading his stuff. This is a guy called Victor Lewis Smith. And he wrote some of the best columns and some of the best articles that I'd ever written. I thought he was spot on the money. It's like Marina Hyde. Is it Marina Hyde? She was another one who used to write great columns, and I used to devour them on a Sunday. And Victor Lewis Smith, you would devour his stuff. He was frighteningly good, really frighteningly good. And he passed away the other day at just the age of 65. So absolutely nothing at all. But I think he convinced Diana that she was talking to somebody else. And people used to do these funny phone calls. Do you remember the two people from the radio station in Australia that phoned the hospital where Kate was? And that turned out to be the biggest disaster of their life. And the nurse that they spoke to was telling them information, thinking she was speaking to the family, and she wasn't. And it was absolutely horrendous. Absolutely. I believe that the nurse died subsequently because she was so horrified that she'd been hoodwinked by these people. She didn't know that they were phoning from an Australian radio station. and she gave away information which she shouldn't have given away. And the whole thing blew up in their faces like there was no tomorrow. You never heard of it before. It was terrible. I mean, really, I remember reading it at the time thinking, you can't do that. There used to be an Australian radio presenter who was working over here. And I can remember his name, but I'm not going to tell you his name because he did a hoax he thought he did a hoax on the radio. And he thought he'd be really clever and he'd phone up Buckingham Palace and ask to speak to the Queen. And I can remember at the time, so he phones up and the conversation goes along the lines of, good day, this is the Australian Prime Minister, can I speak to the Queen? And because you don't just phone up and get through to the Queen, you go through the equerries and all the other people, and they have to, even if you're a member of the family, Harry could never phone up the Queen and just talk to her. You have to make an appointment. She's far too busy and quite realise what he was after. But anyway, so this guy phones up and says, it's the Australian Prime Minister here, so-and-so, I'd like to talk to Her Majesty. The bloke goes, well, it's actually not possible, I'm afraid. So he thought he was being fobbed off. And so he said, well, is there something the matter with her? Well, why can't she talk to me? And so the bloke goes, well, it's just not possible, sir. I'm terribly sorry, but Her Majesty is unavailable. Well, where is she then? And he said, well, she's currently on an official tour of Australia. Exit one disgruntled radio presenter who hadn't checked his facts out. But you get loads of people doing things like that. John Culshaw phoned up, was famous for doing it, but of course he didn't get all the glory to start with because the presenter of the programme told people it was his stunt, but it wasn't. It was John Culshaw, as we've explained on numerous occasions, phoned up Downing Street, pretending to be whatever he was, I can't remember, the little Conservative boy, speaking to Tony Blair, I think, and did it very well. John Culshaw's very clever, and I quite like those. Noel Edmonds used to do funny phone calls, where there's an album out, and I think Victor Lewis Smith kind of picked up on that, and it was very interesting to have somebody phoning up people and pretending to be somebody else, and then sort of trying to convince them. And Noel used to put it out on his radio programmes. And he would phone people up and he would... it would be something stupid like he wanted to buy a car, but he knew that the guy who'd been set up by his mates had only paid like 20 quid for the car, but he was looking for 10,000 quid. And he'd go, well, I don't think it's worth the money, mate, is it really? All that kind of stuff. And you'd listen to these things, you're not believing this, are you? And of course they did. They fell hook, line and sinker for it. Oh, I think Chris Evans probably has done prank calls all his life, I should imagine. But yeah, loads of people do them, and I enjoy listening to them. The Noel ones were very sort of famous because he put them out they came out on record. On record. I mean, it seems years and years ago. So when you talk about Victor Lewis Smith dying, he was the Diana hoaxer. What else have we got? You can cook your entire Christmas dinner in an air fryer, and you can cook it 90 minutes quicker than you can in a conventional oven, and it's cheaper. There was also, what came up the other day for sale, in Argos, a little fan heater, 68 pence an hour to run, which actually seems cheap, really, really cheap. And I thought, the fan heater normally sells for 32 quid. They're doing it for 22 quid because if you buy something over 10, you get the tenner back. So 22 quid for this little fan heater, and it's cheap to run, because that's what worries people, isn't it? You put it on and it can heat a room very quickly, and because it's you just unplug it and plug it into another room, take the chill off. And then yesterday I discovered I can't have an electric blanket because I'm diabetic, which I'd never even heard of before. Why would you think that would be... I know that the one thing I can't do, and I only discovered it years and years ago, it was I can't have sunbeds. I feel like I'm erupting on a sunbed. A friend of mine had a salon and she's got it was a stand-in sunbed, and you stand there and the machine rotates around you. I thought I was on fire. I seriously thought I was on fire. It was the worst experience of my life. And then a doctor wrote to me the other day saying you can't use an electric blanket because you can heat yourself up too much and do yourself damage. Never even crossed my mind. So I might have to get sort of a hot water bottle. I noticed that Sheila Fogarty's got two. One for each leg. And, 2 hot water bottles. She said, because somebody said, I'm looking forward to getting a hot water bottle. And Sheila Fogarty said, I've got 2. And I thought, well, I'm going to go out and buy one today. But I've got to be careful with it. I don't want to burn myself. But it's only because my feet get cold. But I think a lot of diabetics suffer with their feet. But listen, it doesn't matter. I managed to get home yesterday without falling over in the snow. and managed to get on the wrong train. Thanks to a very kindly lady at Waterloo Station who was wearing a station uniform, and they moved our train. All of a sudden it moved, and the Windsor and Eton train is over here. So I rushed round the corner. I say rushed, I mean I moved fairly slowly. If I limp, I discover you get a bit of sympathy. And I said, Windsor and Eton, which one? She went, this one. So I get on it, the doors close, and I'm looking, and up comes... What did it say? Not Windsor and Eton. It said something ridiculous, like, out that neck of the woods, but it wasn't that neck of the woods. I wasn't going to Windsor and Eton at all. And as I sort of turned, I sort of saw her walking away, and I wanted to go, oi! I was on the wrong bloody train, so I had to get off at Clapham Junction, and then the Windsor and Eton train came along. I was able to get onto that one and find a seat, because I've always told you before, if you want a seat on a train, start coughing violently like that. And I tell you, before you know where you are, you got the seat all to yourself. And as far as I'm concerned, that is the best way of doing it. Where was this train going to? It was somewhere. It was quite nice, but I didn't want to go there. I wanted to go, and then I got back and I managed to get my croissant, and it was slippy pavements all over the place. And then in the car park, there were school children taking the snow off the roofs of the cars and making snowballs. Yeah. Children, honestly. I sort of don't know what I could say to them, so I just sort of let them carry on playing. They couldn't get enough snow off the top of the cars because it was all settled. And probably where you are in the country, you've probably still got all the snow there, and it's a blooming pain, I realise. Especially as we were telling you yesterday, still busy on the M25, still blocked in one direction, no, blocked in two directions. Then it clears after junction 26, and it was really a nightmare. So now today in London, we've still got the after effects of the snow, but at least it's melted, so I didn't fall over walking into Leicester Square. But it's still dangerous out there, and you've got to be careful. If you're an elderly person, just check very carefully, because a lot of that impacted snow will have ice underneath it, and you don't want to fall over, I promise you. Also, shooting stars tomorrow night. We can look up into the night sky and watch shooting stars. And would you pay £800,000 for a flat which has got a waterfall behind the bath? I think I would, actually. I quite like the sound of that. Four fraudsters caged in an old age pensioner scam, and ding-dong merrily on the high street, but only at the moment. If you can't get up into town, and that's what they rely on the trains, there's no chance of shopping at all, which is a bit of a problem. And Lad Baby is going to be their fifth Christmas #1. Matt Goss will be upset.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Apparently, I was checking online the other day. You sort of see these things come up, and I was being talked about because it was my anniversary yesterday of joining LBC, and they've got I don't know what David Lloyd has got. There was sort of certain things saying, listen to Steve Allen's first broadcast and stuff. I thought, good grief, we don't want that. Steve Allen playing Butch all those years ago, 43 of them. Steve, I don't know if Shane can verify this, says Roger, but it seems that Australia's turned against Harry and Meghan since last week. You just don't... I don't know, perhaps I'm being really old-fashioned, perhaps I'm being really naive, perhaps I'm being really stupid, but, to diss your own family is really something that I don't think you do. If he thought there was going to be a way back for him, there isn't. He's made his bed. How they're going to spend their Christmas, I've got no idea. And really couldn't give a stuff. I really couldn't care less. Ian in Bromley says, I went to the Levi shop for some 501s, about 80 quid, went to M&S, 30 quid. I wear M&S jeans. I have bought Levi's and stuff like that, but the M&S ones, they're so cheap. Seriously, you can get a nice pair of jeans there for about 25, 30 quid. So why not? Why would you want to spend 80 quid? It's only a pair of jeans. If after a while you sort of, wear them out, which is highly unlikely, you throw them away and you buy some more. Much better. Steve, I think it was Marilyn Monroe that made Levi's fashionable to wear. I don't know. Ian says, best April Fool's joke, Rob Brydon doing the Ken Bruce show a few years ago. Good Lord, best joke ever. And Steve, I got my 2 tea towels in the post yesterday. I can now add it to the tray, the glasses and the tote bag. Thank you very much indeed. I'm very grateful. And in fact, the charity would be very, very grateful. Dame Edna Everage, says Shane, made her first appearance on this day in 1955. I've seen black and white film of her on TV. I don't know if it was here in Sydney or Melbourne from the 1960s. Yes, I remember seeing there was a film that came out in this country, and I went with Dale to see it, and it was called The Adventures of Barry Mackenzie, and in it featured Dame Edna. And it was a slightly different version of Dame Edna, as opposed to the glammed up, hello, possums, all that kind of stuff. It was Dame Edna play. And I remember saying, is that a woman? Is it a man playing a woman? It was very difficult to try and work out because they played it straight. They didn't play it differently. But now I think you'll find that Dame Edna, the character has taken over. And I know that every show that she used to do in London, they would record it because she would come up with all sorts of stuff that wasn't in the script. And they would work out where the laughs were. This was seriously so calculating. And they would then put it into the show and they would try it. If it didn't work, out it came. Because they used to do bits in the show. One of them, there's a part where Dame Edna comes on and goes, hello, possums, and has got all these gladdies and starts throwing them out into the audience. So people are leaning out to try and grab these. It's only a bloody flower, for God's sake. But anyway, but the best bit was at the Strand Palace Theatre, and she's trying to get them into the boxes. It is really difficult to throw flowers into the boxes. Anyway, there's this woman, very glamorous with beautiful hair, leans out, grabs it, falls out of the box. Literally, as we're watching, she falls out. The man behind grabs her legs to stop her from falling to the ground. He then, in turn, falls out of the box. And it turns out the whole thing was a blooming stunt. It was all careful. But we didn't know because we'd never seen it before. But he's an actor. He plays the parts. He does Sandy, an old actor, and he does different bits and pieces. And then he does the... who is it? There's somebody from the Court of St James or something. Hi, ladies. And he sort of dribbles and he's got a piece of hose pipe going down his trousers. It's all very tacky. Very, very tacky, but sort of completely different from the main star of the show, who is Dame Edna, and just basically goes off on one. If you want to see Barry Humphries at his best, put him in on YouTube with Michael Parkinson. There's Dame Judi Dench on there, and... somebody else's wife and all the rest of it. And he's very good. He's very good. He's got his set way of doing it, and it works a treat. Really is very clever. Very impressive. Steve, I've got no more events this year, says Thomas. Working as a truck driver until it picks up on the tour front until at least February to make ends meet with the cost of living. Oh, my God, Father, February. That's a bit bad. He said -6 out here, very cold and suffering with man flu. Any tips to beat it? I wish I had. What you lost? We look at tea. I'll have a tea. Yes, I'll have a tea. I do have one, but I'm down to my last sort of dregs. So, which sounded a bit like Greg's, didn't it? And I like Greg's actually. So I don't know what to suggest, Thomas. I don't know what. Have you tried male modelling? You could do male modelling. There's that sort of, what's that thing for fans only or something? You could join that one. He says to make ends meet with it. I mean, the cost of living, I don't know how people are financing themselves this year. I really don't. And it's not just that. It's the running cost of the heating. I'm more aware of it. I mean, I'm not unduly worried. But, when they say this little fan heater, 68 pence an hour, I thought, you could have it on for 10 hours. It'd be £6.80. I can cope with that. £6.80 I can do, but there's loads of other people that can't. They wouldn't be able to keep... So I don't put the heating on at night. I have it off because I work on the assumption once I'm in under the duvet, that's me snug as a bug under the rug. And it does a little bit. And I put it on in the morning. I go into the sitting room, I put it on and sit down, have my cup of tea, have a shave, take my tablets. That's the main thing for me. Taking my tablets, take the Dosset box out, empty the tablets out. It's great fun, it really is. Monica says, I went to the farm to get my Christmas tree at 3.55 on Sunday. Smaller this year, only 8 foot. It was delivered by 4.50. Now that's service. Ever since I was a little girl, I'm 74 today, I've always had my Christmas tree up for my birthday. So Merry Christmas. Monica, Merry Christmas to you and to everybody else. Because believe you me, it's not going to be the best Christmas we've ever had. I mean, I'm hoping to get to my godchildren and my brothers over. If the snow comes down, though, I know what can happen. I don't want to get stranded on the blooming motorway. And I have driven down the motorway before when the snow has come down so much, it's like sleet and you can't see in front of you, even with the windscreen wipers on. It's terrible. I had little sausages yesterday. Little tiny pigs in blankets. I bought them and I thought I did a whole tray full. It was only 12, and that was my tea, which was quite nice. So I enjoyed that. I might do it again today actually, because I bought 2 packs, and so it's quite good. But they also remind you, make sure they're thoroughly cooked, because otherwise you'll be eating raw meat, and who the heck wants to eat raw meat? So I do my best. Steve, the cinema gave out little booklets of Basisms such as Siphon the Python, says John in Croydon. Oh, right. Oh, it's very Dame Edna. Oh, right. Good old Dame Edna. I just love the fact she was talking about her son Kenny. She said, and he came home late one night, she says, from a Stephen Sondheim tribute. And he said, Mum, I'm a homeopath, and my friend Gavin is as well. Of course, pause for the audience laughter and all the rest of it. And he said he's very religious as well. Very religious. He was a choir boy. Do you know, he toyed with the priesthood, she said. And you think it was just so blooming obvious, but so clever. And I can remember he used to talk about Madge Alsop, his bridesmaid, or her bridesmaid. And she used to cover herself in Nivea before she went to bed at night. Cover herself. He said, you go to give her a cuddle like that, she'd shoot across the bed. He said, like an exocet. And I thought people used to do that. My mother used to wear a face mask. And you would put it on, and it was white, and then it would, it was pink, and then it would go white. And she, and you go, what are you doing, Mum? She go, I can't talk at the moment. Because she had this face mask on. Nowadays, people just use cream moisturisers and stuff like that. I've got a bathroom full of it. I'm telling you. They always say if a man's got more than 6 items, watch out. But anyway, I got about 300. And every new thing that comes out, do you want to try this cream, that cream? And you do try them. In fact, that's what QVC thrive on. QVC thrive on people buying creams. Oh, it's their beauty market down there must be the biggest ever, I would imagine. I shouldn't imagine anybody sells as much stuff as they do. They really sell a lot, and they do special deals. And in fact, even on some of the websites for the actual companies, it's more expensive than QVC are doing it. QVC do it really. There's a guy he used to do nails on QVC. Was it Leighton Denny or somebody like that? Whatever it was, he was about the campus thing on the television, and he used to paint nails. Anyway, then QVC dropped him, and yeah, he did, but he would come on and he'd say you can get all these nail colours and this nail file and all the rest of it, and that's what he did. I think he was a hairdresser. I'm sure it was Leighton Denny, and now he seems to be doing all sorts of bits and pieces, perfumes. Well, I always think you cannot watch television and buy perfume. Somebody can sit there till the cows come home going, oh, it's got top notes of basil and this and that, and it's just rubbish. It's just rubbish. If you want to go and buy perfume, you go to the shop, you try it, you do a little tester, you take it home, see how long it lasts on you, because different perfumes and aftershaves last on different people. They never smell the same. I've had to stop people and say, what are you wearing? They go, Creed Aventus. And I go, oh, I got that. Because after a while, you can't smell it. You put it on. It's like a reaction to your skin. Your skin, it smells different. And also, they go through top notes, middle notes, and bottom notes. And they tell you it's got bergamot in it, it's got this and that. But you need to smell it, just to find out whether or not the smell suits you. As opposed to, and men will do it this Christmas, they'll see somebody very busty working in the department store, and she'll lean over and go, we've got a gift box here. And you go, yeah, I can see. And people go home with this stuff, and they sort of give it to the wife, and the wife thinks, obviously, the husband, that's their favourite perfume. It isn't. They've been tempted by somebody. Oh, packet of biscuits. Look at you, honestly. As if you haven't got enough blooming chocolate in your bag. It's ridiculous. Thank you, dear. We'll have it. I put it at the end. I spill things. I'm notoriously bad. I'm really bad, actually. In fact, the other day, when we were having breakfast on the Sunday, my shaking hand, my right hand, is so bad, somebody has to pour the tea for me. I can't pour it because I've got this, there's a name for it, I can't remember what it is. Whatever it is, it grows on my hand, and it means that's my hand straightened out. Look, you can see how bad it is. It just gets ridiculous. I don't know if Bill Nye's great, but eventually I think the hand closes over. I mean, obviously not for a few years. But I remember somebody said to me, he said, put your hand out flat. I said, I can't. Yes, all right. But so that one like that one like that. Nothing I can do about it. But I remember sitting in a in a restaurant a short while ago in a garden centre, and and they brought the pot of tea over, and all the rest of it. I thought, here we go. This is going to be a nightmare. And very kindly, there were two elderly ladies sitting at the next table. They went, "We'll do that for you, dear." Obviously realising I was slowly dying trying to pour out a cup of tea, because I can literally throw it everywhere. It really is. It's that bad. It's my own fault. I should have gone to the doctors and had it sorted out a long time ago. So we've done Ding Dong Merrily on the High Street, although it might not be for much longer, because the shops and the restaurant, they want people here. They really do. Yob's Fruit Juice Fury, I can't remember what that story was. Bear Grylls reveals his sister made him eat raw bacon and dance for her friends. What a cruel girl she is, but wouldn't you have paid money to see it? And the university chiefs, who've been told not to say Christmas. It may offend some woke students. Well, sod off. I'm sorry, if you think I'm not going to be saying Christmas and sort of doing something... What do they say? They came up with something else, like, it's the festive season. Nah, it's Christmas. Yeah, happy holiday, well, the merry bells keep ringing. No, it's Christmas. And I urge everybody to go to this university and walk in there and say to all the teachers, Merry Christmas. See where it gets you. What else we got? We got the news. It's going so fast this morning. I mean, it's always ridiculous. We're in a record number of texts already. I don't know where these people come from. But don't speak with your mouth full. Very unnecessary. And I lip read.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 26 minutes to 5. My friend Jordan, who is also trotting off to work, he said these mornings are cold. They are cold. It is freezing cold, actually. And, of course, being train strike day, it makes it even colder, which is a bit of a pain. So here we go. This is this is an interesting picture, actually. This is from Peter, who said another ancient picture of Newbury Broadway. Now, I don't know where this is. Can you make it bigger? Can you make it just so I can sort of try and get my bearings on it? Because sometimes somebody sends you in a picture and I sort of look at... Oh, it doesn't really help, actually. Doesn't really help. That is an old picture because that shot must have long since gone. Look at the state of the car. I don't know, a W.S. Fisher. But it might not, it's not fish and chips or anything like that. I don't think we had fish and chips in Newbury. I know that the first Chinese restaurant, as Peter might be able to confirm, was called the August Moon, because we used to go there for lunchtime. For our lunch, because it was about £1.60 for lunch. And that was a starter, which was a spring roll, then a main, and then a pudding. If you wanted drinks, that was extra on top of it. But I always remember it. We used to go there all the time. I'd never had Chinese food before, even though we lived in Hong Kong for 2 years. I'd never had Chinese food. We didn't do it at all. But it's always lovely to see places where, you went to school. And it was very interesting. Cycling up the hill to Wash Common, to my school, which was Park House, which is now they call them co-ed schools. Is that where you get girls and boys in? And it's become like a sports college. But it wasn't in my day. It was just a secondary modern school. School buses and a band and everything else. It's funny, life seemed so different then. I was thinking to myself the other day, because, I've got a one-man show coming up, sold out, in February. And I generally I generally go on blind, which means, how do I make it on stage? Well, they just guide me. But I've always sort of thought, what am I going to talk about? I've always had something to talk about, and I couldn't remember what I was going to talk about this time round. And then it came to me. I was thinking about everything, because I've done the angina monologues, because after I got angina, I thought that would be a play on words, and the show, the vagina monologues, was very current in town. So I did the angina monologues, and we've done just sort of various things about the programme and the people who write in. And I thought this time, and I thought about it long and hard, which generally lasts about 2 minutes. And I thought, old age. old age, getting older, the things that happen to you when you get older that nobody prepares you for. Falling over is a classic one. Falling over is I know more people of my age and younger who fall over, and you do yourself irreparable damage. I mean, I'm just a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. I get vertigo. So, of course, the worst thing somebody can say to me is, would you like to climb this ladder and change that light bulb? Definitely not. It's too dangerous for me. If I turn around, I've got to do it so slowly, because if I do it quickly, I'm liable to just sort of collapse, actually. But, Peter, thank you for that one. Steve Penk and Victor Lewis Smith are my favourite radio wind-up merchants ever, says James in Hampton. I don't think Steve Penk ever actually did any. It was his programme, but I don't know if he actually did any pranks. I know he didn't do the Tony Blair one. But and I don't know where these people are nowadays. You know, after a while, there's a picture in the paper of Pete Murray and David Hamilton, and Pete is still going. He's still going. I find it absolutely amazing, actually. James, thank you. Monica says, I've still got a pair of Bieber jeans, never worn. I bought 2 pairs at the same time, and I wore 1 pair and kept the other. Wow. Yeah, I've still got a pair of jeans in one of my wardrobes. And I think they're about a 28-inch waist. Well, there's no chance. No chance of ever wearing it. But you keep these items, don't you? Because you always think, one day I'm going to be able to fit into these. And of course you never do. You can never fit into them again, which is a shame, really, because I always wanted to. Because I thought they were fairly trendy. I remember when I used to live with these girls in a flat in Harleston, I could wear their jeans. They had 26-inch waists, and I could put these jeans on. Admittedly, I couldn't breathe, and I nearly died, but I could actually get them on at a push. At a push. Steve Penk does a podcast about radio nightmares. That was interesting. Very interesting. Yes, I wonder if it's as big as my podcast. I'm going to tell you again today. And the reason I'm going to tell you again about changing over to globalplayer.com is because it's very important. And I want to make sure that Thursday, when it switches over, you've still got it. I don't want you sort of not to have it. So if you listen to this radio show as a podcast, it's called, as you know, Steve Allen, The Whole Show. You need to know this bit of information. Thursday, Steve Allen, The Whole Show will be available exclusively on Global Player and nowhere else. It's still 100% free. It's still The Whole Show, and it's still brilliant. But you won't be able to find it on any other platform other than Global Player. If you haven't got Global Player, dead easy. Doesn't cost you a penny piece. All you have to do is download it from your app store. This is Global Player, or from globalplayer.com. Once you've got it, go to the podcast section and search for Steve Allen. It'll take you about 2 minutes to download it, if that. You search for Steve Allen, The Whole Show. If you're listening on Alexa, just say, Alexa, open Global Player and play Steve Allen, The Whole Show podcast. So do it, because Thursday this week, the only place you'll be able to hear new episodes of the programme will be on the Global Player. Okay, so globalplayer.com, go to the podcast section, search for Steve Allen, The Whole Show, and then it'll be exactly the same as you've been doing up until now. But it just means that you won't go into a mild panic come Thursday. Go, I can't believe it's not there. Because it will be there, just in a different place. Shane says, I'm sick of Meghan. I think us Aussies are the same. Yes, I mean, we'd heard a rumour. Somebody had written to me saying that they'd heard that they were falling out of love with Australia. But the trouble is, it's the family thing. I mean, I don't really care about Meghan. I never cared about her as an actress in Suits. Made no difference to me. There's millions of actresses all the way around the world doing things, But with Harry, she's got somebody who's quite clearly damaged through various issues that have happened in his life. And, the one thing that I always used to complain about was them holding hands all the time, and him putting his arm around her and things like that. That's not royal family behaviour. You don't see that. You won't see that with William and Kate. They are together. We know that because they've got the children and all the rest of it, and they're very happy. And, but Meghan and Harry, they're a little bit like 3-year-olds, we're going to be your best friend kind of thing. And I find it a bit creepy, actually. Amazon to a heater costs 54 pence an hour, says NHS Tim. I've got one. It's great. You see, that's what I think you need to check on. Some of these heaters, some of them are very expensive to run. And some of them are not so expensive. So I would think, yes, you've got to check they're legal. There's a big problem with lights. Only lights. They haven't had a problem with heaters. But if you were buying a heater from a market, I would be a little bit cautious, just in case. You don't know where they've come from. You don't know anything about the thing. It's like people buying these scooters. The amount of people who've bought scooters and the battery has blown up or set itself on fire. You know, those sort of things I worry about a lot. Steve, I've just downloaded the Global Player app. Like you said, it's so easy to do. It is easy peasy lemon squeezy. Please do it. Please do it. And that way it's fantastic. John says, I've booked Winter Wonderland on the 24th. Really worried. Train strike. Yeah. I know, you see, I mean, that's the problem. You know, they don't care about your entertainment. They're only thinking about themselves. And they've been offered 9%, which, you know, most people would say 9%. You know, my friend Lenny said we've not had a pay rise for a long, long time. But I thought, what about all these restaurants that are going to close? What about all the people at the stations who run concessionary booths? No income. No income because there'll be no trains. No trains, no income, no nothing at all. McDonald's will be suffering quite badly today. I mean, but then, you know, if there aren't any trains, there's no point in going there at all. Janice in Reigate says good morning or good night. Snugly bugged in the chair, just woken up. I will not be cold. Bonus got you on the radio. Not above 0 all day here, because she's in Reigate, so it's by the coast, and, you know, get those cold winds coming in and all the rest of it. Because you can imagine, Mr. Neil the other day, their power went off. What time it came back on again, I've got no idea, but they have log fires. So you can keep warm, but there's loads of other things that you can't do, which is, you know, I think it's really difficult for a lot of there's people without log fires. I mean, the producer's not got a log fire. You know, why would he have? Why would he have? But I sometimes think perhaps I'd just go and sit in the car and start the engine, get the heating on that way. It's so much better. Veronica says, just came back from India yesterday, got stuck on the motorway 7 hours. I had a box of chocolates, so I went and got them out of the car and gave them to many people I could and got everybody singing. God, I bet you were irritating. Oh, here she comes again. Kumbaya. Shut up now. Sarah says, as I can't see you cooking Christmas dinner, you may have to have a ready prepared one on standby in case snow falls heavily leading up to Christmas Day and we're advised not to travel. Oh, yes, I mean, I'm always prepared for everything. You know, very, very prepared. So, but I'm not particularly bothered. I mean, I've got little pigs in blankets and I've got soup and I've got bread and I've got... So I could survive if they... I mean, I'm quite prepared for the fact if the snow comes down heavy on Christmas Day, that I might not be able to get out to see the godchildren. And all I'll have to do is just send a thing. It's happened before where I've said I can't get down because of the blinding snow. But I mean, I should do my best. Quite clearly. Will you be on at the later time on Christmas Day? Yes, we're on at the later time. We're on 7 till 10 on Christmas Day, Boxing Day and New Year's Day. Steve, there were 2 Chinese restaurants, the August Moon in Bartholomew Street and the Laurel in Cheap Street. Referring the photos I said, it's our family shop. Oh, right, tobacconist and fruiterer. A fruiterer. How lovely. But yeah, the August Moon, I remember when it opened, I could smell that smell in there now. It was carpeted. We'd never been in a restaurant that was carpeted before. And me and my friend Dave Maskell would go in there and spend our ill-gotten gains, you know, £1.60 on a little Chinese. We thought we'd arrived. Seriously. We loved it. The August Moon was great. I didn't go to the Laurel. I don't remember, actually. Paul in Padstow says, do you remember the Henry Root letters? I do. Did you ever... You never read Henry Root? You should read them. You'd like those, Elliot. A little bit difficult. It's got big words in it, so maybe not so. And he used to write to people pretending to be different people. And they published all these letters. Companies he would write to and say, I think this is absolutely outrageous. You're doing so-and-so, so-and-so. Or, I would like to commend you. My friend did exactly the same. And he would write to a company like Birdseye. KFC. He'd write to KFC and he'd go, I run a Cub Scout troop. And the boys are very keen on recreating your Kentucky Fried Chicken. If you could send me the recipe, please. You know, we'd quite like to do it. And they would write back and go, unfortunately, we can't give you the recipe. It's secret. So I can still hear you. I could lip read. Honestly, dreadful, honestly. Here's me trying to do a programme. I'm going to a break. Oh, goodness, honestly, talk about stressed.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning! Getting into the festive spirit. You've got to. We've got to say, listen, I have to do all my own sound effects here. There is no such thing as, would you like to raid the library? No, have to do your own sound effects. The Nick Abbott Library. Somebody said to me, are they his copyright? I've got no idea. I really would have no idea. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, bless him. As long as we don't have to give him any sweets and satsumas and stuff like that. He moans about it. Something chronic. Really dreadful. So the university chiefs have urged staff not to say Christmas because it may offend snowflake students. They should instead refer to the upcoming festive break as the winter closure period. I think not. Where is this place? Woke bosses in Brighton say the word Christmas is too Christian-centric, even though it celebrates the birth of Christ. Other offensive phrases in a 9-page document sent to lecturers include millennial snowflakes. Staff and students should ignore it and have a good Christmas. I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. What a stupid place that must be. You can't say Christmas. Well, I'm saying Christmas. OK, don't like it? Do one. What else have we got here? Britain's favourite Christmas song and film have been named. Fairy Tale of New York and Home Alone, top of the tree. I like Home Alone. I think Home Alone was a nice little film. Home Alone Lost in New York was the second one, wasn't it, I think? And it was good. Kevin was great. I loved watching did you ever see him being interviewed by Wogan on the television? He was just a little boy sitting there, but he was very good. I sat next to him in Joe Allen's once, and I was amazed to discover he drank alcohol. But I think now he's got a band and everything. They go out playing, and he must have made a small fortune. I don't know if he's been in other films. He must have done other bits and pieces as he's sort of grown up. Love that tea. Love that tea. So I'm just trying to work out, actually. There must be... I wonder if there are pictures of the August moon in Bartholomew Street. Because a friend of mine used to have a record shop, which was about 4 doors away. And I used to work in Bartholomew Street in a travel agency. In a travel agency, which was on the other side of the road. Oh, look. Christine Boring McGuinness, stripping off her footy top to recreate Chloe Kelly's iconic Lioness goal celebrations. She was chosen to pose as Chloe after the Euros final winner in June. Christine told the mag, Heat magazine, for Stars Dress Up, I was there, the celebrations were incredible. I love the way these people think they're celebrities. It's so hilarious. She's not a celebrity. She married a celebrity. She is not a celebrity. Adam Woodyat, set to return to EastEnders as Ian Beale 2 years after he left the soap. The 54-year-old made a surprise comeback cameo last night for Doc Cotton's funeral. But he's appeared in I'm a Celeb. He's currently playing Alfred Doolittle in a staged production of My Fair Lady, which ends its run in Manchester on April the 1st. It's a long run, isn't it? Dun, 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 dun. I loved My Fair Lady. So good. Watched the film again the other day. Really, really good. Palace in shock over new Netflix trailer. Who cares what Harry does? Seriously, he's an ex-member of the royal family. He's of no consequence. He just dressed up as people and was racist. You know, what can we tell you about it? He says they lied to protect my brother. Angry Dukes. He's really got a chip on his shoulder, isn't he? I mean, I've never known anything like it. You thought he could sort of, be fine. Steve, is the LBC app not going to work from Friday? Is the LBC app not going to work from Friday? And, yes. Oh, you've written the reply. And the reply is, I don't know when the LBC app is going to be archived, but Global Player does everything the LBC app does and more. You'll find all of LBC's shows to catch up on, as well as all of Global's live radio stations and the world's biggest podcast. So really would encourage you to download Global Player immediately. He's very forceful. That's what he writes. A little bit long-winded, I realise, but there you go. I've just watched the Edna Everage, Michael Parkinson YouTube. Marvellous. Did I miss anything on the show, says Dave? Yes. Yes, you missed us banning you. Ha ha ha. There you go. Steve, strikes are getting a bit tedious, says Ollie. I feel like I have to plan my whole life around when the RMT decide they don't want to strike for a day. Yeah, well, but take my word for it, it's quite a lot of days that they are striking. Quite a lot of days, so you'll have to make alternative arrangement. I could probably get a tube train, couldn't I, to Richmond and then get the bus from Richmond, or I can get the bus in Trafalgar Square to Hammersmith, which I've done before, and then change over and get the bus from Hammersmith bus station to Fulwell Garage, which drops me in Twickenham. I could do that. That would be a little bit better. Don't think so? How else? They don't do a direct service. Because even if I get the train to Richmond, it doesn't go to Twickenham. It goes to Richmond. Then I have to get off, walk up the stairs, take the lift, develop a limp, and then take the bus outside. So it's exactly the same. Exactly the same. I just don't know which one would be quicker. Because my boss is going to phone me today. Just to wish me Merry Christmas and ask, what bottle of drink I want, and all that kind of the usual sort of stuff, or vouchers or something. And so I don't know which is going to get me home quicker. I suspect probably the bus. Will it? I mean, by the time you've walked down to the embankment tubes, I don't know, honestly. Such a pain. And it's going to be, 4 days this week, isn't it? So I better get used to doing it. It doesn't make any difference. Will Mellor was devastated to be voted off Strictly Come Dancing a week before the Glitter Ball final. They all get very emotional. It's just a reality show, love. Get over yourself. OK? You get on there. They didn't think you were that good, and so they voted you off. That's the way it goes. It's a pain, I realise. Alcoholics will be given ketamine to see if it helps them stay off the booze for longer. It's interesting hearing all the people who drink booze, talking about when they first started, because I didn't start drinking till late, like really late. I was about 18, 19 before I had an alcoholic drink. And even then, it was only a Bacardi and Coke, and I had to mix it down with the Coke with loads of ice. I used to I've got this thing about loads of ice. And that was the first drink I started having. But I didn't have it at home. I didn't specifically go out to pubs to have it. It was just one of those things. If we were out somewhere, I was with a group of friends and we were in a pub playing a fruit machine, then I would have a Bacardi and Coke. But nowadays, I mean, I can't remember the last pub I actually went into and propped up the bar. There must have been something that happened, wasn't it? Craig David has stepped up claims that portrayals of him in Bo Selector were racist. He slammed Lee Francis, better known as Keith Lemon, for using blackface to mock him. Lemon also portrayed Trisha Goddard and Spice Girl Mel B. Francis, that's Lee Francis, whose show ended in 2009, apologised to the trio in 2020 and urged David to move on. See, the trouble is, it's not that easy. Not that easy. And he was not happy with it first time round, I'm afraid. Other stories which are running in the paper. This is demand for electric vehicles is falling amid the cost of living crisis. Yeah, and also, in the middle of the winter, you want to put the heating on in the car. What's your battery drain? What's your battery drain? As everybody knows already, I should imagine. Oh, and that love letter to Admiral Lord Nelson from his mistress, Lady Hamilton, could fetch 50 grand, £50,000. Well, do you wish you had that in your collection? 50,000 quid. I love it. There's also a story in the paper today about a boy who attacked his parents because they sent him to boarding school. He didn't like boarding school very much. Well, I didn't like boarding school either, but we managed to get through it. It wasn't that I sort of woke up every morning at boarding school and thought, oh, I don't want to be here. Because after a while you did forget your parents. It was quite an easy thing to do because you didn't see them for sort of one half term to the other half term, and that was it. And in fact, I didn't even see them on half term because they were miles away, 400 miles away up in Yorkshire. I don't think my father's car would have made it that far. So I was there all term. And sometimes you'd be there by yourself at school for the half term. Other times, you'd be farmed out to other boys' parents. They'd say, can somebody please take Stephen, take him now? And so you go and spend the sort of the 4 or 5 days with another family, which was okay. But at the end of term, your dad would drive down in the car and we'd put your trunk, your tuck box in the boot of the car with your name on the top of it. And then you do that long trek back up to Yorkshire. We had to stop, actually, for me to take travel sickness pills. So just over the Chelmsford roundabout, I was taking travel sickness pills, which was so much better. So much better. Steve, says Martin, in Woodford, I treated myself to a sleep eye mask with built-in Bluetooth headphones. I'm all connected up, listening to you and dozing on and off. How lovely. I'm so thrilled. Sounds quite nice, actually. I like the idea of a mask, although when you wake up, you do think you've gone blind because you forget that you put a mask on. It's like I fell asleep the other day and I woke up and I thought, where am I? I seriously thought, where am I? I thought, where am I? Think carefully, Stephen, think carefully. Oh, you're in the bathroom. Okay, that's fine. You have to check these things. But, if you've got a mask on or something like that, or earplugs in to help people sleep. See, I sleep anyway. I am the world's best sleeper. I have no problem in sleeping. It's for how long. I don't know what is the correct amount of time that you go to sleep for. But it doesn't matter. It's not going to change the world, is it, I'm afraid? Can I still listen to you on my DAB radio? Yes. I could download you on my phone, but the sound is much better on the radio, says Gay. No, you'll need to download it. So you can get it on your DAB radio. And Roger says, make sure to hide treats and goodies when you finish on a Friday. Well, the trouble is that they've already gone by the time he gets in here. Long since gone. Mainly by lunchtime. Everything's gone. There's no sweeties, no fruit, anything. The trouble is he's so mean. He won't spend money on Satsumas, even though they're £2 a bag. He won't spend money on Satsumas and buying sweeties and stuff like that. No, so it's nothing to do with me. It's just the fact that he gets in too late to enjoy the goodies which are on offer.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Tuesday, December the 13th. And it's nice to have your company. It's still freezing cold. And it's not getting any better. And still people are going out there and sort of staggering back with heaters and all sorts of bits and pieces. But just check that your heater, A, is approved. And secondly, it's not going to cost you an arm and a leg to run the blooming thing. See, I think, 68 pence, 70 pence an hour is fine. I can cope with that. £7 a day, it'll, if you're running it over the 30 days of the month, £210, I can cope with that, just about. I did like the story in the paper today, and it's very nice to have your company as well. So we take all your texts and emails. I'm Steve Allen. Hello. No more apologies. And I'm here till 7, whether you like it or not. And you can text me, 84850 or steve@lbc.co.uk. Police responded to calls the other day of somebody who was in an art gallery. Somebody had looked through the window and they'd seen this woman bent over a table. They phoned the police and said, listen, she'd not moved for 2 hours. So the police broke in to this art gallery only to realise that Christina, who was face down in a bowl of soup, was made from packing tape and foam filler. She was a mannequin. It was an art installation. The gallery in London's Soho is owned by street artist Banksy's former agent, Steve. In October, paramedics were called when Christina appeared at a London design fair. And so here she is again. A police spokesman said the Met has a duty of care to respond when there is a welfare concern. It's an art gallery, love. It's an art gallery. So the sculpture by Mark Jenkins was displayed in the window of Laz Emporium. I like the idea. Did we have something the other day? Or was it the other week or something the other year? I can't remember. And some woman who said, I think they've actually left the goldfish in the bowl when they've gone on holiday. And they had. And so the RSPCA broke into the house to save the goldfish. I mean, I ask you. What's the point? Robbie Walsall says, I remember Henry Root. He often enclosed a £5 in his letter for various reasons. Once he tried to secure a place at Eton for his yet-to-be-born son, the authorities had to reply and return his money, but you could tell the forced politeness in the wording. Very clever. Oh, I thought he was great. But read Victor Lewis Smith. Very, very good. Very, very good. Steve, check on the buses in Richmond, Twickenham area, as they're on strike on different days. Piggyback is probably more efficient, says Liz. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the train to Hammersmith, then I'm going to get the 267 from Hammersmith, and that will take me through, which is good, which is very nice indeed. Yeah, because most of the buses were working the other day. I know they have different days where they're not running the whole fleet. I've just deleted the LBC app and installed the Global app, and you're still coming through loud and clear. Panic over, says Rob. I told you there is no panic. Please do it. because otherwise you're going to be so disappointed. Steve, good morning from George Best's childhood bedroom in Belfast, where I'm celebrating my 65th birthday later today. I shall be going to the Titanic Museum, says Terry from Leighton Buzzard. Oh, that'll be nice. Producer I'd like to send to the Titanic Museum. I'd like to have actually sent him to the Titanic before it set sail, actually. Good morning, Mr. Allen. If you enjoy your pigs in blankets, then you really need to check this butcher's shop in Willesden, a couple of doors away from Sainsbury's. It's the day you have the... if it's the day you have the car, you can park in Sainsbury's car park. It's not even 2 minutes to his shop. It's called O'Farrell's Butchers. Treat yourself to a kilo of breakfast sausages, as well as the pigs in blankets. I can promise you it'll be a very worthwhile trip. A kilo of sausages? Blimey. Take me a year to sort of to cook stuff like that. But I found something, actually, to sort the producer out. It says parents who give screaming kids phones or tablets to calm them down are making the tantrums worse. See? So that's it. Scientists found children aged 3 to 5 had worse behaviour if parents regularly gave in to the quick fix. Because they learn. Kids learn. You should never ever... it's like, I'm not eating that. You go, well, you'll eat there. You'll sit there until you've eaten it. I'm not eating it. I'm definitely not going to eat it. You can leave it there all day. Send it to people in other countries who haven't got any food. That's what we used to say when we were kids. My mother would say, you're eating it. And when they did it on the television, they did it in that show Sorry, which I liked. And his mother would take it from him and go, OK, you don't want to eat it? It goes back in the fridge. She'd put it back in the fridge. The next day, she'd dig it out the fridge and put it back in front of him again and go, there you go, you will eat it. Oh, sorry, it's my telephone. Throwing my phone around. Honestly, I'm so brazen this morning, like I care. So my friend Jordan is freezing to death, as we can well him. Oh, I don't know where it's gone to now. And he's not happy with this cold weather. I can believe it as well. If you've got an electric blanket on your bed, then that would be the thing to do. Also, somebody else was telling me about this one, actually, that Dad... Oh, have you heard this noise before? That's my phone has started making strange noises. It's very odd. Phil Vickery says, bit chilly here. Bit chilly. That would be the understatement. Bit chilly, I think. And saw this yesterday, Steve, says my friend Dan. And, it looks lovely. Wait a minute. Open it up. And this is the 2-foot-long pigs in blankets. We had a lovely picture of that, didn't we? We saw a nice picture of that inserted into a roll. Pousse, which we thought was lovely. They looked delicious, I know, but I don't think they've got a frying pan big enough to cook something like that. That's quite a lot, isn't it? A foot-long sausage. That is a lot, actually. A lot. I'm still working out, actually, whether or not I should get a kilo of sausages. Steve from Leeds says it's been so cold across the UK recently that numerous politicians have actually been seen with their hands in their own pockets. Da 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 da. What do you call a spy in a Christmas bakery? A mince spy. You're barred, Harry. Sorry about that. And Steve, with the rail and mail strikes, they're not doing themselves any favours. People will learn to live without them and find other ways to get around and send mail. Then what will the workers do? The rail and mail strikes are getting on my nerves. I'm still waiting for a letter from the hospital that was sent 6 weeks ago. I know. I've got a couple of parcels coming in as well, which hopefully might arrive, in a few days' time. I'm not getting too stressed about it. I'm really not. It's a case of there's nothing we can do about it. If Michael Lynch wants to bring all the members out, that's his business. We just have to grin and bear it and just get on with it. Because if you moan about it, you can't do anything. It's not that, Steve's going to moan about it on the radio and they're going to cave it and go, oh, we'll take 9%. It's not going to happen like that. And Eddie says, you get a taxi in. Why can't you get a taxi home? I'm not spending that sort of money. Have you seen what my taxi bill is every month? Good God in heaven. It's more than £2,000. It's ridiculous. Thanks to you, says Mark in Gravesend, I tried the smoked haddock chowder from Marks and Spencer's, Blue Water. Drove over there in the snow. It was delicious. It is delicious. It's a thick, creamy soup with potatoes and piece of ham. But did you do it with, you can do this with bread, butter it, fold it over and dunk it in there, or baguette, or some little torpedo rolls? It adds to it. Seriously, especially if you put nice butter in the actual bread. I haven't tried the Cullen skink yet. I'm going to. That's on my to-do list for the weekend. Bit of a treat, actually. And so here we go from Doug. Can you clarify whether you will still be transmitting on DAB or going online only? I'm going to rip my hair out in a minute, actually. I don't own a smartphone or a tablet-y thing, so we'll lose you if you go online only. OK, we're still on DAB. We're still broadcasting over FM and AM and all the rest of it, OK? Oh, God, make me rip my hair out. I told you, it's just the podcast, OK? Don't worry about it. Jack in Brixton says, just up, I haven't seen these mince pies with cream in. Did you try them? Should I hunt them down? You should absolutely hunt them down. They're very messy. I don't know what sort of a messy eater you are, but these are very messy. Because it's like sort of flaky, sort of like they do some of the mince pies in this flaky pastry thing. And then they've cut it in half, put in the mincemeat, and then they've piped cream on top of it. Sounds delicious, doesn't it? It sounds absolutely delicious. I can't wait. Cannot wait. What else have we got here, the papers for today? It is really, it's a sad day in the papers, and it's sad for the reason that little boy who died trying to save others from an icy lake. I mean, bless his heart. This is a 10-year-old boy. He's called Jack Johnson. He dashed into the water after seeing the other boys, who he didn't know, fall through the ice, because the ice was obviously very thin. Despite the efforts of police and fire service workers who rushed the group to hospital, the 10-year-old later died, along with two others aged 8 and 11. There's a fourth boy, aged 6, in a critical condition. One tribute left at the scene said, Thomas, the world will not be the same without you. Charlotte McMurray, Jack's aunt and family, said they were going through an absolute nightmare. They were playing on the ice before they fell through it. And as I said, we need more, and parents need to instill in children that in winter time, when it looks lovely and you see ducks skidding about all over the place, it's not the same for you. You weigh a bit heavier. And consequently, they'll be spending Christmas without their loved ones. I mean, it really is. It's about as tragic as it could possibly ever get. But it's the fact that one little boy jumped in to try and save the others and paid with his own life, which I think is incredibly sad, incredibly sad. Hollywood's leading filmmakers have an unlikely new rival, Nick Knowles. He wrote a play during lockdown, and it's being turned into a movie set to go into production next year. So there you go. And what else have we got? Doesn't sound like Matt Hancock's Dabble with TV will end and I'm a Celebrity. Telly Supremo Kevin Lygo has tipped the former health secretary, who finished 4th in the series, to get his own show. But they admit Matt is unlikely to be a fixture on the network. Thank God for that. Instant turn-off as far as I'm concerned. I understand publicity values. I understand how it works. But to be honest with you, no thanks.
This is BC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Steve. We bought a halogen heater that gives out a fantastic and warms our bedroom. It only costs 12 to 18p an hour to run. And with a coal fire in the living room, the gas central heating still isn't turned on. Oh, by the way, the tea towels turned up on my birthday. How clever of you to arrange that. Thank you. I thought so too, actually. But poor old Tony says, Steve, yesterday I thought I would travel to the Lego store near you in Leicester Square to buy my 4 grandchildren personalised mini-figures as stocking fillers for Christmas. I took the Elizabeth line from Hayes and Harlington to Tottenham Court Road and then walked to the store. After you've designed the mini-figure, you have to choose a head, hat or hair, legs plus an add-on. When I arrived home, I realised I'd left one of their heads behind. What a nightmare. Absolutely. It's not very good, is it, really? And Kathy says, our heating finally packed up last night. It's so cold in our house, even the bed bugs have frostbite. Oh, dear. Stephen Matlock says, I love that you insist on calling Mick Lynch Michael. Well, that's his name. Michael Lynch. He was christened Michael Lynch. Especially as you call yourself Steve. No, that's actually different, Steve. Mine's a business name. OK? Mine's a business name. I'm like Lorraine Kelly. She's not Lorraine Kelly on the television. That's the character she's playing. I'm Steve Allen on the radio. Away from here, I'm sort of Engelbert Thrustbucket. And that's why. So it's mine is a working name. It's a business name. So it's not the fact that you love it or not. It's just that you haven't quite grasped irony. But you will. Steve, I'm sorry, but my husband, Clive, and I don't like the Morrison's mince pies. The cream is too much, says Maria, who could be Jilly. Or is that your husband? It's difficult to tell, really, isn't it? Are you Maria? Are you Jilly? I mean, what day? If it's a Friday, does he go out I don't know. But to be honest with you, I think it should be barred immediately. You're not allowed to sort of dislike Morrison's mince pies. I mean, to be honest with you, you have spoilt the true meaning of Christmas. Christmas is a Morrison's mince pie which you bite into and the cream comes out of either side of it and it dribbles. And then you have to pick it up and pop it in your mouth and just go, yum, yum, yum. That's what Father Christmas would have wanted. He doesn't want a little glass of brandy and a carrot and a cake and things like that. What he wants is a Morrison's mint pie. That's what it is. Stella says, I love walking in thick snow. The producer does that. I love it when he disappears. You know, you'd be going through a forest and all of a sudden, oh, hello? Where have you gone to, Elliot? Where have you gone to? And he's disappeared. He's disappeared in a snowdrift. Which is delightful, isn't it? But it terrifies me when it ices over and half the time I end up walking in the road. Yes, I saw somebody the other day walking in the road. Steve. On the radio at the Biscuit Factory. I love it when people say the Biscuit Factory. Okay. Were you witness to the fight there? The bandit hit the penguin over the head with the club and made a breakaway in a taxi. Right, you're barred as well. OK, we're not doing any more of these jokes. This is absolutely outrageous. Yes, United Biscuits Network. That's where most, in fact, that's where really modern commercial radio started, because there was nothing before that at all. We were going back in, years and years beyond commercial radio. And commercial radio didn't have anywhere to take people from, so it took them from United Biscuits Network. That's what it was. It was the stomping ground of the people like Roger Scott and Nicky Horn and Graham Dean, all the forerunners on Capital, and Steve Allen and, M.F. Wright and Peter Tate. Oh, God, the list goes on and on and on. It really does. There's loads of people who started their careers there. It was a bit like hospital radio, except we got paid money. It was a full-time job. Full-time job. I used to do the overnight programme, and you'd go into the factory at Osterley, and the canteen would just be opening up, so I'd go up there and get double sausage and chips. And that would see you through the first bit of the programme, because if you were presenting music, I've always said it's so easy. You only have to go, this is, that was, here we go, and a time check, and then you're off for another 10 minutes. In fact, if you work for our classic department here, you can have 26 minutes off. If they've got sort of Bach Fugue number 33, I mean, there's all sorts of people who go wandering around the building just to come and say hello, and I always go hello, because the trouble is I can't go anywhere. The only time I get to go anywhere is on the hour, because the rest of the time they go, oh, you've got to be quick, because I can see how long the ad break is because it's written up in front of me, and so the only chance I ever get to go anywhere is the toilet. Hardly a holiday in Clacton. Unlike other people. I've always said, though, music radio was a lot easier than speech radio. Speech radio's good and very clever and very educational. My driver was listening to it coming in this morning. In fact, he's obviously a regular listener, because he said, as we'd sort of set off, is it too hot, too cold for you? Knowing how much I complained about the heat in cars, I like to make sure that I've got the heater on. I don't want to sit there freezing, because, it's a journey and a half. And sometimes I think, I've got hypothermia. Because it's so cold, you start finding yourself going to sleep. And it's very difficult to keep your eyes open. But there again, I like going to sleep, except on trains. I don't like going to sleep on trains. If ever I think I'm going to close my eyes, I make sure that the bag, I've got my hand into it and I'm holding it. So I'm not anybody walking past and just picking something up. I'm very aware of the fact that other people will pinch stuff from you. Laura, the trolley dolly from Narnia, says, lovely to listen to you in sunny Sydney. Have not seen Shane yet. Hope you get home on the buses. I used to love that sitcom on the buses. I loved it as well. It was so dated. Look at that. Is that the photo she sent? Wow. What is that? It's Sydney Harbour Bridge, and that's the Opera House. I don't know why they make such a big deal about it. It looks pretty average to me. I had a tent that looked like that. That's where they've got a lot of Barry Humphries costumes. Dame Edna's costumes reside in there. They've got an archive and everything else. Do you know, I've never expressed an interest to go to Australia. Do you know why? Too far. It's not like it's sort of a 6-7 hour flight. I find going to America quite long enough, thank you very much indeed. But you go over there, it's like 24 hours. Too long for a little person like me. Too long. Other stories which are running in the papers today. Operation Brass Monkeys, they call it. Worst to come with deadly ice, school shut and chaos on the roads, and Britain's urge to cut the energy use. Well, how are they going to manage that? How are they going to manage it? You've got to put the heating on, because otherwise you will freeze. I've always said to people, especially elderly people, put the heating on. Do not worry about it. So we've come to a snow still. It's the Arctic weather. I mean, when you look at... I mean, we get it mild in London. You know, it looks very pretty when it comes down on the buildings, but when you look up north and there's cars scattered all over the roads and stuff like that, it's terrible. Really, really bad. And then you see people queuing at Gatwick Airport for the right... I mean, you'd never know if you were in the right queue or not. You just sort of kind of join a queue. Makes it so much easier. What have they got? Oh, yes, you'll like this, because it's in the Daily Star today. So, Thomas Skinner, bosh, he's in the paper today. He says he was expelled from school for selling DVDs. Not just any old DVDs, Thomas. They were pornographic DVDs. Thomas, who appeared in the show in 2019, says, so I went to school. I whacked the suitcase in my locker, my little JD string sports bag, knocking them out. I think I made about 200 quid on the first day. Very entrepreneurial, would you not think? And it was like, this is easy, better than selling chocolate bars. But his bag split open in the dining hall and some DVDs fell out. He was sent to the head's office and his little dad was called in. Thomas says, my dad says, look, I'm just trying to teach him how to buy and sell. And the headmaster's gone. They're illegal, mate. I can't have that in my school. And that was it. It was my last day of school. Very entrepreneurial, Tom. I think so. Don't you think so? I mean, can you imagine, though, you go and buy the films. Naughty nurses. Debbie does dance. All of these. People used to sell... You'd be sitting at a cafe in London. Somebody would come around the table, Vietnamese or whatever, selling pirated copies of films. Not just pornographic films, but current films. And, of course, they were filmed in the cinemas. They would sit there filming it, and then they would duplicate these blooming things. So sometimes you get somebody walking in front of the screen, which was hilarious. But I remember Dale and me sitting there, and he bought loads. He bought about 13 different films. They were all current. I said, you shouldn't really buy them, Dale. I said, because they are funding gangs. Made by gangs, I'm afraid. Lisa and Jamie listen from Redditch. I've been reading Barbara Windsor's husband's book. Excited to see you and Dale Winton mentioned. I'm desperate to visit Joe Allen's. Be desperate no more. You can just sort of... What's the matter with that? What was that for? Oh, something else, was it? You'll have to tell me now. No, I can't do anything now. Now you have to tell me. I need to know these things. Because never... they are absolute. Do you not know about those? Oh, Lord, the gangs in London who are selling these DVD. They go around the restaurants. They go around all the people sitting outside off Oxford Street. They've got their bag. Because a friend of mine, we had them in Twickenham, pretended to be a policeman. He said, you're under arrest. But they are gangs. They sell them. Have you ever never seen any of them with the people walking in front of the screens on them? I bet you bought them, haven't you? I've just got this feeling you'll be the sort of person who would buy these sort of things. They have people, they film them in with cinemas. So if ever I go to a screening of a film, they've got security in there and infrared to make sure that you're not copying. That's where they get them from. They copy them. Especially, they've got infrared in the cinemas in Leicester Square to make sure that you're not filming. Gangs. Dreadful. And it goes to, unfortunately, fuel prostitution and drug dealing and stuff like that. Not very good. Ask the police at Central. They will tell you the problem they have with... It's like the shoplifting gangs. More gangs. We're full of gangs, aren't we? They go shoplifting, and they literally, because there's so many of them shoplifting, you get stopped, and then they just go, nothing. So they go to court, they get fined 20 quid, and they go back the next day and carry on stealing. That's why the prices are so high. It's disgraceful. I wish they'd steal trains. Perhaps they could drive the blooming things. 2 dogs gifted by North Korean leader Kim Jong-un 4 years ago have ended up in a zoo over a dispute over who should pay for their care. The chubby dictator... Can you say that about Kim Jong-un? The chubby dictator? I think you can... Yeah, I think... He's not... No, he's not... And he is fat. There's no two ways about it. But he had these 2 white hunting dogs, and from somebody called Moon. I think this was the South Korean President Moon Jae. And he gave up, saying the dogs last month, his own government should be helping to pay for them. They're called Gomi and Songang. Can you imagine standing there, Songang, Songang. Doesn't really sound like a dog's name, does it? Rover or something like that. One of them, called Biol, has been raised in a zoo since 2019. All other 5. They must be very rare, these things. But Kim Jong-un, washes his hand of anything like that. Not so great, I'm afraid. So these jeans sold for £92,000, nearly 93,000. They were found on the SS Central America, which sank off South Carolina on its way to New York in 1857, part of a treasure trove of gold rush artifacts. And these jeans are 165 years old, and that's why they're still there, and they're still wearable. If you like, I suppose, they come with a history of who actually bought the blooming things in the first place. But that's why denim became very fashionable, and everybody was wearing denim. All the gangs were wearing denim. Every single gang was wearing denim. I remember them distinctly. You'd see, in our street, we had 2 gangs. I was in one of them. I was in a gang, because you had to be in a gang. At school, you had to be in a gang. We were the wild kids, I mean, it wasn't like, you got to pick a pocket or 2. They were another gang. All the kids in Oliver, they were definitely in a gang run by Fagin. And there was a man who didn't bear looking at twice. Come here, my dear. He was grooming them to take handkerchiefs from gentlemen. For some reason, handkerchiefs were very lucrative, and they would come up behind them and just take the handkerchief. But I know magicians who work as pickpockets. Professionally, as an act, they will show you, and you can watch what they're doing, taking a wallet out of a pocket or taking braces off or a watch or things like that. And it's very clever, because if they think that the person has seen them doing it, they'll always say, "You saw me do that, didn't you?" And they go, "Yeah." So he puts it back in and takes it straight back out again. It's amazing. People are so stupid.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Greg's are delicious mince pies, but Morrison's wins hands down, says Michelle, who says, "I've been eating far too many." Andy Peters said the same. Andy Peters sent me a thing a little while ago, a few days back, and said, excuse me, we didn't say that at all, actually. I've just done that by myself. He said he'd forgotten how many mince pies he'd eaten and stuff like that, because he does all the food on QVC. And Dawn Neeson celebrated a birthday over the weekend, which I mentioned yesterday. But we haven't asked age. It's too rude. I don't think people should ever ask people, unless it's a bloke. You can, although women of a certain age, if they're over 80, they'll tell you, "I'm 87. And you go, "Are you really?" And they go, "I am." But, but when people are young, like Dawn Neeson, people keep it quiet. It's like, I have no idea how old Phil Vickery is. No, I don't want to check. I think it's rude and impertinent. And I don't want to know how old Andy Peters is. Andy Peters is very young on the television. But I bet you anything, having eaten mince pies and all the rest of it, he's had to go to the gym and work his little body like there's no tomorrow. Laughingly, the producer apparently goes to a gym, but he just goes to help clean the windows. He doesn't actually sort of do anything in the gymnasium. Otherwise, that would be a bit silly, wouldn't it? Steve says, Mike decided, much against the boyfriend's better judgment, to cycle from the boat to Stratford. That was something I'll not do again until the snow and ice goes. I couldn't believe I was watching people cycling the other day, and I remember thinking, this is quite dangerous on the pavement. The roads were actually okay. It was the pavements that were the dangerous little bits. Lewis says, has Mr. Moyles asked you to turn on the Christmas lights in his studio? No. Actually, strangely enough, I haven't spoken to him since he got back from the jungle, because every time I go past the studio, his red lights on. You can't just walk in when they're talking. That would be the height of rudeness. So I would just stand outside. I've seen Pippa more than I've seen him. It's the way it goes. Steve, says Tim, second week of Melbourne's summer, and it's 15 degrees and raining, escaping to Brisbane for the weekend where it's 31 degrees. Wow. See, I couldn't cope. Oh, look, we've got a picture of the August moon. Where's the picture of the August moon? This will bring back... Oh, I might cry. I might cry. It was never a very big frontage to the shop. Never a very big frontage. Wait a minute. There it is. Oh, so you've got the Laundrama in, and then next to it is the August moon there. My goodness me. Do you know, I'd forgotten there was a laundrette there. Have you seen next door as well? There's a bureau, a detective agency in Newbury. But the August moon, how lovely. Oh, I used to love that. I never went in the evening, mainly because we lived, a bit out. Not too far out, but just a little bit out. Thank you very much indeed for that, Peter. That's brought back some memories. Phil in Anglesey. We get people listening all over the place. He's probably in a gang. Do you think he's in a gang? What sort of gang is he in? Probably a fisherman's gang. I bet they sing songs as well. Steve, as you feel the cold so bad, I suggest you try wild swimming. You are joking. I know exactly what wild swimming is. You wouldn't get me anywhere near it. Wild swimming. That's where people... He says you don't feel the cold so much. Ha, 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 ha. Wild... Sorry, we're keeping you up or something? Was that a boring text? Didn't like it, honestly. Showing his true colours this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely. He's not in a gang. That's why he's jealous. He wants to be in a gang, but nobody wants him. He'd be the last person picked out when they go at school, OK, so we're forming a football team. So Ben Miner and Alex, Elliot, no, not you, do. And that's it. And he'd be the one standing there going, but I want to play football. And they go, well, you can't. You're 27 and you don't fit into our team. Steve got my tea towel yesterday, says Mari in Surrey. It's great. I may frame it rather than putting it in the drawer. Thank you, LBC. Thomas Skinner's story made me smile. Made me smile as well, actually. In fact, we had a little chuckle earlier on. She said, keep warm and have a good day. Thank you. And Bobby in Edinburgh says, I love hearing your West Middlesex stories, and in particular United Biscuit stuff. I went to Nella Hall as a pupil in 1978-79 and had a friend, Clive Mears, who played football with me, and I'm sure he was a salesman with United Biscuits and stayed in Bedfont. My uncle used to run the milk place in Bedfont. I remember he used to go and say that he ran the dairy there, but he says, I was a regular at the Castle in Richmond, and my first night of being too drunk was in the beer cellar. I'm sure Barry, the accordion and trumpet player, sang rude songs. I don't think he did. Oh, no, he was in a gang, and he never did. I don't think he did rude songs, but he did this umpa, and people would sit there in this beer cellar banging their steins on the table and singing, I nearly went into that, papa, that's how it goes. But he didn't do that. Steve says, South Downs Nick, the team at work are all wearing Christmas jumpers. I'm not round here. Bar humbug. Seriously, nobody. I've not seen anybody, not in my studio. I, of course, am adorned in a festive jumper with a Christmas tree with flashing lights on it. Mainly because I am festive. And that's the way it works. And, well, I'm in a Christmas gang as well. We all have our own jumpers, which is very nice, actually. I don't have nor want a Christmas jumper, says Nick. Am I alone in feeling? Well, are you alone? I suspect you're alone. Everybody wants to wear Christmas jumpers. He said, am I just a Grinch? Well, you can be a Grinch, but at least wear a Christmas jumper. I mean, they're so cheap. They're all over the place. You can even go to Marks and Spencer's, and they've got them. Oh, dear. Steve, from Dave in Plymouth. The bowel cancer screening test has arrived. Not a nice subject, but encourage your punters to do it. I've done it twice. You have to do it if you're a certain age, because they can check, with a minute of sample, they can check to see if there's anything there. And I was all clear, which is what you want to hear, isn't it? That's what you want to hear. And here's a lovely little picture of a bizarre-looking zebra. And this one has not got stripes. He's got spots all over his body because he's in a gang. He's in a gang, the Spotty Gang. And they're all here. But they say, I'm in a gang. I'm in the radio gang. Yeah. You are not in the radio gang. You want to be, but nobody wants you in their gang. But this is in the Masai Mara. And somebody says, I was rather lucky to get... They're so cute, but the trouble is I've watched the Masai Mara and I've watched the lions, sort of separating little things like this from their mummies, because the herds of zebra are huge, thousands of them, and the lions stalk them and bring them down, and a little thing like this would just be considered, if you were a lion, a snack. It wouldn't even, it's not a... And the mothers do their best to protect them, but when they're this age, they're very vulnerable. Very vulnerable. I don't like it. I'm one of those sort of people who's shouting at the television, "Go away, you horrible lion!" They don't hear me. And the team who actually film them, they don't do anything about it either, which doesn't help. Mince pie for breakfast with cinnamon and vanilla cream, says Ashley. Can't wait to get off the bus again today to warm up. Yeah, why are buses so blooming cold? And yet in the summer, you swelter on there because they've got the heating on. Don't they put heating on buses? He says, please do not climb on your ponds in your garden if it's frozen. Had a friend yesterday cut his arm getting leaves off. Simple or what? Yeah, don't go anywhere near frozen. Frozen water is a no-no. A huge no-no. And not just because of this tragedy this year, because every year we read something. There was a picture of some girls yesterday on a frozen pond, 2 schoolgirls, till the police went past, went, "Get off, thickos." I mean, seriously, how stupid. So hopefully some parent will be looking at it going, "Are you stupid? These little lads have just lost their life and you're standing on a frozen pond." God, I don't know why these... Bear Grylls has revealed his big sister used to make him dance and eat raw bacon. He did always struggle with big groups of people. He's former SAS, known for eating wildlife. See, I've heard of people who eat roadkill. In fact, I'm not interested like that. But he says he was called Bear when he was a week old, made him perform epic stunts. So, I mean, I'm assuming that is his name, Bear Grylls. So he became Bear. I don't know why. Seems a bit odd, doesn't it, really? But there you go. Plus the men who put the hell into hell-raising, the actors, people like Peter O'Toole, Oliver Reed, Richard Harris. He played Albus Dumbledore in the first 2 Harry Potter films. He used to consume vast quantities of cocaine. His son Jamie recalls finding his dad head down in a bag of powder in the 1970s. Mind you, in those days, it was fashionable. You went to a Hollywood party and there would be a bowl of cocaine. I can honestly stand here now, while I'm sitting, and tell you that I've never done cocaine in my life. I'd be too frightened. Way too frightened. Richard Burton was another one. He smoked 100 cigarettes a day, washed down with 3 bottles of vodka. He once drank 21 shots of tequila on a film set before diving into the sea to find a shark. That's why he used to argue all the time with Elizabeth. Dennis Hopper was another one, and Jack Nicholson. He's fathered 5 children by 4 women, but married only once. And he's 85 now. He got so drunk at a 1979 party, he reportedly staggered up to Princess Margaret and suggested they go to the bathroom and do a line of cocaine. Imagine doing that to Princess Margaret. Princess Margaret got very upset. Somebody was telling me something. It was a story. I think she was at something. It was a thing, and she was sitting in the royal box. It must have been a Royal Variety performance, and somebody made a comment about, all you queens down here and the queen up there or something, whatever it was. Apparently she took umbrage and wrote to this particular person saying, "I expect an apology." I mean, she was a bit peculiar, Princess Margaret, let's face it, but, a ne'er-do-well. Almost like a spare. Have you forgotten, says Ken, you're in the Groovy Gang? I know, I didn't want to mention it, because the producer doesn't know about the Groovy Gang. He doesn't know how important it is, and how we have sold glasses for the Groovy Gang, for all the people who are in the Groovy Gang. You're all in the Groovy Gang, except him, because he's not invited. And I won't even tell him what the password is. Groovylicious. But, I'm not going to tell him that, actually. I don't see why I should have to. Nobody can make me, unless they really push it. I got a lovely box of goodies the other day. In fact, yesterday they arrived in. I got a picture sent to me by our Hillary, and she said, "Who's a lucky boy?" And then I opened it, and I thought, wow, that was very nice.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Have you driven your car in the snow yet? Says Anushka. Yesterday was okay, but I'm in Moore Park, and it looks lethal out there. Are you due to drive soon? No, I haven't. I drove on Sunday. We didn't have any snow, and I probably won't drive today either. I'd probably drive about 3 times a week. It depends, but I mean, all the snow has melted round our way, so we don't have anything else. I mean, yesterday it probably would have been an issue because I'm not. The trouble is, when I sort of turn round in the car, the back invariably follows me because the car's so heavy. It's like 2.5 ton of car. Well, it is now. I filled the boot up. It's all very exciting with sort of Christmassy items. So the answer is no, but I will be very soon. Karen says, I was 60 last week. My bowel screening kit arrived, awaiting the results. Fingers crossed all will be clear. I've reached that age where screening is vital. Yep, absolutely. I did it twice. Once for the NHS and once for the doctors. And it was clear. I was clear. I went in for the bowel screening. I had the colonoscopy, the endoscopy, and it was fine. Absolutely fine. And easy peasy to do. Very easy peasy. The difficulty was doing the bowel cancer screening sample thing. That was I rejected the kit about 3 times, actually, thinking, I don't want to do that. Why would you want to do that? 68, for God's sake. Anyway, so this lovely box arrived with lovely pictures on it, and it said Marks and Spencer's, so I was very impressed straight away. And it turns out it's Team Romford, because you can send festive cheer to colleagues at M&S Romford, a.k.a. Team Romford. They've released a sequel to last year's festive hit. This is not just another Christmas song, this time with a very special guest appearance, rising to fame via their entertaining TikTok video. This Christmas Team Romford have been inspired by one of the most iconic festive music videos of all time, which is East 17's Stay Another Day, which is one of my favourite songs. Baby, don't you go another way. The new original song is accompanied by a music video, and they've got original band member Terry Caldwell bottling up her boy band for the festive season. The video sees Terry take a famous M&S snow globe liquor off the Romford shelves, only to find TikTok sensations Team Romford singing inside. So well done to them. And this follows on from last year's smash hit, which reached number 2 on the iTunes charts. So Team Romford, you've got to go for. You've got to go for. And they're a happy bunch. Very happy bunch. It's lovely to see a picture of them all, and a picture of Terry as well. What more could you want for the festive season than a bottled-up boy band from Romford? I know Romford very well. Very well. My Auntie Ivy used to swear by Romford Market, and the father of my godchildren used to have a stall at Romford Market. What happens is you buy a stall. So, in other words, families have got them. There's a limit to how many stalls they've got, and you can only get it if a family decide to sell you their stall, so they can go for an awful lot of money. And they swore by Romford Market. My Auntie Ivy would go there all the time. She loved it. I've been there on numerous occasions. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So good luck, Team Romford. Not just another Christmas song, but hopefully even better in the charts. Even better. Good luck for this year. Cabs will ferry patients to hospital during the turmoil. And, that's what's got to happen. It's the only way we can do it, I'm afraid. Prince Harry has claimed people were happy to lie to protect my brother, but refused to help him and his wife, Meghan. He's just chipped on his shoulders, isn't he? Both of them. It's just, just leave it. Please leave it. Confusion reigned over who the Duke was aiming his latest Netflix attack at, but some believe when he said they, it meant the royal family. Netflix released 2 versions of the same trailer for Harry and Meghan with different subtitles. So, people say they've taken the they to be his own family. I hope he's happy with the way things are going, because it don't seem like good news to me. I don't know. I've not seen the things. I have no interest in seeing the thing. I couldn't care less. I shall just watch The Crown as usual. Get round to it that way. Will Mellor has missed out on the Strictly Come Dancing final after losing a dance-off to Fleur East, who was sort of dancing and doing very well. God knows what the budget is. I'd love to see the budget for that programme. Can't you imagine just how much it costs? Millions. I reckon millions. Very, very expensive. Very. Illegal Christmas lights. Now, many of you might have bought Christmas lights and they don't work, or they come with a different plug socket at the end. If it's only got 2-prong plugs, don't buy them, because they'll be made for a different market. And they're sold on Amazon and eBay, which, so it's kosher, have discovered 10 out of 12 lights costing 15 quid or under on the marketplace, as well as on AliExpress and Wish, did not meet electrical guidelines. One set bought from a seller on Wish pose both an electric shock risk and a fire hazard. They cost 13 quid. They had a control box which could be pulled apart by a child. Amazon said safety is a top priority and require all products offered in our store to comply with applicable laws and regulations. Do check, because it's so easy to buy something, bring it back again, you plug it in, and, the next thing is... and a total disaster. Santa's gift of life after Tom collapses. This is Father Christmas, who turned into a lifesaver at a party when a man collapsed unconscious in a suspected respiratory arrest. Santa John Gilmore is a former A&E nurse and runs a community ambulance, which he arrived in. He used the defibrillator to help revive 81-year-old Tom Webster in Denton. John says Tom was not breathing. Myself and first aider Penny Brooks carried out CPR. After a time, he regained consciousness. And Tom, a retired planning engineer, says, all I want for Christmas is to stay alive. Yes, given the option, staying alive's good. I like staying alive. It's like, given the chance, eating, not eating. Eating wins, because, that's what you have to do if you're in a gang. You have to eat, keep your spirits up, which is very good indeed. Steve, you're so right about the journey to Australia. I travelled there for a holiday with a friend 20 years ago. I didn't emerge from the hotel room for 3 days. So bad was the jet lag, says Alison. All I wanted to do was get home. It was 3 weeks of sheer bloody murder. Terrorism. I've never heard of people getting jet lag on the way out. I thought you got it on the way back. I've never had it both ways. You had it both ways? You look as though the sort of person who might have done. So it's, sort of just worrying about things like that. Where is the Dickens? Scrooge is all around this Christmas. On Netflix, you get A Christmas Carol. This is with Albert Finney. There's also another one here. This is Suran Jones playing a female Scrooge. Spirited is in cinemas and streaming on Apple TV. Concerts, they've got Newcastle Arts Centre, London, Manchester, Hull and Birmingham, a Dickensian Christmas, which is quite nice. I like that. They're going to do all the carols and it's all costumed and it looks pretty fab. At the theatre, A Christmas Carol at the Royal Shakespeare Theatre in Stratford-upon-Avon. London's West End, A Christmas Carol-ish at the Soho Theatre. What else have we got? Bolton, A Christmas Carol, Octagon Theatre. And they've got a good splash of magic. A take on Ebenezer's reindeer sounds like a treat for children and adults. Because kids love it. Apparently in the Richmond pantomime, which my neighbour Lindy went to see with the family the other day, they had a real-life pony which they brought on the stage. And she said the kids loved it. They loved a real-life pony. She said, but it's just it's not really a proper pantomime. It's got Matt Baker in it. And it's not, he's not a singer or anything like that. So they've got a magician, they've got a juggler. It's basically a series of variety acts, she said, which I was a bit disappointed in. And it's like, I think Tony Beak did it as well, Anton de Beck. And of course, he's not a singer either. And so what they do is they put these people into pantomimes, and they're not actors. In fact, I think the only person you've ever heard of is Matt Baker. You won't know anybody else in this pantomime, which is a great shame. But it means that that's what they've spent all the money on. They've spent all the money on him. And then they've sort of padded it out. So you've got... Oh, Jessica Martin is lovely. I love Jessica Martin. I've known Jessica for years. Nigel Ellicott and Phil Walker. I do apologise. I've never heard of them. But I've heard of Jessica Martin and I've heard of Matt Baker. And it's a case of that's where the money's gone. Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Well, can't imagine why the Three Bears would be a pantomime. But it is. But it's Matt Baker, and they say it's just like a variety show, actually. Steve, try Asda's extra special Irish cream mince pies. Delish mince pies with Irish cream topping. One is not enough, says Trish in Gosport. In Gosport, you are leading me down the wrong road here. You are leading me into a land of temptation. And I have to resist. I have to put my hand up and say, no. It will not be happening, Trish. Well, it might be. I did actually have mince pies the other day with single cream. I smothered them. I literally drowned them in single cream. They were delicious. Absolutely delicious. But the pigs in blankets were better. So I think I'll have those this morning. Oh, phone again. I think I'll have those this morning, actually. I quite like the idea of that. pigs in blankets. Why not? For goodness sake, you can have anything you like at this time of year, can't you? And, do you remember I told you that we had all this trouble with HMRC? Do you remember I told you? Well, anyway, my brother's just texted me to say you'd be pleased to hear we now have confirmation from HMRC that they have resolved the VAT account, because we had 2 running and I was getting demands from them. And I said, no, it's the same thing. Anyway, they've stopped, because they then put it in the hands of a debt collector. And I then had letters from the debt collector. But anyway, and they have actually apologised for their part in the problem, which is good. So all things good today. Can't believe things are going that well. If we didn't have a train strike, I'd be going whoopee-doo. But we've got a train strike and I'm still in the gang and, you know, I can't go whoopee-doo. But at least we've sorted out with HMRC. Because the one thing you don't ever want to do if you're in my business or anybody else's business is fall out with them. But we had to make them accept that there were 2 things and they were making it more and more complicated. But it's been sorted out. Isn't that exciting? I think I'm going to be sick. I might have a cup of tea to celebrate. Cup of tea and a Morrison's mince. Oh, we haven't got any Morrison's mince pies. Wait a minute. We've got some Marks and Spencer's ones outside.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Coming up to 4 minutes past 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC. It's another freezing cold day. And again, you've got the traffic problems and you've got the train problems. I mean, very shortly, might as well just close everything down for Christmas. You know, and just go, I tell you what, let's sort of pop back early February or something like that, because there'll be nothing to do, will there? So it's not just a one-day strike for the trains. It's today and tomorrow, and then a gap, and then it's back on again, so it's a fairly lengthy one. I think, actually, there is only 2 days in December where there isn't some sort of industrial action taking place. So let's hope it all sort of finishes, and hopefully we can get some sort of settlement, because that's all we want is a settlement. But as somebody said on the television the other day, in fact, I think it was on Have I Got News for You, they said, listen, if they settle and they go for a huge amount of money, that means that the union will then have a hold on it. And, of course, the owners of these places, they don't want that. In fact, the only day... so, I mean, I think there is every day, isn't there? 25th and 26th, there aren't any trains anyway, because it's 25th, 26th. But there is... Green is a normal day. So December the 12th, which is very exciting, which was yesterday. And... yeah, and until January, you don't get normal days again, which is the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th of January. The rest of it is all sort of, you know, so the orange is reduced services and busier trains. So I don't mind that, but at least it's not actually sort of strikes on certain days. So it doesn't really affect me. And on 25th and 26th, I drive in anyway. All I hope and pray is that we don't get the snow coming down again. Because having a look at the pictures in the papers, I didn't realise just how bad it was up north. I mean, absolutely tons. I mean, beautiful to look at. Nightmare for driving. Absolute nightmare for driving. So well done to everybody who actually managed to sort of to get through it the other day. I know a lot of shops didn't open, and a lot of businesses had to close down for the day because they just didn't have the staff, because they couldn't make it in. Because on some of these hills and little valleys and all the rest we've got in this country, and the buses trying to get there and people in their cars, people are slip-sliding all over the place. And I watched a whole programme yesterday. I should not have watched it, actually. I got quite depressed about it. And it was basically people who'd had accidents on the motorway, but they all had the one thing: dash cams. They all had these dash cams. So there was one driver, he said he leant over. He was driving a lorry. He leant over to pick up his cup of tea. He's driving his lorry on the motorway, you know, doing the speed. And basically, on his dash cam, he just smashes straight into the car in front, which immediately throws that off-road. And before you know where you are, you've got the air ambulance helicopter coming in to pick up a woman of 86 who was knocked sideways. I mean, it was just absolute carnage out there. I think nearly 2 hours people were waiting for them to clear it, to get this woman off to hospital. And you think to yourself, the one thing you've got to... They had one of these unmarked police cars, which are generally BMWs. And still, and I even find it now, so if I find it, the police can find it dead easily. I'll be going down the motorway at sort of 65, 70, because I'm not in any rush to go anywhere. You know, the car will do, about 180 miles an hour if it chooses to. But I happily poodle down. Cars will whiz past me. I've never seen anything like it. And this was a bloke, and he was doing... What was he doing? Oh, that's right. The policeman, as he was driving, was talking to the camera people who were sitting in the back of the car. And this car on the outside, in the fast lane, goes, whoa, past him. And he said, he's doing 95, 97, 100, 101, 102. And anyway, in the end, he decided this was too dangerous. And he had to pull him over. So he pulled him. And this bloke suddenly realised that he'd been nicked. And he said, they always say the same thing. Just, take the keys out of the ignition. Come and sit in the back of my car. And he said, how fast do you think you were going? And this bloke went... Because they put his face up. So obviously he was going to be found guilty. So you could see how guilty he was. And he said, how fast were you going? He said, I don't know. He said, I thought maybe about 75. He said, would you like to think again? And he said, possibly 80. He said, I'll show you the footage. And they show you the video back. And he went, oh, my God. He said, I'll do anything to turn the clock back. I thought, well, there is the gift of magic that we all want. That would be the gift. If like for those little children who lost their lives on that frozen pond, if you had a gift that you could have, like being invisible, mine would be wanting to turn the clock back. So you could turn it back and everybody would be fine. But anyway, this one, he said, you're going to be going to court over it. And I think he got fined something like £1,100, 6 penalty points, and banned for 6 months or a year or whatever it was. But I see this all the time on the motorways. These cars that whiz past, whether or not my car's a challenge for people, I think they sit there going, I'm going to be, especially at traffic lights. So, of course, at traffic lights, I deliberately pull away really, really slowly because I'm not in any rush to go anywhere. I'm not in any rush. I always think to myself, if we're in that much of a rush, you're going to have an accident. And at this time of year, with all this snow and ice and all this bad driving on the road and the amount of people out there with no tax, no insurance, no MOT, they're driving death traps. Seriously, I'm amazed at how many cars and vans get stopped. Vans, flatbed trucks. You've got a licence? No. Have you got a licence at all? No. What in God's name are you doing driving on the road then? You have an accident in one of these people, you won't get any money out of them. Where are they going to get the money from? So just be aware that, the police are out there. The one thing that the police hate most of all is drink drivers. That's about the biggest thing that they load. They had some bloke that they pulled the other day. I mean, in a way, it was quite funny because it was so pathetically stupid. And it was a bloke who'd pulled into a lay-by, which was known to the police for dogging. This is not people who take dogs out, by the way. This is something completely different. And he was part of it. The trouble is, he was drunk. And the police always say the same thing. They come over to the car window and they go, listen, so-and-so, can you turn your engine up? I can smell drink. Because if you don't drink, you can smell drink. And anyway, he could barely stand up. He was twice the legal limit. And in the end, they had to say, well, you're going to be arrested and taken back to the station. And so it curtailed any little plans he had for sort of meeting people or anything like that. But it's the amount of people that get stopped who've been drink driving. And especially at this time of year. It's almost like an occupational hazard that somebody says, I just had a couple. And they always say, if you've had a drink in the pub, don't bother getting in the car. It's too risky. You'll do something that will mean that you stand out to them and they'll sort of pull you over. And if you then tick over the limit, might as well give up now. Steve, why not try Asda's extra special Irish cream mince pies? I quite like that idea. I'm getting quite into cream, but I like that cream that's proper cream, as opposed to the cream that they use in the coffee shops, which is aerated. They spray it onto it's like a whipped cream. They spray it on the top of it. Within 2 minutes, it's evaporated. hardly worth, but they always say, whipped cream. And I always go, yeah. And they go, sprinkles. I've got no idea what sprinkles are, but they always offer them. And sometimes I feel I should take them, just out, to show, I'm willing to experiment. Yeah. Also, do you have little marshmallows? And then I discovered in our local garden centre you can buy a packet of little marshmallows, little tiddly, but you can make it yourself. And Costco had a thing, which I nearly bought for the producer. I thought, no, blow that for soldiers. And it was 4 chocolate bombs in a pack, round. They look like billiard balls, but chocolate. And you drop them into the hot milk, and the chocolate melted, and it dispenses Bonhomie and Goodwill and a load of little baby marshmallows. It's like you become a mummy, and you've given birth to marshmallows, and it's very nice. And you can eat those. But as I say, I thought, shall I spend the money on them? And I thought, no. Carol from Woodhall says, you're getting old when your back goes out more than you do. Oh, actually, I've only ever had that once. I tell a lie twice in my life, and it was the worst pain. Back pain is the most awful thing. Alex says, I drove yesterday morning, left home to drop my girlfriend to the train station. A 10-minute drive, only to get stuck on the journey back. Took me an hour to get going again after I dug myself out. Yeah, we had a letter very similar from somebody the other day who says they actually got pushed off their drive by their husband in the morning just to start the car. And then, of course, it got jammed in a snowdrift. Kind of ended their day very quickly. Steve, I had a Pret pigs in blanket roll yesterday. Horrible. Yes, it is horrible. I'm glad you said that. There's too much sauce in it. The whole thing falls apart. Who wants the sauce in? It's the Pret pigs in blanket. I don't know what the sauce is. Whatever it is, it's disgusting. It might be I don't know. I couldn't remember. I only tried the thing once. And I remember thinking, how are you supposed to eat this? Must be an American idea. It's like, any burger that's got sauce with it, it's going to eat into the bun. And it eats into this bun. And it's got so it looks lovely when you see it. But then you try eating the thing, and this sauce goes everywhere. The bun goes all soggy. It's not a pleasant experience, I'm afraid. So, Tony, onion chutney, is it? Well, whatever it is, sneezing all over us, honestly. Of course I can catch it. Things go through glass. Have you heard of Houdini? That's how it works. Houdini used to go through glass. I just realised I've got myself tied up all in a mess here. I was doing so well before, wasn't I? I always think I'm so organised, but really I'm not. I'm sort of totally disorganised. Steve, I am going to see Charles Dickens' great-great-grandson narrate Christmas Carol at St George's Hall in Liverpool. It was actually where Charles Dickens first narrated the story on the same stage. Wow. Jonathan in Uxbridge says, Steve, talking of panto, the curtain came down on the British Airways pantomime of Aladdin last weekend at the Beck Theatre. We had a fantastic run with sell-out shows and raised thousands of pounds for charity. You need to come and see it next year. Trolley dollies and glitter. What is not to love? Well, if you want to see where I work. Have a great Christmas, he says. I'm glad you raised all that money. They always do very well. We'll do it in plenty of time next year. Gillian Orpington is off to Thursford Christmas Spectacular on Friday. I've seen the programme. Looks fantastic, and I've got the CD and everything. So thank you. My twin sister Janet from Bull Creek is due to land at Heathrow at 06:30. Oh, I'm in 15 minutes. And she's coming on the non-stop Qantas flight, which takes 18 hours. So she'll now be able to collect her Prosecco glass, tray, tea towel, as we haven't been able to get together for over 3 years. She's going to freeze, as it was 38 degrees when she left Perth. 38 degrees. Double it and add 30. Oh, goodness me.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, coming up 6:20. Leave plenty of time today because the buses and the tubes will be fairly busy. Steve, you mentioned Twickenham. I used to love working there. Yep, says Ricky, on the railway lines. Oh, it's changed over. You wouldn't even recognise it now. You wouldn't recognise Twickenham Station because they built over the top of it flats. About 100 flats. There's flats all over the place. The sorting office has gone. Flats. Everywhere flats. In fact, you can't move in London, Twickenham. The only place they don't seem to be building too many is Richmond. But Twickenham, absolutely chock-a-block with them. Lisa and Martin, Spikers from Guildford, says we're going to see a Christmas Carol at the Old Vic today. Driving up, booked a car parking space near Trafalgar Square. The RMT will not beat us. Good for you. You booked a parking space, blimey. Where have you booked a parking spot? I don't know where you'd book a... Oh, there's a garage just over the road from us, actually. Just over the road here. It's multi-storey. What? The Q Park? I've got no idea what you're talking about. Oh, right. Well, anyway, well done to them. Because otherwise, you don't want it to ruin it, do you? So you've got a space, so it'll be secure, it'll be safe. You can then go and you can, you're near Trafalgar Square. You've only got to get to the Old Vic, easy, but you could probably walk it, actually, just over there. It's a bit cold, though, for walking. I'd take the bus. I take the 139 to Waterloo. Look at me knowing bus numbers. How does this happen? Somebody wrote to me a while ago and they said, you go on a bus. And I thought, yeah. And I do my own shopping and everything. The only thing I don't do is I don't do washing, ironing or anything like that at all. I have people do it. And that's it. But no, when it comes to, of course I get the bus. Goodness sake. Why not? So anyway, you have a nice time, actually. Lisa and Martin, I'm sure you will. And then Harry says, I am generally intrigued. I think you mean genuinely intrigued. He says, I've often wondered what car do you possess. Well, if you've listened to this programme for any length of time, like in the course of a week, I should imagine we probably mention it a few times. I drive a Bentley Continental Flying Spur. There you go. It's one of those... Actually, at the moment, it goes well with the snow. The colouring, which I think is actually quite nice. Have you ever seen the film Galaxy Quest? Says Kathy. No, one of my favourite films, and you don't have to be in space to enjoy it. On their spaceship, they had a button. If you pressed it, time would go back 13 seconds. Not a long time, but enough to right a wrong. This is Sigourney Weaver and was it Alan Rickman and Tim Allen? Is it? I think it is. This was oh God. Who was this directed by? I can't remember. It was about 1999, was it? Something like that. Yeah, I didn't see it actually, but it's a comedy, and I don't know whether or not it's my sort of thing. I generally don't do space things. I haven't done space things. I never even really got into Star Trek or Deep Space Nine or all these other bits and pieces. I've got friends who absolutely loved stuff like that and used to go to the conventions. The only thing I liked was when they did a Star Wars thing outside here and we had more than 100 troopers all lined up in Leicester Square. It looked amazing. It really was. I thought it was quite frightening. Some of the people in here, not me, of course, believed they were real and they'd actually come down in a spacecraft. It was good. Back pain, Steve, is second only to a tooth abscess. Yes, I would agree with you there. And what's Brian in Luton had? Oh, not the 2-pack Morrison's cream mince pies. He said, they're absolutely delicious. I thought they would be, actually. And Stella says, I think I must be a cat. I love cream, but I agree the squirty cream is not as good as proper fresh cream. No, it's not. It's nowhere near. And the one that you get in all the coffee shops, it's squirty cream. They just got it in a metal cylinder and they keep it in the fridge and they sort of shake it and, put up. But if you leave it, it disappears very quickly, very, very quickly. Eileen in Scarborough says, Steve, I feel terribly sad for those little boys who died in that lake. They never knew the dangers. They just wanted to have fun. I hope they teach kids the dangers of walking on ice in schools now. Well, that's what I said. They need to start showing little films, especially at this time of year, when these little PSAs, these sort of public information films, because they don't know. They just see a frozen lake. They might see a duck sitting on it and assume that it's safe. We'll never know. But and also you don't know how deep it is. It might be a foot deep. It might be 2 foot deep. But as I say, there's also a picture. There's a picture of the paper of 2 girls yesterday standing on a frozen lake until the police came by and went, get off. They'd have to be the stupidest people in living memory. Really is ridiculous. Steve, if you drive on snow and ice with summer tyres and have an accident, the police can charge you for driving without due care and attention, says Dave. Well, everybody drives on summer tyres. Steve, did you try the Greggs Pigs under blanket? No, because it's exactly the same. What it is, it's their bacon and sausage roll. That's all it is. It's just they put the sausages on and they put the bacon over the top. It's a bit of a swizz, actually. It's not very special at all. It doesn't have... It's got stuffing in it, but it doesn't have any sprouts. And, I mean, come on. Let's be serious. What is a Greggs baguette without sprouts? I mean, it should have sprouts in it. Isn't it? Of course. because that is part of the festive season. Do you think Charles Dickens would have written A Christmas Carol without knowing about sprouts? Of course not. You know, he'd have gone out there and said, you know, I think we'll have sprouts for Christmas. And they would go, sprouts, God bless us, everyone. And they would have sprouts. Tiny Tim would have eaten sprouts, then his leg would have got better. You know, no good messing around with Tiny Tim and, you know, all the other people, Mrs. Sproggett, whoever she was, I have no idea. But they all gave presents. When I was watched the Christmas Carol the other day, you know, after Scrooge sees the error of his ways, he goes out to this toy shop and buys almost the entire stock of all these fabulous toys. And I thought, and you didn't even need to wrap them. He just walked into the house with them. There you go. You've got a roundabout. You've got a kite. You've got a baseball. One of them had a cricket bat. I don't know where they were playing cricket in those days, but it certainly wouldn't have been in Scrooge's time. But it was just nice. And fruit. And then you could go to the bran tub and pick out a parcel for a twopence or a penny or something like that, which I quite liked. But they used to have goose or turkey. But in those days, it would have been goose. But in all the ones I've watched, they have turkey, which is very unusual because that was a later edition. Everybody had goose. And I've never had goose, but I'm assuming it tastes much like turkey or chicken or anything else, really. Some people just have chicken and some people have veggie meals. You know, if you're vegan, you're not going to have turkey or something like that, are you? You have a nut roast. It must get a bit boring after a while unless you vary your nuts. You know, today we'll have it made with Brazil nuts. Tomorrow, I don't know, pecans or something like that. But it's the Christmas pudding that always gets me. Every blooming year. Every year we do the Christmas pudding and every year I can never eat it. Because, A, I go to sleep after lunch for about an hour. And secondly, I've got no room left in my poor little shriveled up stomach after I've shoved it full of the turkey and the pigs in blankets and the Yorkshire puddings and the sprouts and all the other bits and pieces. And then they go, pudding anybody? And you go, oh, I couldn't eat anything. And so you don't. Most I'll ever eat, actually. I always think you should have something like fruit salad or a trifle. A trifle's quite nice, just a spoonful of trifle or something like that. But we always do a Christmas pudding every year, and every year nobody eats the blooming thing. Perhaps this year I shall change the habit of a lifetime. Brendan says, my friends and I have been doing a mince pie taste test for a few years now. Sounds like fun. Asda, Tesco, Morrison's, Booths, whatever that is, and Sainsbury's. Although I couldn't make it this year, between the friends, Asda mince pies came out the winner. I don't often care much for Asda, and buying their pies is a sympathy purchase, but credit where credit is due. They took the cake this year. Well, there you go. Did you try the Morrison's ones? Did you try the Morrison with the crit? Because they look delicious on the television. I have a feeling I could make a pig of myself on things like that. It's just finding the Morrisons and getting them back. Because I used to sit in the car and eat things like that. And then you get out of the car and you've got bits everywhere. So now I have to carry a car vacuum cleaner, which charges up. And then I sort of, you know, because I don't like seeing messy footwell mats. And I've got carpet in my car and I don't want it to get messy. Steve, are you a soup man? Well, I do have soup, yes. If so, try the Heinz Big Soup festive dinner. I have seen it before, actually. Oh, look at that. Look at that bowl they've got there. That's come out of about 3 tins. That's not 1 tin. Honestly. So can they save this year's celebration so it's... What's in it? And those sprouts, I bet they don't come out of the tin looking that colour. Definitely not. No, definitely not. But, yeah. So there's a pig in blanket, there's a turkey ball, and... potatoes and sprouts, but I mean, yeah. So which is the real one? Which is the real? Yeah, looks a bit grey, doesn't it? The other one is the advert picture, which that's it, the advert. Whereas the reality is, it looks a bit sad, to be honest with you. So let's have a look here. £1.50 it is, and it's got turkey, roast potatoes, pigs in blankets, and a festive sauce. Only 500 have been released. More if the soup is a success. Well, having seen what the advert looks like, and then seeing what the reality is, I think we'll be passing on that one thing. It looks very grey, doesn't it? Very grey. Whereas the other one, because it's photographed by an agency, I should imagine. Somebody said, we're very excited for the 500 people who can try it. Of course you are. It just looks like a grey mess, I'm afraid. It doesn't look as exciting as I want it to be. No, I'd rather have a bowl of soup, I think. Just a bowl of, and it would be haddock chowder or Heinz cream of tomato. In fact, it's making me... Why they don't do soup in all these places, I don't know. You know, they should do. They should do them at the station. I've never seen anybody at the station doing soup. They should have somebody opening up a soup stall and they go, OK, today we've got tomato, leek and potato, smoke. Nobody's ever come up with this idea. They do pasties and they do baguettes and everything else. But if you did soup, you know, even if it was just for the winter and you had 10 different soups and you put them in, you know, in the polystyrene kind of cups or something. See Steve Allen's soup stand. I think that's a brilliant idea, don't you? You watch, somebody will patent that, but this time next year they'll be selling soup at Waterloo Station.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast as we sort of head up to the big day. Not such a big day. It's, you know, it's going to be a month of strikes and, you know, people being basically inconvenienced. But, you know, we put up with it. Let's see what they've got to say with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning. Because it's, I mean, I don't know really what they want. I thought the whole idea is somebody comes back with an offer and then they go, well, you know, can you up it a little bit here? It's like haggling to buy a carpet. It's ridiculous. You go into a bazaar now in Turkey or all sorts of places. In fact, you can't just buy anything for cat. Everybody expects you to haggle. It's quite normal to haggle. You know, and you sort of go, I mean, somebody said to me, do you ever haggle over buying things? I said, no, I've never done that at all. But there again, I've never been out and bought carpets. They've said, no, they haggle for everything. Can I get a discount on that? How much discount am I getting for this? If I'm spending this much money, and I go, oh, God, I couldn't bear the embarrassment. I really couldn't. Steve arrived back yesterday from Alicante, 2 hours late leaving as the plane from Luton was late. So beautiful and white in Luton. Do you know, I tell you what the best thing is, Sandy? When you fly in over this country when it's been snowing, it looks beautiful. All you can see is orange lights and white snow. It looks fantastic, really does. So next week, daughter and granddaughter from Darwin arriving for Christmas. Her temperature is in the 30s, so she's going to have a shock to the system. And how? And how? If you've been used to sort of really, really nice weather, you see, for me, 30s doesn't do it at all. I don't know, given the choice, I mean, I always said I'm not really a heat person. I'd rather do cold. But on the other hand, now I've done cold, I want to go back to the heat again. When you think what it was like in the summer, you know, where plants were dying and dropping and people were going, there's no water, you can't water, there's a hosepipe ban. Now we've got enough water to last a lifetime. In some places. Steve, -7 degrees, says Rick, near Newmarket Racecourse. So glad I put the thermal socks on this morning. Thermal socks and the balaclava and the scarf and everything else. Definitely. Steve, you don't have to be into space. I'm the least spacey person going, says Kathy. Galaxy Quest is a little gem, and yes, it stars who you said. Plus, Tim Allen. Oh, right, I like Tim Allen. Didn't he do a Father Christmas type movie? I seem to remember. Steve, come and see Christmas Carol at the Rose Theatre in Kingston, says Jackie. There are 40 youth theatre members amongst 5 professional actors. A great show for all the family. Thank you. I've never been to the Rose Theatre. I know where it is, obviously, because I live down the road. And Alison says, Steve, try any mince pie hot with a dot of real cream. Stop it. Will Guyatt, cuz, texted in and says, Costco mince pies or nothing. Yeah, they're quite big, aren't they? They're quite big. I never saw, actually, Will, because when we were growing up, you know, he didn't really do mince pies. I think he had sort of a bit of an aversion to them, I suppose. So I used to eat his mince pies all the time. And then some lady wrote to me and said, did you hear that Barclays is closing in Twickenham? Closed a few weeks ago, dear. It's gone. It's gone. HSBC goes very shortly as well. But no, Will Guy, in fact, he was very funny over Christmas the whole time. You know, didn't want turkey, didn't want Yorkshire puddings, didn't want anything else. But always went for ice cream. I never understood that, ice cream. How that goes down with stuffing and pigs in blankets, I'll never know. But no, he never did it. Then all of a sudden, he got a Costco membership card a few years ago. I had to sort of sponsor him for it. And he decided to go for the Costco mince pies. And, you know, smitten. Whereas I'm a Walker's mince pie man. because they've got the booze in. But, and I can remember sitting around Will's house, and he said to me, he said, listen, because we just finished watching a Christmas film, and he doesn't like those either. And he said, I've still got some Costco mince pies in the freezer. And I said, well, let's have one. And so we had a couple. He stuck them in the microwave, and then we had them. I think he had his with. He just loves them. He can't get enough of them, really. It's very odd. But there you go. That's it. Every year he gets me a Secret Santa present, and every year I get him nothing. Buy him nothing at all. Because, he's actually got a huge collection of pinball machines and arcade machines. Huge collection of them. And I've often said, casually dropping a hint, you could have one delivered to my place. Because I think he's coming around to my place Sunday for lunch. So that'll be good. I'll be cooking again, throwing something together. It's all very nice. Dan says, I remember at school being told about the dangers of frozen ponds and lakes. The advice was, if the ice bends, it breaks. If it cracks, it holds. Wait a minute. If the ice bends, it breaks. If it cracks, it holds. I just think stay well away from them. I don't care. I don't care what it is. We were always taught as children, stay well away from anything frozen, unless it was a little stream but I mean a little stream where you could see the bottom. But in some of these ponds, you can't see anything. And I can understand the fascination for people. But no, the hard and fast rule is stay well away. Lee says, thought I would treat myself to an early Christmas present. So I bought a 5.4 litre V8 muscle car. A week later, it developed gearbox problems and has to go back. Never mind, I shall stick to my 2 litre diesel, says Lee. I don't even know what a 5.4 litre V8 muscle car is. So I know that's the engine size, because I'm 6.7 litres, I think. Very fast. And heated seats. The only thing I've not got, as I say, is I don't have oh my God. It's like a Ford Mustang. See, the trouble is when you buy things like that, I always look at it and go, that looks like a fairly old car. And this one, a 1971, is $23,000. They say original, restored, modified, and Restamod. I don't know, whatever that is. I don't know, something in America. But see, the trouble is I've had cars before where you drive it out and you think, I'm not sure about this. I'm really not sure. Whereas mine, get in, starts every time. It's, it's perfect. It's just, what would I want if I wanted anything else in it? I can't think of anything I'd want actually in it at all. It's like sitting in an armchair driving it, which is quite cut, but I wouldn't take it out in the ice and snow. Mainly because it's too big. Autopilot. I've got. If it drove for me, absolutely not. Are you mad? Good God, no. No, I mean, I've got, the speed thing and all the rest of it you've got on there. And I've had the swimming pool installed at the back. Because Guyot said, get the swimming pool in, then we can put a couple of pool tables or something like that. So I thought about that as well. Steve, the winter tyre thing only applies to countries where it's the law to change the tyres in the winter. Ah, that's right, yeah. In Austria, that's how it is. That's how it is. Costa Blanca Pete says, you were talking about Tommy Bahama shirts last week. I ordered 2 to try them and they arrived yesterday. Perfect fit and stylish. You've cost me a fortune as I've ordered 8 more and 2 pairs of shades. I think that's cool, Pete. I think that's absolutely cool. The one thing is that when you buy Tommy Bahama shirts, you'll find that you're a size down from what you would buy here. So if you're XXL here, you'd just be XL in Tommy Bahamas. But I'll tell you one thing, they're not cheap. You can pay $90 over $100 for a Tommy Bahama shirt. 10 years down the line, it'll look exactly the same as it is. They wash and iron brilliantly. Seriously, I mean, I've still got them in my wardrobe. They look as fresh today as they did the day I had them delivered, which is good. Nick says, Red Cabbage fan. Steve Allen, I do beg your pardon. Have we not been introduced? Red Cabbage fan. No, not Red Cabbage fan at all. And, I forgot to mention, Charlie Girling said goose. She's a goose. She's a goose girl, as they say. The reason being, she said, it's so much better than turkey. Much more fat, so tastier. Yeah, aren't you supposed to, when you cook a turkey, a goose, you're not supposed to put it on a mesh so that the fat drips through, because they are very fatty, aren't they? That's what I seem to remember that from ages ago. Paul in Plymouth says, goose is a gamey bird, not a lot of meat on it. Bronze turkey is the best, and the 2 tea towels have arrived. Lovely. Thank you. So it was Liz in Teddington who says, I see that Barclays is closing. They boarded up the windows more than a week and a half, 2 weeks ago now. As I say, the next one to go is HSBC, which will leave us only in Twickenham with Lloyds. And I can't see that surviving much longer, really, because people are not using banks. They don't need to use them. I do all my stuff online. Well, my brother does all my stuff online. You know, it's so much easier. And I can see all the transactions that have been made and stuff like that. And that's the way forward. And I know it frightens a lot of people because, believe you me, I'm fairly frightened by it. But, you know, if you get somebody who can help you do it, it's so much. If you just got a straightforward thing, you know, I've got lots of different accounts for different bits and pieces, you know, trying to keep it all together. But that's what my brother does. He knows about things like that. Steve, I watched the Muppet Christmas Carol yesterday while the snow fell. Like you, it's my favourite. I lost my copy and it arrived, a new copy, yesterday. So I can watch Muppet Christmas Carol today, because I just think it's really good. I shall settle down with, one of Cuz Will's is, you know, Costco mince pies. And I shall do that. Booths apparently is a northern version of Waitrose. Thank you. I didn't know. Alison said, I had duck. It's very greasy and not very flavourful. And apparently, Marilyn from Chessington says, I see that Steel Magnolias is on at the Richmond Theatre next month. Knowing how much you love the film, would this appeal to you? I don't know. It started life, didn't it, as a stage play. But I believe that the stage play is all set inside the hairdressers. That's where I think it is set. But the film, because I love it. We went to the royal premiere with Princess Diana. She was there, and the cast of the film. And it was in a cinema just over the road from us here. And they had a full orchestra to play the thing. It was blooming brilliant. It was blooming brilliant. I can't tell you. In fact, everybody cried at the end of the film. I have to tell you, if you've not seen Steel Magnolias, go and see it or buy it on DVD, because it's what they call a weepy. And I met the guy who wrote it because he came into the studio, and he's got a part in the film. He plays the vicar in the film, and it's set in Louisiana. And it's the story of these women, these incredible women. It is just absolutely amazing. I mean, I suppose it could be classed as a female type film, but I thought it was just, it's got Dolly Parton in it, and also it's just so good. And I could watch it time and time again, if only for the music. The music is just beautiful. It really is. But as I say, there'll be a bit in it where all of a sudden you're weepy. 7:15. Let's get the LBC News headlines now with Simon Conway.
Thousands of rail workers are beginning their latest strike, and commuters could be further disrupted by the cold weather. A 6-year-old boy who fell through the ice into a frozen lake remains critically ill in hospital. 3 other boys died in Solihull. Figures show 30,000 operations were cancelled last year in England due to NHS staff shortages. LBC weather: snow showers for northern and eastern parts of Scotland, mostly dry but very cold elsewhere, a high of 5 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Ware. Because of the strike, most train companies aren't running any services until after 7:30 this morning. After then, only a limited amount of trains can run. The branch lines will be suspended, and most trains will only run once or twice an hour. London Overground services aren't running between Romford and Upminster, and Bakerloo line trains can't run between Queen's Park and Harrow and Wealdstone. The District line also can't run between Wimbledon and Parsons Green, between Richmond and Turnham Green. And also on the Underground, separately to the strike, there are severe delays on the Central and Piccadilly lines. On the roads, there are delays on the M25 anti-clockwise at junction 7 at the M23. That's all down to an accident. And long delays on the A13 westbound to Ferry Lane.
This is LBC.
There's help for households with the cost of living. If you're over state pension age and on a low income, you could be missing out on an average of £3,500 a year from pension credit. You could be eligible even if you own your own home or have savings. And when you claim pension credit, you could access extra financial support, which could be worth around £7,000. It's easy to check if you're eligible. Search pension credit on gov.uk or call 0800 99 1234. Don't delay. Check today.
Hello, I'm Nick Ferrari.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
I'm back, leading Britain's conversation in 15 minutes on LBC.
This Christmas at Vodafone. Save an amazing £324 with the iconic Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4. Now only £34 a month plus £29 up front with 6 gigs of data. Available on our reliable award-winning network. Hurry! Offer ends December 20th.
Save £108 on device and £216 on airtime plan. CPI plus 3.9%. Credit check verifications and terms at vodafone.co.uk/mobile. Credit by Vodafone.
All I want for Christmas is...
to ease the chills on these cold winter nights.
To feel warm for less.
Something to keep me warm while I'm busy wrapping gifts.
A way to use my heating less.
All I want for Christmas is UU, the hands-free hot water bottle you can wear. Give the gift of warmth this year. Order at uubottle.com.
Download the My Morrison's app and start saving today with exclusive offers, like a British beef roasting joint. Just $5.99 per kilo when you scan your card or app at the checkout. Looks like Christmas has come early. More ways to save with Morrison's. Majority of stores subject to availability. Vacuum packed.
Dance Me, music by Leonard Cohen. A mesmerising jazz ballet performance coming to the UK for the very first time, with dates in February 2023 at Sadler's Wells, London, including performances to Hallelujah, Suzanne, Dance Me to the End of Love, and many other classics. Get your tickets now at robomagiclive.com.
Away in the shuttle, take a break in your car. Shop tax-free, no duty, Christmas markets aren't far. Visit Paris or Strasbourg, bring your skis for a glide. More fun than the high street, you can save this Yuletide.
Book a trip now and enjoy great savings on duty-free shopping. Visit Eurotunnel.com for full terms and conditions.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Hello. How are you? I hope you are well. I was trying to work out, actually. It was something I just thought about a second ago and I can't remember. Oh, it'll come to me later. So, Steel Magnolias, yes, well worth seeing. Well worth seeing. Down with Sprouts, says Lisa, a spiker from Guildford. They're so good for you, Sprouts, and the little Sprouts are really nice. They're really nice. Good for you. Good for you. Paul from Merthyr Tydfil tried the Heinz Christmas dinner in a tin. It was definitely not a Christmas dinner in a tin. It was a complete mashup. Well, that's what we thought. We looked at the picture of it. We looked at the publicity picture, and then we looked at the real picture when somebody had emptied the tin out. And I have to be honest, it looked a bit grey and dismal, but it doesn't matter. Mark says years ago, councils used to go round and smash ice on lakes to stop children walking on them. That I don't remember. But do they not put notices up on lakes and things like that? Do they? I mean, I'm not sure actually where these things are. It's terrible. Peter in Bolton. Oh, we like Bolton. Goose. He says that's what you rich Victorian Londoners had for Christmas dinner. Us poor Northerners had duck, and that's what I'm having this Christmas. Oh, don't listen. Pleading poverty never works with me. Oh, we're from up north, Steve. We're very poor. Please tell me, do you have a fan heater on in the studio? No. Lawrence, who's from Dudley in the West Midlands. He says, if not, I must have left one on somewhere. I can definitely hear one. Definitely. No, you'd hear it. If I had a fan heater on in the studio, you would hear it. But we don't have a fan heater on. I did try it some years ago, and somebody said you can't have it on. So, in fact, we could only have it on every 15 minutes during the ad break, and then you had to turn it off again. It was like when it got very hot in the studios some years ago. We put a fan in. All you could hear was this as it swept past the microphones. Not so good. Steve, beautiful and Luton are two words I've never heard in the same sentence, says Tony in Bishop Stortford. So mean. I've been to Bishop Stortford. I quite like it. Pam in Glasgow says, Steve, it's -9 degrees. Just about to go out and attempt to defrost the Mini. That's the only thing I've not bought this year. I've bought no de-icer or defroster or anything else. Mainly because I just didn't. I'd rather wait till the weather changes. Mike says, I can't abide mince pies. They're horrible. Please stop talking about them. It makes me feel ill. We love mince pies. We love mince pies. Mince pies with cream, mince pies with brandy. In fact, brandy and mince and cream are very nice indeed. And I don't like brandy cream. I don't like it. No, I don't like brandy butter either. I've seen that on sale in M&S. And they said, oh, we've got brandy butter and bread. And I thought, oh, no, brandy butter, no. It just doesn't do it for me. What do you put it with? Do you put it... Oh, you put it with mince pies. Oh, right. Oh, I see. No, definitely not. France, not on toast. Oh, OK. Well, you could do. I see no reason why you couldn't put it on toast. What's the reason for that? Very discriminatory, aren't we? All of a sudden you can't put it on toast. start telling me in my religion what I can eat and what I can't eat. Pretty bitter person. Francis says, I warmed mine in the air fryer yesterday. Wow. Crisps the pastry beautifully. And Lorraine says, Steve, you have ignited my passion in old films. I've just bought a portable DVD player with a 16-inch screen so I can watch all the Christmas films while JC watches the cricket. 99 quid down from 160. I also bought another one. I've got one which I've got on the bed, which is, I think that's either a 10-inch or a 15-inch screen, and it's great. And I just play old comedy shows and just fall asleep to them, which is, I can't fall asleep to the radio. For some reason, it sort of, my brain starts sort of ticking away, so I don't do that. Been listening since 4 a.m, says Sean in Cambridge, and waiting for the inevitable call that work is off again because I'm a metal roofer, and it's off. Oh, dear, that's the trouble, you see. Not the best. Joe says, I think the Co-op mince pies from the bakery are the best. And Roberto says, I've just driven past a hitchhiker holding up a picture of a thumb. It must be very cold out there today. Da, 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 da. Here all week, seats at all prices. Daryl in Paisley says, Sam Rockwell is in Galaxy Quest 2. He's brilliant in The Way Back and Two Billboards, Green Mile and Moon. I loved Green Mile. I thought that was a very interesting film. Very interesting. Quick tip for the lads, says Johnny from Sussex. If you're feeling cold, whether indoors or outdoor, buy yourself a few pairs of ladies' tights. And where'd you get these from? You just walk into a shop and go, you got any girly tights for sale? Yeah. I have heard of this before, actually. A pair of those under your jeans will keep you warm as toast. Just about a nightmare trying to go to the toilet, I should imagine. That must be really difficult. But anyway, he says, I put mine on just to see to the animals on my small holding. 15 acres on the High Weald, which is bitterly cold at the moment, I can well imagine. But yeah, I've heard of a lot of market traders put on women's tights to keep them warm, because it always looks as though I see all the schoolgirls at the... Well, I mean, I'm not looking deliberately for them. They just happen to be getting off the trains. And they're wearing their sort of thick winter warming tights. But when you see other tights, you think to yourself, are their legs freezing cold or not? Always looked very cold to me. But yesterday, all they were doing was throwing snowballs everywhere, which was very exciting. Steve, Caroline is on the A3. Do you think you could extend your programme? Are you serious? Good Lord, woman. I've got to... Listen, we have a train strike today. I've got to get out of town as quick as possible, which means getting a train and a bus, because it's just a nightmare. It really is a nightmare. But as I say, let's wait and see what they say. They're going to be with Nick Ferrari this morning, so I'm sure you'll have something to say as well. Have you seen the Loss Adjuster yet? It's got Luke Goss and Dame Joan Collins, says Trevor. I have not. I like Luke Goss, actually. He was the more sensible one of the two, I believe. Carmel says, have you seen fried green tomatoes at the Whistle Stop Cafe? Of course. Of course. And have you got rechargeable thermal insoles in your shoes, says Sue Ann in Brixton. I haven't, but I might do. And it may sound a bit odd, says Ian in Cardiff, but try a slice of Christmas pudding fried up with your Boxing Day fry at breakfast. Oh, no, no, we don't do sweet and savoury. Definitely not. Sue Ann says, hate mince pies and sprouts. They're peculiar. People who don't like them are very peculiar. Well, of course they are. I try to discourage them from listening. I won't have anybody who doesn't eat mince pies and sprouts. I don't go somewhere else. Mark in Purley says, currently in Marrakesh in Morocco, and have you on via the app, the new one. Please do the new app. I can only insist that, it's going to change your life, and I don't want you not to be able to get to the programme and to get all the downloads and everything else. It's very, very important. I shall remind you again tomorrow, to the point of annoyance, I should imagine. You're going to get very annoyed with me. But I have to do it just to make sure that, you're going to be kept happy. But Marrakesh, Mark says, the city is crazy. Constant beeping of horns, and the driving standards are something else. Have you been to New York? It's the same sort of thing. New York, constant beeping. Beep, 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 all the time. It's almost like they've got speakers on every street corner, and they're pumping out, beeping. That's the only thing I can think of. I don't know what the weather's like in New York at the moment. I should imagine it's probably freezing cold, same as it is over here. What have we got in the papers? Oh, it's more, honesty lessons and Harry, and I'll be glad when it's all finished, to be honest with you. I've kind of lost the will to live. And what was this? Diet myths are being perpetuated by GPs who give unhelpful information to many of their overweight patients. Well, I'll tell you what, you wait till after Christmas. You know what's going to happen? After Christmas, there will be a glut of DVDs available. This is somebody who used to be this big, and now they're this big, because they've been to a boot camp. There's no chance that you're going to buy a DVD and lose the weight. It doesn't work like that. You need a personal trainer. That's the only way you can ever lose the weight. You can never do it all by yourself. It's tough, it's difficult, and you've got to be disciplined. So when all these people have done it, they send them to Switzerland to make their DVDs, and they guarantee them so much money. And then they do the rounds of chat shows. It's like there's a woman in the paper today. She's lost a load of money, and they name the company she's with. Out of the thousands and thousands and thousands of people who joined this company, they found one who's lost the weight. And people go, oh, she's lost 3 stone or 4 stone or something like that. Perhaps if I go to this company, then it'll be exactly the same. Morning, everybody. Wednesday, December the 14th. Are you well? Are you geared up? No, you're not, are you? You're not geared up for Christmas at all. They were doing a thing on the television the other day. They went to a place in, I think it was Teddington, and they were serving a Christmas lunch for elderly people. And it looked like the best Christmas lunch I'd ever seen. Unlike that thing from Heinz in a tin, whereby it was the Christmas soup type thing, and they showed you what it looked like when they were taking photographs of it, and then they showed what it really looked like when they took it out the tin, and it was grim. It was very grim, so we've decided to give that one a pass. The reality TV star who could be jailed for distributing on social media a sex tape. The dogs rescued in this country from the Korean meat farm where they still eat dog. I know. And the Cambridge Dictionary's woke new definition of a woman. Plus the Queen's funeral and Poundland. Do you know more than half of their stock is over £1? I think that's a bit fraudulent. Don't you? It should say a pound and over. Because they've been selling stuff over £1 for ages and ages. I go in there and I buy sometimes envelopes. Because they're padded envelopes, you get 6 or is it 5 for £1 or whatever it is. It's quite cheap, and I use those a lot. But the rest of it, you see things, you think that's not £1. And I think people think you go in there to save money. I don't think you do. I mean, there was a lot of crap in there, to be honest with you, especially in the Christmas decoration department. But they do, I looked the other day, they had boxes of After 8 mints, £2.50. And I thought that seemed quite good value. And I bought those before and bring them in. They devour them here like there's no tomorrow. But today, they'll be devouring Costco mince pies, because I bought 2 boxes. I had to keep the blooming things flat all the time. And they're very nice mince pies, because my boss said that he quite fancied a mince pie. So I said, I'm going to Costco, I'll buy some and bring them in. So I brought in 18 Costco mince pies. They're in boxes of 9, but they're big, much bigger than usual ones. I mean, really, I should have sort of heated them up and then had them with custard or something like that, but I didn't bring custard, just brought the mince pie. But they won't be disappointed. They really won't be. What else? Oh, the over 50s. That sadly includes me, making your return to work as the cost of living bites, because more and more people are going, well, in fact, people also trust older people, because there's no point having younger people in place here, because they don't care. It's like call centres. You get good call centres and you get rubbish call centres. And the best one we discovered years ago was Lakeland. Lakeland's call centre people are of a certain age. I might be doing a sweeping generalisation, but they're of a certain age and they're nothing but polite. Nothing but like, nothing is too much trouble. Whereas other call centres, you think, I'm going to lose my temper and they're going to cut me off in a minute. And then you're going to have to go back and try and find the same person, and it's never going to happen. I can remember once when I was doing something and I said, can I speak to your manager? There's nobody here. And of course, what are you supposed to do? You're stuck at the end of a telephone. If somebody says there's nobody here, I can't go, listen, you liar. Go and produce a manager. There's nobody here, sir. Can I help you any further? When I had a problem years and years, donkeys years ago, when my American Express card was cloned in a garage, which has long since gone, and they've stuck up, surprise, surprise, a block of flats. And I said to American Express, I said, listen, I have a very good mind. After they were quizzing me, basically calling me a liar by saying all of these transactions, each one was an individual case. So until they were all paid off or they were deleted, there was nothing I could do about it. I was kind of stuck. And I remember saying to the person, the operative, they were based in Southend, I think. And I said, I have a good mind to close my account. And all I got from them was, you're perfectly entitled to do that, sir, which kind of throws you. Although I did have a complaint about something once and I was fuming. I was fuming on the telephone. I'm thinking, hold yourself back, Stephen. Have another bottle of Prosecco. And I was sort of getting through it. And the woman the other end of the phone, she said, I know. She said, I know exactly how you feel. And all of a sudden, the tables were turned. And so I'd been sort of ranting off and saying, this is absolutely disgraceful. How can this possibly? And she went, listen, it's happened to me as well. She said, I know exactly. And all of a sudden, I felt sorry for her. And it was very clever. It was this sort of, they teach you different ways of dealing with people who become very irate. But we didn't get irate the other day, did we? Because HMRC have admitted that they made errors on my VAT account. And now we don't have Steve Allen. We just have the name of my company. But it's not called, just in case you were thinking of searching for it, it's not called Steve Allen. It has nothing to do with Steve Allen at all. It's an off-the-shelf company. Because you get people who are a bit peculiar, and they go and check it out and go, oh, I see how much you earned last year. Because there was somebody else, I think, in something. I forget what it was, and it said, oh, I see how much you earned last year. Well, you can't find any of my stuff online because it's not under my name. But people are really weird. I mean, really peculiar. Very odd. Why would you want to find out what somebody earned? You know, I mean, I always freely tell people, pound. And, you know, believe me, you believe me. If you don't, I couldn't care less. Doesn't make any difference. But you do get the weirdos. You know, it's like people who've got to know what your car is. They'll take a photograph of your car and put it up online because they're a bit pervy. It's a bit peculiar. Or sort of, this is where he lives. And you think, you really are sick, aren't you? These people are very, very odd. Cost of your turkey's going up, 45% up. But then you don't have to have turkey. I offer you that as an alternative because not everybody likes it. But this meal that these pensioners got the other day, not only did the vegetables look brilliant, the sprouts were bright green, the carrots were bright orange, they had pigs in blankets. It looked really good, really very good, and I was very pleased. And it was, I think, a local couple. They sort of open up this hall and they serve a hot Christmas meal to these pensioners, and then they had dancing, put hats on and everything else. And I thought, how brilliant is that? It was very nice, very good. But it was the fact that, because you know, normally if you go out and you get vegetables in places, they look a bit tired. They look as though they've been sitting in the water for ages and ages. But these ones all look delicious. And for anybody who writes in and says, I don't like sprouts, you're going to be barred. Okay, I've decided. I'm starting a campaign. Equal rights for sprout lovers, which we should have. But I went to Costco yesterday to pick up the things, and I get in the lift to go to the I could do the ramp, but to be honest with you, I really can't be bothered. And so I do the lift, and another couple got in, husband and wife, and it was very interesting because she goes to push the button, but she's pushing the button for the floor that we are on. And I said, no, I said, we're going down to the basement. She went, oh. I said, you're not too sure, are you? She went, no. And then her husband said those immortal lines, don't we recognise your voice? And it turns out they came to one of my live shows at the Hippodrome a few years back. I think it must have been about 3 or 4 years ago that we did the live shows there. Now it's Magic Mike, I said, which strangely enough has nothing to do with anybody called Mike, and there's no magic in it. But they laughed. I said, no, we're at the Leicester Square Theatre next year, February, and sold out. Very popular show. There'll be magic and all sorts of exciting goodies and everything else. What else we got? Happy birthday to Miranda Hart. And Tony Beak has told how the spirit of Bruce Forsyth will be with him at the Palladium. Sadly not, sweet cheeks. I don't know. I wish you'd stop aligning yourself with Brucey. You look nothing like him. You don't even have a third of his talent. It's just that you're just big-headed. And you think that you've got all Brucey's talent. You haven't. Brucey played the piano, he sang, he tap danced. He was the best game show host we've probably ever had in this country. We've got a few other people, but it's not easy to be a game show host. And Brucey, originated some of the lines. Good game, higher, lower, higher. What do you get? Nothing on this show for 2 in a bed, and all that kind of stuff. Oh, Brucey was great. But he didn't tolerate fools. It was carefully crafted. His comedy was very carefully crafted. People don't realise that comedy is an art. Dame Edna used to write everything down. The team would write stuff down. I bet Peter Kay does exactly the same. Bob Monkhouse had piles and piles of books with jokes in and could remember things. Ken Dodd had exactly the same. He could go on stage, for an hour and a half spot, do 3 hours. They used to have to write clauses into the contract to say, listen, if you're not off stage at 11, we're locking the doors. You can all stay there all bloody night as far as we're concerned. Because he just went on. He never stopped. You know, once he'd started on stage, he was great. He was great. He was fantastic. Although I did see him die on a couple of occasions because, you know, his was an old-fashioned sense of humour. But still interesting. New Zealand is going to impose a smoking ban on the young. It's a good idea how they enforce that. Have you been to New Zealand? Don't bother. It's closed. And I think they're open Monday to Wednesday now. They do half day. And you can pop in and see them. For Andrew Flintoff. Is it Andrew or Freddie Flintoff? Andrew's his Christian name, but he goes by Freddie. Or Doris, depending on where he is in the country. He's apparently taken to hospital after a Top Gear accident. They have these, don't they? They have these accidents on Top Gear. You wouldn't find me messing around with things like that. Mortgages set to surge. $3,000 extra next year, they reckon, for mortgages. Not so good. And what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, Dame Mary bagging the finest turkey every Christmas. She wraps it in a duvet. She wraps her turkey. What on the point of that? I hope not, not after people have slept in it. That would be absolutely dreadful. And my friend Warren says it's so bloody cold. It is freezing. It really is. He said, what's going on? It's called winter. It's called winter. You know, it is cold outside there. But I did get home yesterday. Because even though there was a train strike, and to be honest with you, they've been offered 9%. I don't know what they're looking for, but they've been told by the government that the train companies have got to bring themselves up into the right era, which means getting rid of ticket offices. Nobody wants ticket offices now. Like, I didn't see anybody in the banks going on strike, did you? You know, when they started closing branches, left, right and centre, nobody went on strike over things like that. They're going to close not all the ticket offices, but certainly a lot of them. They're going to cut down the amount of staff they've got because, to be brutally honest, now I use Waterloo Station every day and they've got loads of staff just standing around. I don't know what their job is. They're also going to, I think, change some of the track maintenance staff and bring down. They're going to streamline it. They've got to streamline it so that they could sort of bring it up to date, because otherwise, as a producer said to me, and he's very militant. He's a very militant person. He's been known to stand out there when people were burning their bras, collecting them and selling them on eBay. It was a case of he's out there. He said, they're not careful. People will find alternative ways of travel. He himself is not taking the train this week. He's driving his car. Well, I say driving. He pushes it for most of the way. But, I mean, at least he makes the effort. You know, downhill, he's fine. As long as the wind's behind him and everything else and the hamsters are on the wheels, turning around as fast as they can. But he said they're going to lose the business that they've got and then they're going to be laying people off. And very shortly, people have said, you know, sod it for the railways. Let's go another way. We can use buses. We can use the underground. Certain parts of the country, you get trams and things like that. So they've got to be careful. But I don't think old Lynchy cares. He really doesn't care. They've got headlines on the papers today basically telling him he's a bit outdated. He is a dinosaur. He's from the old era of sort of union, working class. I don't know why they have to be working class. Why can't you be middle class and in a union? Doesn't make any sense at all to me. What have we got now? 10 years of harassment, jail reprieve for a neighbour from hell. These people are awful, aren't they? And Robbie Williams believes in angels. Mad as a broomstick. Mad as a broomstick. I mean, you're only going to believe in an angel when you're dead. Not going to believe in him any other time, but it's because he had a hit, apparently, with a song called Angel. And when he did it at Nebworth, I did think it was one of the best moments. I spoke to somebody who was on stage with him in the band when he played Nebworth, and I said, what was it like when he said, don't ever leave me. This is Angels, in that funny little northern way he had of introducing his songs. And then he goes into, I sit and wait, and the whole crowd sang it. The whole crowd sang it. And then they do a big surge at the end and all this confetti bombs and everything. It was brilliant. It was really good. But I spoke to somebody who was playing in Robbie Williams' band, and I said, what was it like? He said, it was incredible. He said, the power of that crowd. And all Robbie Williams wrote was, and down the waterfall. The rest of it was all Guy Chambers. Because if you remember, Guy Chambers went, I don't want to write for you anymore. I don't mind doing the odd bits and pieces. I want to go and write for other people. And Robbie went all uppity, threw his toys out. You can't leave me like... Because Guy was the only person writing hits for him. If you left it to Robbie Williams, it's like the Spice Girls. They haven't written a song in years. Seriously, there's no... I mean, Victoria Beckham, I've always doubted whether or not she could write anything at all. But still to come, I've got such a good story. And it's about a reality show, not in this country. Not in this country. It's in I like to be in America. And we've talked about this before. We've talked about it before, but we have a new twist on it, ladies and gentlemen, which you'll hear only on the Steve Allen programme.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. So here, I love stories like this. Oh, my goodness me. I revel in other people's misery. And in this particular instance, there is so much misery because I got a text, and I think it was from, I don't know who it's from, actually, Katie in West Byfleet, who says, I remember a while back, Steve, you referring to a reality show called Crisley Knows Best, about a family from Atlanta where the dad, Todd Crisley, was quite camp, and you commented that their house was strangely sparsely decorated. They're a rich family and had claimed to make their fortune by property development. Well, it turns out they're fraudsters. They are fraudsters. And it's very interesting. They've been investigated for a number. They hadn't paid tax for years and years, about 5 years on the trot. They hadn't paid any tax. And every time I saw them on the television, I couldn't quite work out where their money came from. And they professed to being real estate, but we never saw anything. And they had an aged mother who used to wear a wig and used to get very drunk. And they've got a young son and a daughter who are not implicated in any of these things at all. But they are known for this show called Crisley Knows Best. And they would take you through their life. They would go out shopping. He was as camp as the proverbial Christmas tree. Not that makes any difference. It's just I couldn't quite believe. The wife seemed quite nice. But anyway, they've just been sent to prison. These are two people who are big on television in America. And the reason is they were found guilty of federal fraud charges and hiding their wealth from tax authorities. They had ended up borrowing and fraudulently getting $30 million in loans from a scheme that went on for years. Their accountant was found guilty of tax fraud for filing false corporate tax returns. What's interesting is this so-called celebrity couple, or let's just call them the crooks, were accused of submitting false documents to request bank loans and using a production company to hide the income from the IRS, all while flaunting their lavish lifestyle on television. They based their empire on the lie that their wealth came from dedication and hard work. But in fact, they jumped from one fraud scheme to another, lying to the banks, stifling vendors and evading taxes at every corner. So the prosecutors had recommended that Todd Crisley, sentenced to 17.5 years, they've increased it to 22, and Julie Christie, from 10 to 12.5 years in Nick, saying their arrogance merits special consideration. How embarrassed must the children be? You imagine, it's such a good line. Their arrogance merits special consideration. I said that, you should never question Steve Allen. I'm always right about somebody. If I spot something that's not quite right, I'll tell you it's not quite right. And then people go, you're right, you're right on that one. And Crisley Knows Best. Obviously not, as the old fraudster is banged up in prison. Isn't it funny? You'll go back and watch these now and go, he's a crook. The son and the daughter have had all their teeth done and all this, all based on loans that they'd taken out from all the banks. And then I think there was 1 year, and then it went to the second year, then the third year, then the fourth year, where they didn't pay any tax at all. They were filing fraudulent things. Well, if there's one thing I've always been honest about, hand on heart, and I'm no paragon of virtue, believe you me, I've always paid my taxes. Always paid my taxes, always paid my bills on time, always with the help of my brother. Obviously, I can't do it without my brother. He does everything for me. I just say this bill needs paying and he pays it, because I like to get bills out of the way. If you can afford to do it, I do it. So the other day, and it's not due till January, the bill for maintenance on my property, and I paid it. In fact, even Lynn said, you paid it. I went, yeah, I paid it. Because I think a lot of people leave it to the last minute, but I see no advantage to leaving it. So I'd rather get it cleared up so I know what money I've got. I can look in my account and I can see exactly how many pennies I've got left to sort of get me through. I mean, it's not so much, we'll be having turkey this Christmas. It'll be a leg, shared between 13 of us. We'll all have a lick, and that'll be as far as it goes. But interesting that sort of Crisley Knows Best. Crisley, unfortunately, didn't. And every time you look at him now, you can just go, you're a pair of fraudsters. So years and years in prison, by which time I should imagine the mother will die, because let's face it, she looks like she's on her last legs, and the kids will just have to disappear and reinvent themselves. Because if your parents are fraudsters, what do you do about it? What do you do? It must be the most embarrassing thing ever. Most embarrassing. See, buses are still quite reliable, says Peter. Yes, yesterday I got the train to Hammersmith, the Underground, which is 9 stops. Producers trying to kid me. There was an extra 2 shoved in there, but there weren't. It was only 9. And so I got off, walked up the slight incline, a little bit of a stick out behind. Anyway, get there, get onto the escalator. It takes me into the bus station, which is above in Hammersmith. And within 6 minutes, the bus comes along. So I grabbed a seat because by the time it got to Twickenham, it was full of ghastly school children. Ugh! The child catcher in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang had the right idea. Children, lollipops, pink ice cream, and all free today. Because you could have got rid of the whole lot of them, and they are so noisy. I must be getting really ancient. You know, you feel like saying, shh. Why do you have to be so noisy? But anyway, so the bus was packed, and I got in probably about half an hour after I would normally have got in. I mean, I could have got off the bus at the station, at Twickenham station, and sort of been to get myself a hot croissant. But to be honest with you, it was still packed with all these noisy noisy school children and everybody else. So I'll do the same today. So I know how long it's going to take me. It doesn't really bother me. You know, nothing. I don't know why the RMT have to target us. The train companies couldn't give a flying forex. That's why they're sitting there twiddling their thumbs and dragging it out. Because at the moment, the RMT members have lost about $5,000 each. And what have they got? Nothing. Nothing at all. I could understand it if they were sort of an agreement on something. But you know what old Lynchy's like? He loves the power. He'd have been the bloke shoving the gladiators into the ring in Roman times, but staying outside for his own benefit. He's on his old £86,000 a year. What does he care? What does he care? He's proving to people just how much power he wields. Unfortunately, for the people who are the workers, the other end, who ain't getting any money, not much fun for them. Not much fun at all. So they've turned down 9% because there's going to be some redundancies. But you've got to streamline a company. It's not a charity. It's a company. I work for a company, a very successful company. But, you know, if they needed to make cutbacks, I would pray to God that I wouldn't be one of the cutbacks. But I could see other areas where you could make cutbacks of somebody who maybe wasn't as important. But the on-air talent is, you know, the main thing for television as well, for television and for radio and, you know, for driving the trains, because they want to do away with the conductors. So the conductors could be retrained as train drivers, I suppose, or something. I don't know. You know, and they say, well, the train driver can't do it. Well, the trains are automatic. All he's got to do is keep his hand on the dead man's handle, and that's it. The train will drive itself. He's just got to stop it at the red lights and stuff like that. Can't be that complicated. They're doing it. I mean, I couldn't do it, but somebody else can do it. And you think to yourself, they're not going to win this battle, because the moment the train companies capitulate, the union are going to be down on them like a ton of bricks, and they'll do it again. They'll go, right, we're bringing them out now. We now want 20%. And you think, no. So they're going to do it on their terms. And that's why it's going to drag out for ages. So we've got, how many more? We've got another 2 days this week, 3 days? Can't remember. Thursday, Friday and Saturday, I believe. And then we'll have some more dates brought in as well. I mean, either way, nobody wins. It's a no-win situation. Old Lynchy doesn't win. The RMT don't win. The train companies don't win. And all the people who've got shops at all the stations and all the restaurants in London or wherever you are, they don't win either. They went to a Wetherspoons the other night. They had 160 bookings cancelled because of the train strike. 160. And they went into a Wetherspoons. Now, normally, Wetherspoons, as you know, they're in some of these lovely buildings. They're heaving 3 people. 3 people in a Wetherspoons. And you think to yourself, that's as a direct result of the union not agreeing to the terms and conditions which are going to be laid down. What do? Nothing. They just keep dragging it out. You will have a picture over Christmas of somebody standing by a burning brazier with a lot of well-meaning people and a big fat old Lynchy standing there. Yeah, I'll bring out people. I'm powerful. I'm this and that. But the only person who's losing is them under his leadership. It'd be taking something, wouldn't it, really? You know, if the workers went, we're going back to work. They did it in a great Carry On film called Carry On at Your Convenience, where they made lavatories, Boggs & Co. it was called, and they had a union leader there, and something would happen. They were making these toilets in the factory, the Carry On film, remember, and he saw somebody putting in a tap, and he went, what are you doing, Bert? He went, I'm putting in a tap. He said, it's not your job to put in the tap. He said, yeah, but I might as well do it because it's passing in front of me. And he looked at the union rule book and he went, everybody out. And this factory had a history of everybody going out. Every time something was slightly different with the way that they assembled the toilets or, the screw and plugs and the taps and all the other bits and pieces. Until the end, his mother came out there and went, I've had enough of this. And she put him over her lap and gave him a good smack on the bottom. A really good smack on the bottom, which people pay good money for nowadays. And they all went back into work again. And all the other women were going, about bloody time. Why have we been shepherded around like sheep? Whereas the only person who's losing is us. What a miserable Christmas it's going to be in their household. Shouldn't imagine they want it. So let common sense prevail, please. Roger says, I must admit, I pressed the wrong button on the lift at Costco the first time I went there because the basement isn't really a basement. No, it's ground level. It's confusing. You go up into the sky. Up into the sky. Steve. Yvette from Sydney. Hello. Says you were reading about Barry Humphrey and his... you reminded me of one of his very early stunts. Yes, he was barred from Qantas because he used to get on the Qantas flight and he would take on a little tin of Heinz vegetable salad. And he would pour it into the sick bag. Halfway through the flight, he would go, pretend to be sick, and then start eating it. Qantas decided that was enough. He was barred for a significant period. So it was, it was one of those things. I've never done stuff like that. I've never I've not intentionally done anything. I don't play pranks, goodness sake, honestly. At my age, playing a prank just seems a bit ridiculous, doesn't it? But so pleased about Crisley. So pleased about him and his wife. Although the funny thing is, I like the wife. If I'd realised that they were a pair of old fraudsters to the tune of about 38 million quid, I wouldn't have taken to them so quickly. But as I say, the people who suffer, the mother, the embarrassment for her, poor old soul, and the two kids. Really, really embarrassing. That's our parents in prison, the criminals, the fraudsters. They've defrauded people. Why can I not stop smiling? It's embarrassing, isn't it?
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Dear Steve and producer, I wish somebody could spell, but there you go, we can't have everything. This is what may happen if the railways lose business to the roads because of Lynch & Co. Well, the trouble is, people are discovering that there are other means of transportation. You do not need to rely on the railways. I can get home perfectly easily by using the underground and the buses. The producer's doing it because he's basically tight and it would take him about 3 years to get home again. But that's his problem. The further out you choose to live, that's your worry. I don't know why people would expect people to pay for that privilege. It's ridiculous, honestly. So, I don't really know, actually, whether or not they're going to agree on something. They're going to have to agree to disagree, and then they're going to have to capitulate, and they're going to have to negotiate properly. But at the moment, it's old Lynchy doing his I'm the big bully boy, and we're not doing it. So consequently, all the poor members are going, how long is this going to go on for? And the answer is, as long as he wants. Because you're basically being led by the nose by him. He's telling you what to do, and people are so frightened about disobeying it. Whereas, in fact, it could be solved quite easily. Lots of people over the years, especially during pandemic and stuff like that, lost their jobs. Basically because the shops just closed down. What they didn't go on picket lines and everything else. And so you're going to close. Why would you need a ticket office? Well, and don't say to buy tickets, because you can buy them on the machines. All the machines are automated. They take credit cards, they take cash, they do everything. You can buy a ticket. Well, if you're blind, they've got people there who can help you. But they won't fire them all. They'll have enough people there to... how many blind people do you see buying tickets at the ticket station in the course of maybe, how about a month? Maybe two or three people? So you could do away with ticket offices. Blind people will have a concessionary card anyway, so you don't need to worry about it. Did you know that, in fact, if you're a member of the Diplomatic Corps, you get a Silver Star? And if you get stopped by the police, you just show your Silver Star and they wave you through. wave you through. I've had a little drink, wave you through. But, so there's all sorts of things. So it's no good putting out what you were saying. So you've got to have all the ticket offices staffed because a blind person might want to buy a ticket. Well, I see lots of blind people being helped. There's one who gets off my train in the morning, and he's a young man, and he's got a white stick, and they send the guard, and the guard will lead him up to the barriers and through the barriers the other side. Then he makes it on his own, and you could do the same buying tickets. It's as simple as that. Have you never tried the things at the traffic lights for blind people? You've tried that? You've done that system. So that's quite a good system. But you just ask somebody. If people at Waterloo Station or St Pancras or any other station see a blind person or a disabled person, they just say, do you need any help? And if they say, I need to get a ticket, it mainly means they haven't got any family with them or anything like that. So they take them to the thing. They say, where do you want to go? And they'll say, here. Do you want a 1 day return? And it's very simple to do. Then they take them to the gate. They say, this is your train. The door opens. You push them on. You shut the door after them, and everybody's happy. Apparently the producer sees basically thousands of people on a daily basis all queuing up to get tickets. It's like saying, how do they know where the pasty shop is? Something like that. They don't. They make their own at home and they take them with them. So they've got a ready-cooked meal on the train. That's what it is. But there's loads of people at Waterloo Station. They're not short of people. I wouldn't like to imagine how many people work at Waterloo Station. I know a guy called Lenny, and he has to clean the trains. So, in other words, the train pulls in, he and his mates have got so much time to walk through the train, pick up the metros, People leave coffee cups on the floor. People are that thick. They leave the coffee cups on the floor. The train lurches, not as much as buses do. My God, honestly. Buses, drivers, what do? Sit there with their foot on the brake. Let's see how many we knock over. It's like Skittles. Down, 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 brake. And then, half a ton of school children fall into you and you go, get off! Generally speaking, I'm quite calm. Love your show, says Pauline. Got me through the lockdown. We went to see James Phelan last night. Very good magician and Paul Daniels' nephew. Love the magic. Oh, we love the magic. I'm waiting for some magic to arrive, actually, which hasn't done, but only because at the moment the post office are overwhelmed with the amount of parcels that are coming through the door at the moment because everybody's ordering for Christmas. But as I say, and some people order for themselves because they've got sales on and you can save an awful lot of money. The best flavoured booze we'll have. And also, fans of MasterChef are convinced a joker is creating rude food shots. They are. They have it on lots of different things. I think Chris Packham also has something where they weave in rude names on the nature programmes. But as I say, on MasterChef and quite a lot of the other ones, you get people doing rudies. They'll rearrange 2 meringues and a sausage, and you're supposed to not see what it is. They used to do it on Can't Cook, Won't Cook, Cook'll Cook. And it was a case of they used to bring on Ainsley Harriott, and he'd go on about his giant pepper pot, like we weren't supposed to know what he was talking about. And then they dumped him because he was rubbish. But, I think people are setting things up because it's fun for them. They go, let's rearrange 2 oranges and a milk bottle. And somebody says, what's that supposed to be? And they go, come on, nudge, 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 because it's basically infantile humour. Helen says, I watched a comedy sketch about Poundland where the actor spent 5 minutes going around the shop asking the shop assistant, how much is this? Over and over again, despite the big sign saying Poundland. I worked in a charity shop. Most customers were lovely, but on more than one occasion, somebody would question the price and say, I'm not paying that much. It's too expensive because the goods have been donated. I'm only prepared to pay 50%. I wasn't allowed to be rude for customers, but I would usually say, sorry, no, you need to pay £1 instead. Always gets people. I tried haggling in a charity shop once. She wasn't having it, the woman. It was some red glass in the window, and I said, it's marked at £25. Would you take 20? And she looked at me, she went, no. I thought, right, you old bag, I'm not donating to your charity shop ever again. It's the last time I give you clothes which are worth a small fortune. Somebody's walking around in Dale Winton shirts and jackets at the moment, but they don't know it. Gary from Verwood, he said, came across this place in Bournemouth yesterday. Don't know why, but I thought of you. Well, what was that supposed to be? That a picture? Wake up. Listen. God in heaven, honestly, I might as well do it myself. If you can't do the bloody pictures on the internet, who can? La, 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 la. So, that's very festive. Oh, I know what that is. That's selling sausages. That stall will be selling sausages. I know because I've seen very similar ones. They have a big pit in the middle, And they fill it with coals, and then they put a grill over the top of it, and they grill lots of sausages. And they go, you can have this one with curry wurst, this is Käsewurst, this is hot and spicy wurst, this is normal wurst, and this is just for people who haven't got the faintest idea what they're eating. And they give you the piddliest little roll that goes with it. So your giant sausage is hanging out either sides of it. What's the point of that? What is the point of that? Either you've got a roll that fits the sausage, or you don't. In which case, don't bother. You're wasting my time. People, honestly, such peasants. I'm with you on that, Steve. I'm self-employed, and I paid my January tax, and I'm planning on paying my July tax this week. It means I don't spend the money. Yeah. I don't like any bills hanging over. Had it when I was younger. Don't want to do it ever again. You know, I want to make sure that everything's paid. You know, pay for this, pay for that. Try not to put stuff on credit card. I've only got the one, which is a shame. And, Steve, rail staff weren't offered 9%, 5% this year and 4% next year. And that doesn't add up to 9, does it? What do you think it adds up to? 27? God in heaven, some people... It's not... So, well, you don't know. It depends when they pay it next year. It might not be over 2 years. They might be paying it in January. Do you know when they're paying it? When is it, then, if it's not in January? It's over... Yes... When they do the pay review. When is it? You're supposed to be the fountain of all knowledge of everything. I mean, you understand the work of disabled people, blind people buying tickets, and now you can tell me when the RMT are going to get this extra bit of money next year. What month is it coming in? Is it coming in April? Is it coming in May, June, August, December? They've changed 1st of December. Right. So 5% now. Well, that's a total of 9%, isn't it? What do you make it? So it's over 2 years. Small wonder you never got the voucher. I tell you, they made a very good decision on that one. No point in giving that to you. If I was dishing out vouchers, you'd be the last person I'd give it to. Goodness sake. And Steve says, Chris, I don't watch the television now, as I ditched my television licence. However, it was the death of Cher's mother, announced on the news. I read it on Cher's Twitter feed a few days ago. Ironically, it was only a day before Cher was sending best wishes to Tina Turner, whose son Ronnie died of cancer. Yes. But the trouble is that's the thing you expect in life. It's the only thing you can be absolutely guaranteed of. You live, you die. It doesn't matter what you do in the interim period. That's what happens. That's what happens. You know, sometimes you get a pay rise. Sometimes you don't get a pay rise. Sometimes you get a voucher. Sometimes you don't stand a cat in hell's chance of getting a voucher for Christmas. Go and have the Christmas party standing by yourself in your very own Starbucks. Just stand there and have the chocolate with the cream that disappears on the top. Peter says they used to have separate buses for school children, but probably scrapped. Did they? What, for boys and girls? Separate? What a brilliant idea. Yes, I now understand school children are normal people. We have it round our way. We've had it for years. They say, so if you're an adult, you can't get on a school bus. Well, they wouldn't let you on the school bus anyway, but you can't do that because there's no room. So they shove all the kids on there with their violins and their cellos and their organs and everything else, and they let them sit on the bus, and then it gets to the other end and they all pile off and play snowballs, except you can't at the moment because it's all gone to water. John says, am I missing something? Why is Steve Allen show telling stories from Carry On at your convenience to give a false idea of how unions work today? Ooh. Look at you being all arch and everything else. It was exactly what it was. Exactly what it was. It was based on unions, the whole film. You must watch the film. And of course it was 71. Of course it was different. You know, surprisingly, we used to have third-class carriages on the trains, but you probably haven't worked that bit out either yourself. Never mind. Steve, I loved Barry Humphries, but he was hilarious. Oh, he was, but he had different characters. Didn't he? Different characters for things, which was good. Steve, you're right about Poundland. It should be called Pound or Above, because some of the suites were £2 and a Bluetooth speaker was £8. So it's false advertising. Well, they called it Poundland. We had one in Kingston called the 75p shop because they were all trying to undercut. And then it went down to the 50p shop and everything was 50 pence. But admittedly, you were a bit more limited. You know, you could get a mug or you could get all sorts of different things. Phil says, I'm in High Wycombe. I'm totally blind. The problem is a lot of people don't like change. I've just ordered my tickets for when I go away over the phone. They send them through the post. I've also booked my assistants. You just need to be a bit more organised and it can be sorted out. I'll pass this on to the producer. He said, I've done it for years, travelling up and down the country, so it's not a big deal to me, he said, but I can understand it might be to some people who are not used to it. So he orders his tickets over the phone. He books his assistants. He said, it's just organisation. Everybody could do it. Just round near me, they have a place where they train blind people to go out and they have a carer with them, and they just go, they've got their stick in front of them. There's a guy who shops, weekly in Paul Cooper's fruit and veg shop, totally blind, and he manages to work his way around the shop, and he'll sort of say, they'll stand there, and somebody will go up to him, and they'll say, what do you need, Bob? Whatever his name is. And he'll say, I need a cauliflower and this, and they put it in the bag. He then gives them the money, and everybody's happy. It can be done. Otherwise, you're going to have places overstaffed with a load of people hanging around, doing something, and the unions, who used to be powerful in this country, but I think old Lynchy, I think he's taken it a bit too far.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Johnny says, if there's no staff at the station, what's the plan? How are people going to help the disabled passenger? Don't be so naive. Of course there's going to be staff at the station. There just won't be as many hanging around, doing nothing, waiting for the one disabled person they can all pounce on and go, let me show you a ticket machine. Of course there's always going to be staff on the station, just not as many. I mean, you can't be that naive, surely. Jay says, whose parents got done for fraud? You have to download the programme. But, of course, if you don't download the Global Player app, you won't be able to hear it again. So you kind of missed out on that one. Tanker driver Phil says, after the ridiculous situation on the M25 this week, the government have issued advice on winter travel. They suggest we carry warm clothes, spare shoes, a sleeping bag and a flask of soup. We also need a shovel and 2 bags of rock salt, a tow rope and an emergency torch. I looked a complete idiot on the bus the other day. You're barred. No, they always say that, don't they? If you're going on a long journey and it's snowing, although I don't think we've got any snow at the moment, it's all evaporated, which was great. So we just got even more water than we had before. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They had 6 inches of snow up north, not that you'd know. But I've seen the pictures. I'm well aware of it. Because blind people can't go out in the snow, can they? Because you can't find all the different bits and pieces you're supposed to with your stick. So, but anyway, who wants to live up north? Goodness sake, we've got it all going on down south. We've got Mick Lynch down. I bet you haven't seen him up north. I bet you won't have seen him. Will he be going around doing that? He'll be doing the photo opportunities for Christmas Day. I bet you anything. Somebody else says, I'm with you, Steve, being self-employed. I'm not sure you should pay your July tax already. I mean, I used to be self-employed for 45 odd years, but I don't think you need to pay. I mean, that's a little bit previous. We just used to put it into a separate account. And then it worked brilliantly. The Royal Mail strikes yet again for 2 days. Following my experience of special delivery 1 p.m. next day guarantee, took 10 days for a valuable item to get to my e-buyer. The stress, says Jonathan. I shall never use Royal Mail again for business or private use. I'd forgot that they were off again for 2 days. I could wait. I've only got urgent parcels arriving. It doesn't matter, Let's hope the hamster doesn't die in the meantime. But anyway, we shall do our best to make sure that it's all absolutely brilliant. So Peter said the buses are still quite reliable. Well, they were actually. They were quite reliable. But when I got off at Hammersmith yesterday, they said some buses today might be affected, and one of them could be the 267. So there will be some 267s, just not as many as there used to be. So with a shortage of buses, it's going to be a blooming nightmare. I just don't understand this sort of, ambition that the unions have of sort of bringing the country down, as if we weren't in a dreadful state at the moment. Steve, we had Grandma for Christmas dinner last year. This year we're going to have a turkey, says Rose. Yeah, I think that's called cannibalism, and I think I have to report you to the police over that one. Okay. Shane says the weather's crazy. It's summer down here, and like the UK I've seen on the news, it's snowing in the bush. Nothing worse. Down in South Wales and Tasmania. I've never been to Tasmania, but it sounds quite nice, actually. And Lee says, there we go, pre-Christmas cold spell delivers... Yeah, it's in Australia, but I've seen it snowing in the desert before. In the middle of the desert they have snow, but also this piddly stuff you've got here, matey, that's not snow. That's not snow. That's just somebody colouring in with a white pencil. That's not white. Look, there's nothing. Look, even their trees are exempt from snow. That's not snow. Delivers snow in near record low summer temperatures. That's still summer. That is still summer. Somebody has gone, take a picture of a bush with nothing on it. Look, there's no... Where do you see the snow? Those little white bits underneath? Paper tissue. That's what they've done. They've scrunched it up and pushed it under the tree just to make it look as though Australia is very cold at this time of year, even though it's supposed to be summer. We don't worry about things like that. We will go through all the papers because there's no end of stories, including the one which is actually quite a good idea for the royal family, because they're warring still they're warring. I mean, it has to finish, although we are told that unfortunately Harry's going to carry it on. He's got more stories about the royal family. Such a telltale tit. He really is. He's just going to keep telling you stories about... that's an interesting... Oh, wait a minute. Factory workers are fuming after bosses offered them a free hot meal to help with the cost of living crisis. They all got pot noodles. What a brilliant idea. What a brilliant idea. They branded the gesture an insult to hard-working families. So there will be a selection of potted snacks on offer in the canteen. It's a company called Foltec. And the General Affairs Manager, Bruce, says we've had nothing but positive feedback. They've also decided to provide free toiletries, hot showers and sanitary products. So that's good. And apparently the 420 staff had also had a 7% pay rise. That's really good. Of course, if you worked for the RMT, it could have been 9%, but, you get your free pot noodles. And there's quite a little selection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mugshot, and they've got oats and pasta sauce and really nice things like that. I'd rather have a voucher, but you can't have everything, can you? A pot noodle is just as good. The Duffer hits the buffers. Mick rattled as support plummets. I don't know. They say office parties scrapped, bars and pubs empty, and Rishi Sunak says not a time to ruin a precious time for all of... He doesn't care. Why would he care? He's not interested. That's not his role in life. His role is to get money for his union members. If it drags on for another year, they're going to be really up that street that everybody doesn't dream of at all. Steve, I've always loved Christmas. When your kids have an Xbox, you really need to take a break. Us parents should be able to ask Santa to take the kids for a day. You see, I'm not interested, actually, really, in sort of Xbox. I don't know anything about Xboxes. I don't know anything about them. It's a computer thing. Who cares? And little Josh says, you don't seem as quick to attack the nurses. Have you seen what nurses earn? Obviously, you're a bit of a naive person, Josh. You obviously think they earn the same as the RMT members. My God. Go back to the internet. You'll find some stories that will appeal to you. What does James O'Brien have? Doesn't he have a stupid step for people who are ultimately thick? And you would be considered ultimately thick. Really? Goodness sake, honestly. Steve, a magician without magic is just Ian. A magician without magic is just Ian. I'll get around to that later. I don't think I'm going to get that one anytime. So don't explain it to me. I don't need you to explain it to me. Haven't been explaining anything else very well this morning. Top Gear's Freddie Flintoff. He'd been shooting a car review segment, and there was a horror crash during film. I mean, to be honest with you. So filming has now been postponed, and all anybody cares about is him recovering. Absolutely. We wish him the very best and hope that he gets better soon. But he's not the first person from Top Gear to have a major accident. They've had accidents over the years, quite dangerous ones, actually, really quite dangerous ones. But as I said to the presenter involved, who shall remain nameless, strap yourself to 2.5 ton of petrol. There's going to be a disaster, and there was. The thing blew up. So you have to be very, very careful. Prince Harry in the papers. For how much longer? We have no idea. Hope not too long. He's been accused of a PR game, releasing pics, taking the salute at a US base hours after attacking the royal... Listen, that's what he wants to do. He's not a member of the royal family. I think he's there under fraudulent terms, and he shouldn't be there at all. 2022... Oh, no, sorry. 2021, 800, according to the papers today, Albanian migrants arrived in this country. 2022, 13,000. And so now the Prime Minister has launched, because obviously everybody else has given up, because they didn't have any luck with the planes, they didn't have any luck with sort of getting people back to Albania, which is not a war-torn country. They're now using they could be people trafficked, but they have no evidence to suggest this. They're just sort of taking a stab in the dark. Jane Moore says today, to be a fly on the wall at Sandringham this Christmas. Yes, I don't know whether they would talk about it or not talk about it. They'd have to make sure that there'd be nobody who worked for the royal family within listening distance, because otherwise they could have a field day. Do you remember years ago Charles did his thing? He was out with the boys, they were skiing, and Nicholas Witchell was doing the interviews, and Charles said, "I can't stand that man." He didn't realise that their microphones could pick up everything he said. So there was not a lot that you could do about it. Poor old Nicholas Witchell got a ton of publicity out of it, and Charles decided in future not to say anything else because they've got microphones. Robbie Williams believes in angels, and he believes that his hit tune is actually a religious song, mainly because he didn't write it, so he's only guessing. He just did "And Down the Waterfall." And he also likes some of the ideas of conspiracy theorist David Icke, who claims, you'll remember David Icke, mad as the proverbial bread bin. He claims humans are being ruled by a secret society of reptilian aliens. Mad as a fruit bat, I'm afraid. Robbie says, "I believe in something, but I don't know what that is." Well, it's used to be and take that, and then you left it. We can believe in that, can't we, really? He said, "I've met David Icke, and I did read his books. I found it fascinating." Well, you would do if you're mad as he is. Of course you would. That's what happens when you get people who are rich. They attach themselves to different sort of sects, and they go, because one of them's got to be right. He says, if you take the reptilian agenda out, there's some interesting nuggets there. Yeah, right. OK, dear. Hope you sell tickets for your balmy as a fruitcake concert coming up. A Scrooge traffic warden gave Santa a ticket for driving in a pedestrian zone as he handed out presents. I should think so too. This isn't Santa Claus. This man is a fraudster. He's not Santa Claus at all. He was just driving in a pedestrian zone. He's 75. He was wearing his festive outfit, OK, when he parked his three-wheeler bike, which pulls the sleigh. He was giving out sweets and teddies to kids. I don't think so. And collecting donations for a children's charity when he was hit with a fixed penalty notice. Pictures show the warden issuing him with a £60 fine outside the Guildhall in Worcester. Cheeky Mick, who lives in the city, told the warden, "You're going on the naughty list. I'm disappointed, but I'm not going to stop me. I've been doing it for years. I refused to take the ticket. I told the warden, send it to me in the post." He said, "Where's that?" Which he would. And this bloke goes, "It's the North Pole. I will go to court dressed as Father Christmas." You're mad, aren't you? Completely mad. A Worcester Council spokesman said they couldn't comment on individual cases, but confirmed the fine was for driving in a pedestrianised zone. Absolutely, he deserved. And in fact, if it goes to court, double the fine. You can't drive a three-wheeler motorised vehicle in a pedestrianised zone. It's just not on. You could hit disabled people or anything like that.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's 3:30 minutes past. It's still freezing cold. Freezing. My hands this morning just went from sort of typical sort of pink, blancmange kind of colour to sort of white and blue. Absolutely freezing. David says, Steve, a friend of mine who is registered blind, says the station staff officially refer to him as a VIP, as in visually impaired person. He quite likes it, as he feels important for a brief moment. It's worth it to feel important. I really like it, actually. And Kim says, having bother with my new fancy prancy phone, I can't send MMS texts on it at the moment, so I'm back to this old dinosaur phone. Minus 10 degrees here, she says. Minus 10 degrees. Freezing. It's too cold, isn't it? Minus 10. I don't like minus 10. But as I say, when I got on the bus yesterday to go home, I found myself a seat, which was quite nice, but I stupidly picked the one by the door. So every time the door opened to let people on and off, you know, I got a blast of cold air. It was very, very cold. Very, very cold. But today there's going to be less buses. Still no trains, but, you know, we managed it before. We've managed it before. We'll do it again this time round. The papers have said, you know, you've lost it, Lynch. That's what the Sun have said on their front page. He doesn't feel he's lost it. We know what he's doing. He's a union leader who's trying to get more money. They've offered some money. He says it's not enough. And it's not just the money, it's the working conditions as well. But they've got to bring themselves up to date. If they don't bring themselves up to date, the whole system will just collapse. And when you got that ridiculous text earlier on from some bloke called John, who was sort of saying about what happens when all the staff are there, how disabled people... They're not getting rid of all the staff. That's the thing. They're cutting back. Probably in your business they cut back, I should imagine. At exactly the same rate. Dawn Neeson's column today has got a picture of Ollie Murs having a spray tan, a very unwise picture, posting a picture of his bare bum during a supposedly cosy night. She says, it's all very funny, she said, having this picture of Ollie Murs and his saggy bum. But if this is a quiet night at home, just with the two of them, who the hell is taking the photograph? Well, to be honest with you, I showed the photograph to some people who understand these sort of things. They went, oh dear, if your bottom looks as bad as that, don't bother exhibiting it. And he obviously uses sunbeds because he's got a tan line on this saggy old bit of arse, as they call it. Don't know where they said that from. It's probably one of those housewives of Orange County or something. And question, says Dawn Neeson. Why does the RMT boss, Mick Lynch, always dress like the offspring of the Krays meets Peaky Blinders and come accompanied by a couple of heavies straight out of the Gangster Central casting? Every time you see him, got a couple of the management figures standing next to him. And she goes on about that. And she says, all most of us know is that after 2 years of cancelled Christmases and Zoom cracker pulling, we want to be able to spend time with our loved ones. She said, strike in January, but for the love of God, give us a break over the big weekend itself. But they're not interested. Not interested. And interestingly enough, Katie Price's 15-year-old daughter Princess has shared a picture of herself looking like her mum did at the same age. Dad Peter Andre, writes Dawn, thinks she's growing up too fast, but what does he think of his little girl? Princess appears to be a natural beauty, and let's hope she stays that way. Yes. I'm not sure that you should put pictures of 15-year-olds up on anywhere and go, oh, look, she's putting pictures of herself up. And her mother is hardly recommended. You know, she's doing... What was she saying the other day? She was talking about, she was dissing ex-husbands and basically blames everybody for the state she's in. She's got another bankruptcy hearing coming up because basically she's paid nothing. She was told she had a plan in place and she managed to fend it off. And so I think February she's back in court again. So what with all these bits of... I mean, to be honest with you, what they need to do is say, listen, you're paying this back now. Let's sell the house. All right, so you move into a small tent or something. But if you don't pay your bill, why should the law be different for you than everybody else? Shouldn't be any different at all. Ridiculous. She's been on 12 holidays this year. This is for a bankrupt. It's absolutely outrageous. Outrageous. Steve says, Taffy Nige... He says, always went to Ireland last Saturday. Flight cancelled. Take 2 this Saturday morning. And he said, I can't do that. Pen blueth hapis. Pen blueth hapis. He said, Happy Christmas, that is, innit? Because I probably said something completely rude to every single Welsh person in the country, but blame Taffy Nige. It's as simple as that. Also talking about today, Brighton Uni urge staff not to use the word Christmas. It's too Christian-centric. Instead, call it the winter closure period. So there you go. If you seriously, she says, find the name, this is Dawn Neeson, of any religious festival, Eid, Diwali, Hanukkah, offensive, you have to question your own level of tolerance and diversity. And the other story, there was something that they were going to do on dancing, the Strictly Dancing programme, the one with a limitless budget, because that's about all they've got on the BBC now, apart from repeats. And they were going to do a big thing on ice this weekend. They've decided, quite wisely, after those young people lost their lives on that thin ice, not to run it. I mean, because there was no way you ever could have run anything like that. People have gone, is this not insensitive? And the answer is, it would have been. It would have been. Bosch says, how are we doing, mate? Loving your shows all. I've had a rather large request for the people for Porno Pirate DVDs that you mentioned me on your show yesterday. Yeah, you actually made the papers about it. I said I thought you were an entrepreneurial person selling porno DVDs to kids at school. He says, have a blinder. We'll be off to the cafe shortly for a nice big breakfast. And your DVDs. Actually, I could see you doing that. I don't know why. It didn't come as any surprise to me whatsoever. We used to have kids at school. They used to sell us cigarettes. They would sell you cigarettes. They obviously were sort of thieving them, and they were sort of going out, and then they would bring them into school and say, you know, whatever it was for a cigarette or two. And so it was very easy to get into smoking cigarettes at an early age. That's why it's interesting. Over in New Zealand, they want to stop kids smoking. I don't think you can actually stop. Isn't that an infringement of your civil liberties? You know, you want to make sure, you know, if you want to smoke. You'll soon realise the downside of it. But and I was watching Josie Gibson. Sorry? You die of cancer. No, you die of cancer if you smoke cigarettes. That's what you're going to die of. You're going to die of emphysema. You're going to end up coughing your guts up, and you're going to die horribly. And it's addictive. So you die. I mean, why would you want to stick something in your mouth? You know, you listen to that guy in America who does a great thing on Sir Walter Raleigh, whoever it was, bringing over cigarettes and explaining to them what you do. He said, you take this pile of leaves, and he said, you roll them up, he said, and you put a little bit of paper around them. He said, then you put them in your mouth. He said, and then you set fire to them and inhale the smoke. And I remember thinking to myself, that's exactly what it was. You know, that's exactly what it was. You were setting fire without realising, because everybody smoked in all the films we used to get over here. All the films had people smoking, elegant ladies in ball gowns and all the rest of it. Oh, darling, how are you? Blowing all this smoke in your face. Happened all the time. You know, I don't think I could go out without taking 40 cigarettes out. 60 to work. 60 cigarettes to work. You know, we used to look at the Marlboro men. There used to be these guys. They looked mean and moody and they were butch. 4 of them died of smoking-related illnesses. 4 of them died. The original Marlboro man died of cancer brought on by cigarettes. What kind of an advert is that? And yet still people want to smoke. And believe you me, I'm not criticising, because I was a cigarette smoker, very heavy cigarette smoker. But when you get the people who used to promote the blooming thing, do you know in America they used to sell, and it didn't catch on here. I used to see the adverts in the American magazines, and it was a tin of pouches. You took the lid off, and there was something that looked like a tea bag, and it had tobacco in it, and you chewed it. You put it in your mouth, and you chewed. It was chewing tobacco. And you used to get miners years ago, and they would spit out. They would spit. Don't even comment on it. Don't even go anywhere near the talkback button, okay? Don't want to hear from you at all today. The only sign I want to hear from you is walking out that door. Don't turn around now. Don't turn your back anymore. So very interesting indeed. Steve, you just said happy birthday. Merry Christmas, says Jay. Oh, don't. You see, I told you I get it wrong. I merely repeated what he said. So, pen blueth happis. It's happy Christmas, says Taffy Nige, and you're saying it's happy birthday. He says, Merry Christmas is Nadolig Lawan. I mean, I've probably now insulted everybody as well. I don't care. I'm in that kind of mood today. I really don't care. I'm more interested in people sort of up in arms over the Scrooge traffic warden ticketing Santa's sleigh. A Scrooge traffic warden who had no idea who Father Christmas was. He just knows he's a bloke. He's on a vehicle in a pedestrianised zone. Doesn't matter whether he's handing out sweets, excuse me, and things like that to young people. He's in a pedestrianised zone. You know, if you were in a pedestrianised zone and there's somebody, you go, excuse me, you're not supposed to be here. I've seen people do it before. It's terrible. Really, really bad. So the Line of Duty, Prince and Princess of Wales, taking a stroll in Norfolk, obviously filmed back in the summer. George, 9, Charlotte, 7, and Louis, 4, and a mum and dad, all very casual, and they'll be signing. But as I say, who would Harry be writing cards to? His father? His brother? His aunties? No. Nobody at all. I bet you honestly he doesn't send a card. And if he does, it'll be a picture of him and her with from the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. I bet you. But he should have, if he's going to do anything like that, he should have done them by now. They send out cards early in the royal family. Nurses asking the public to support their first ever strike tomorrow. Absolutely. Their paltry pay rises and the stupid amount of money that they earn for being a nurse. That was why it was so stupid of somebody called, I can't remember, he's on a naughty step now and he'll be banned forever, saying, the nurses apparently are equivalent to the train drivers, if only. If only. It doesn't work like that at all. Alison Steadman has declared this country no longer deserves to be called Great Britain because of the appalling state of the health service. Yeah, if anybody needs money injected in, it's the health service. Harry to keep dropping bombs. Yawn, boring, dreary, dull, go home, stay home, don't go anywhere. So he's going to keep exposing royal secrets. He's mulling over offers. Just wave money in front of him. You know how tempted he is by the smell of money. Well, yeah, I could go there, money. And I can spill the beans on my family because I had such a disastrous upbringing. Looking at the Peak District the other day and Winnett's Pass, the icy condition. It's the ice. It is the ice that's killing everybody nowadays. It's absolutely terrible. And an elderly heiress, considered to be the last princess in Hawaii, has died aged 96. Mele Maliki Maka is to say Merry Christmas to you. It took me ages to get around to it. All of a sudden, it just slipped into my brain. Mele Maliki Maka. It's good, isn't it? See how many different languages we speak.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Wednesday, December the 14th. They've done a taste test. It's not the biggest taste test in the Mirror today. They've just sampled 3 frozen turkeys to decide which one is the best. And the one that gets 5 out of 5 is from Lidl. It's £15.99, and it serves between 7 and 11 people. Comes with giblets, and they say it's the cheapest, but they've clearly not skimped on quality. A worthy winner. It also serves the most people and will go far with leftovers for that customary round of turkey sandwiches, which you get for weeks on end, don't you? You cook the turkey and then you go, oh, what have we got today? Turkey sandwiches. What have we got tomorrow? Cold turkey and pickle. What have we got the day after? Turkey soup. So it goes on. But $15.99 gets a rating of 5 out of 5. Dawn Neeson says, wonderful Wednesday. It's Wednesday today. I can't believe it's Wednesday. And she's got the new Daily Star column today, talking Mick Lynch, as read out, she says, by the fab at Steve Allen show. It sums it up, doesn't it, really? But we all agreed, actually, Dawn, that the picture of Ollie Mers's bottom is awful. I mean, it really, in terms of shape, design, speed, ability and all the rest of it, it was ghastly. I'd have never have done, well, I wouldn't anyway, but I mean, fancy having a picture taken, and he obviously uses a sunbed and he puts on his skimpy panties for it, which is even worse. Somebody needs to tell him, don't exhibit that again, thank you very much indeed. We don't want that sort of thing. But happy birthday over the weekend as well. As I say, I'm too polite to say, how old people are, because I think it's unnecessary, very unnecessary. They always put it in the papers though, don't they? Steve Allen, 68, so-and-so, 70, so-and-so, 42. They always have to put that down in there, whereas you feel like the journalists who write this stuff in the first place should put their birthday in brackets. Make it so much easier. Rod Stewart has joked he's only been introduced to the menopause by Penny Lancaster, as his previous marriages didn't last long enough for his wives to reach it. He's 77. He divorced Rachel Hunter. His first wife, Alana, ended their marriage in 1984. Now he's a firm supporter of Penny's campaign to raise awareness of the menopause. The trouble is, it's the clothes he wears. He's wearing the campest clothes you ever see. I know he's 77. I know he's in the business. But, I mean, he's like an off-stage drag queen. He puts these sort of, jackets on. I told you we saw him in a pub in Essex years ago. Somebody said, oh, Rod Stewart drinks there. We happened to go to this particular pub, and he turned up. He did actually go, and he painted his toenails black. I mean, I ask you, what sort of person does things like that? I'm going to sneeze. There you go. And another one. Look at that. One a wish, two a kiss. Do you know Aldi have aftershave identical to Creed Aventus? No, it's not. It's not identical, and that's why it's not called Creed Aventus, because they would be sued in the High Court. What they've done is they've done something that is similar, but it's nowhere near Creed Aventus. I'm terribly sorry. I've got another Creed I'm wearing at the moment. It's Silver Water, which is very popular. Again, too expensive for the producer. I might buy a bottle with my voucher. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. My friend Chris loves turkey sandwiches. And I agree, actually. Turkey sandwiches with a bit of Branston or a bit of Piccalilli or something like that is just delicious. Or failing that, just turkey in a baguette, hot, is very nice. Very exciting. So, Chris, hope you have a nice... I'm assuming that you're having family Christmas this year turkey. You've got to have turkey. I know you don't have to have turkey, but most people do have turkey. And I don't know when it started. I just sort of thought it was a good idea. And it tastes nice. I like it, but I can't... The gravy's got to be good. Excuse me. The gravy has got to be delicious. That's like watching this Christmas party the other day for the old folks in Teddington. The gravy looked delicious, and they had Yorkshire puddings. Since when did Yorkshire puddings become part of Christmas? Amazing, isn't it? I mean, I know that the turkey tradition goes back, probably about Henry VIII or something like that, 7th or 8th. And what they did, they then decided that it would be a staple for the festive day, even though most people in this country were eating goose. Some people were eating duck. Although I can't bring myself to eat duck. I can't bring myself to eat goose either. And then, of course, the British Empire discovered the New World. That's the Americas. And then when we got all the turkeys hitting Britain, because the Americans go big for it. Thanksgiving, you got your turkey and you got your cranberry sauce and all the rest of it. But it's. I mean, I wonder who actually came up with that very first one with crispy roast potatoes, pigs in blankets, all the nice sort of things that go with it. And you just basically you don't want to talk when you just want to shovel it down as quick as possible. Looks really good. There's a picture of some lovely dogs, one called Yuki, one called Cooper, one called Millie, and one called Bunty. And they've been rescued by the Humane Society International and a local group called Life. And this company based in Hampshire found them owners after they arrived in April. These were dogs that were farmed to be killed. They eat dog meat in Korea, and so this is the first time that these dogs, and there are thousands in kennels over in Korea, and they literally, I mean, it's too horrendous to even tell you the way that they end their lives, but it's not good. Strangely enough, 1.5 million dogs are still kept on farms, despite the fact that 84% of South Koreans don't eat dog meat and 60% back a ban, and yet they've still got them there. They have special festivals where they just eat dog meat. And, the argument is, well, you eat cow, I mean, in Shanghai, I think, they had a cat restaurant where cats were in cages and they cooked cats and people ate them. They just look on it as a food source. They have them as pets as well, but there is nothing that is not eaten. As I say, the only thing which isn't eaten is a table. The rest of it is just sort of eaten. What else we got? Richard E. Grant has revealed he hid a pair of boxer shorts on top of a wardrobe while staying at the late Queen's Sandringham estate, only to find them freshly laundered the next day. That's what they do with all your clothes. If ever you go to stay at Sandringham or any of the royal family residences, you've been invited for Christmas or whatever it happens to be, they will unpack all your clothes, they will press them and iron them, and when you finish, they will press and iron them again. They'll all be laundered, folded, and beautifully put back together in your suitcase. You need to do nothing. It's like having sort of servants around you, but just for you. And so... wait a minute. Very posh lunch today, even posher than ours, says my friend Chris. Oh, I won't say who he's having lunch with. So it's a posh one. I mean, how could it be posher than our lunch? How is this possible? But I'm sure it'll be absolutely fantastic. And Dawn Neeson says, wait a minute, I've lost you. Wait a minute, come back. I lose all these things. One time I get all these bits and pieces, but she thanked everybody the other day for all the other things. People saying nice things about birthday. And I think she's just sent me a text, but I don't know where it's disappeared to. And where she puts her age down. But I'm still not going to tell people. I think it's terribly rude to tell people. She said, mentioning birthday age, fine by me. She said, being is fabulous. Better than the alternative. Absolutely. Better than the alternative. All right, she's 58. There you go. She's 58. She's 10 years younger than I am. It's disgraceful. I don't think people should be allowed to be 10 years younger than I am. But my friend Chris is definitely going for a very posh lunch. Honestly, talk about that. What with Professor Jonathan Shallett heading off on Saturday, off to his favourite hotel, which will be lovely. And he'll be spending the festive season out there, just eating, chatting business things, and probably still sorting out deals, which is what he does. Steve, the comedian who did the cigarette sketch was Bob Newhart, who also did the bus driver, which you alluded to earlier. And David says, your Welsh pronunciation is good. So if you like to try saying Happy New Year, it's phonetically Blwyddyn Newydd Dda. Does that sound? Is that passable? So blwyddyn wytha. You know, I tell you, this programme could just go out in Welsh Wales. We could do the entire programme in Welsh. Tomorrow, Japanese. Steve, I used to clear the steps of snow from outside the block I live in. Oh, no, you mustn't. You mustn't. And I'll tell you why. If you're living in a block of flats and you clear the snow and somebody trips over, they'll sue you. There was a lady who she used to clear the snow on the pavement outside her house so she could get to the car, and the council came round and said, don't do that, because if anything happened, like somebody fell over or had an accident, they'd be suing the council. So she was told off about it. So he says, I've now got bad knee pain, and I couldn't do it this time, and because nobody else can be bothered to do it, the steps are so icy, I'm now trapped in my flat. Yes, that is the problem, actually. Apparently, says John in Croydon, painted toenails normally indicate somebody with toenail fungus. Very common and unsightly. What, painting them black? I mean, I've seen stuff that you paint on toenails if you end up with a toenail fungus. But no, his was sort of done for sort of loving reasons, I suspect. I don't know quite. People who paint themselves black is very odd, isn't it, really? My wife's Christmas leftover sandwiches are ridiculous, Steve. Turkey, sliced sausage meat, flattened roast potatoes, gravy, bread sauce with toasted bread. A right gutbuster. Well, I was with you up until you got to the sliced sausage meat and flattened roast potatoes and gravy, Chris. Up until then, you know, leftover sandwiches, toasted sandwiches, very much so. I can go for things like that. But, you know, bread sauce with toasted... Oh, no, definitely not. I want one of those things that we talked about the other day, which was a foot-long sausage actually in the baguette. They'd hollowed out the baguette and put the foot-long sausage in. That was very, very nice indeed. I liked that. We'll come back. We'll talk about this significant move, New Zealand becoming the first country in the world to introduce a lifetime ban on youngsters smoking. Apparently, anybody born on or after Jan the 1st, 2009, will never be allowed to buy tobacco products. The minimum age for smoking is 18, but that will keep steadily rising. So in other words, somebody trying to buy cigarettes in 50 years would need to show that they were 63. They want to make the country smoke-free by 2025. Dear. Bit odd, isn't it, really? Very strange. I mean, I like the sentiment. I just don't think they're going to work it out. Although somebody said, the health minister, Dr. Aisha Verrill, says there is no good reason to allow a product to be sold that kills half who use it. Well, you might as well ban booze at the same time then. Exactly the same thing. Probably as many alcoholics as there are, people who smoke. Jane says very good Welsh. Very good Welsh. Gaelic next, or is it Gaelic? I think it's Gaelic, isn't it? I'm pretty certain. But, I could tackle them all, actually. There was a woman, is it a woman on it's a bloke on YouTube, and he speaks something like 27 languages. He can have conversations in 27 languages, and I thought to myself, I'm not even trying. And all I've managed is, Happy New Year in Welsh, and Happy Birthday and Happy Christmas, but not necessarily in that order.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Does the world's fifth biggest economy need UK aid? Can you believe that we will fork out more than £80 million in handouts to India over the next 3 years? This adds to the £300 million already dished out since 2018 to the fifth largest economy in the world. £12 million was spent on helping India adapt to climate change, 106,000 on improving mango and horseradish production, and the list goes on. In the last 4 years, India has received £288 million in aid from the UK. What for? What for? They're rich as creases. They're the world's fifth biggest economy. Do they really need all this aid? They've got £3 million spent on improving the skills of Indian bureaucrats, 213,000 on devising new methods to measure inequality, 12 million to help people in 3 of India's poorest states overcome climate shocks. 38 million on loans to private sector-led infrastructure projects such as electricity, sewage and transport. Absolutely ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous that we should keep handing on this money. As I say, I wouldn't mind it if they were poor all the way through, but they're not. That's it. What have we got here? One of the obituaries for the late actress Ruth Maddock describes how she won her best-known role in the 1980s sitcom Heidi High, whilst appearing on that most Welsh of plays Under Milkwood by her countryman Dylan Thomas. She was invited to audition for the role of the holiday camp yellowcoat Gladys Pugh by the writing team Jimmy Perry and David Croft. Ruth Maddock later recalled, "David said to me, 'Do you always speak like that?' I got the job, and the rest is history." Her modern-day equivalent would have probably been denouncing him as a racist. It is true, actually, if you think about it. Do you always speak like that? Can you sort of... Heidi High. Oh, she was so good. I was watching her last night, actually, and very good she was, too. She was absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. So Stephen Bear could be... locked up after he was found guilty of sharing a video of him having sex with his ex-girlfriend on a website, and they made money out of it. I mean, you can't believe the stupidity of these people, but, you know, perhaps he will if he's sent to prison for the festive season, because he might be. Also, many disabled and less mobile passengers miss summer flights at Heathrow due to the airport's unacceptable accessibility service, says the Civil Aviation Authority. Bristol, Luton and Leeds Bradford airports were also criticised. The news came after amputee and Pride of Britain award winner Tony Hudgell, 8 of Kent, waited 5 hours at Gatwick for his wheelchair to be unloaded off the plane. And they just said, "Oh, we're very sorry about that. Very sorry." And because he had his legs taken off some years ago. Also, Church of England transgender guidance aimed at children as young as 5 must be axed. So say Christians. There's a petition signed by 15,000 Christians want the Valuing All God's Children guidelines banned. So the document provides policies on how to respond to alleged homophobic, biphobic and transphobic bullying to 4,700 primaries. Nigel and Sally Rowe claim an Isle of Wight C of E school used to tell them and their 6-year-old son they'd be transphobic if they didn't believe in transgender-affirming policies. In September, the Rose forced a review of school trans guidance after suing the Department of Education. Mr. Rose said the church must urgently recognise the significant concerns so many parents have about the dangers of trans ideology in schools. So it went on. A church spokesman said it would engage with a government consultation and would continue to offer schools clear guidance on how to ensure all children are treated with the dignity they deserve. It takes a long time to move people, doesn't it? An awful long time. Tony Beak says he'll be toe-tapping side by side with the spirit of Sir Bruce Forsyth. Yeah, there'll only be one Bruce in. It certainly ain't you as the second one. Dancing Judge said it'd be emotional going on stage at the Palladium, which has the late host's ashes buried underneath. Yes, he's been underneath since he died. He was cremated and part of his ashes were put under the stage at the London Palladium. He said, "I'm truly going to have Brucey by my side. As I walk out, he'll be with me." But he's doing... I think he's doing a panto, actually, but he can't sing, and he's never done panto before. It's like the other one that we had the other day, Matt Baker. One of my neighbours went to see it with the children and said, A, it's very loud, the pantomime in Richmond Theatre, very, very loud. Secondly, it's like a variety show. There's a juggler, there's a magician, and Matt Baker doesn't sing. Does not sing, so that's it. And you can rock around the Christmas tree with the annual festive #1 turning 70. There's a look back in the paper to the wonderful and weird history of the pop chart's most prestigious slot of the year. We're all taking odds on, aren't we? Who's going to be there? We had Mr. Blobby, who got to #1 in 93. The Band-Aid Stars, Do They Know It's Christmas? That's coming back, only this time it's with Lad Baby. And we'll wait and see what they've actually done to the song. But they've had #1 for the last goodness knows how long. So I think they might actually go for it again, and I think they probably might win. There's about 4 or 5 different contenders, including Sooty, and Matt Goss is doing something for Christmas. But, I mean, you can't compete with Lad Baby. They've got it tucked under their belt. They really have. But the X Appeal from 2005 to 2014 Winners of the X Factor bagged the coveted Christmas #1 position 7 times, including 4 times in a row between 2005 and 2008, because it got all the coverage on the television. That's the only reason that they did really, really well. Because you remember Hallelujah by Alexandra Burke, Shane Ward's That's My Goal. That sold more than 300,000 copies in 2 days. The last X Factor Christmas chart topper was Something I Need by Ben Haenow in 2014. But they've had everybody. Some of the biggest names in pop music have been #1 at Christmas, including Elvis Presley with Return to Sender, Tom Jones with The Green Green Grass of Home, David Bowie, whose mashup duet with Bing Crosby, Peace on Earth, Little Drummer Boy, could only make #3, and ABBA, who peaked at #2 in 1979. Surprisingly, some of the songs that just missed out, Last Christmas by Wham had the bad luck to be up against Band-Aid. So that didn't really help. Wizards, I Wish It Could Be Christmas Every Day, which you can't go into a shop without hearing it in December, only reached #4 in 1973, while Jonah Lewis' anti-war song, Hey Mr. Churchill, come and stop the cavalry, was up against the late John Lennon's Starting Over and the St. Winifred's Choir, There's No One Quite Like Grandma, in 1980, it made it to #3. And in 94, Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You was thwarted by East 17's Stay Another Day. Who will it be this year? I mean, my money's on Lad Baby, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. It's sort of one of those things. It's open. It just depends where sort of people go. It depends how much coverage they get on the television. It depends how much coverage they get on, different programmes that would play things like that. I suppose some of the other stations might be playing it as a bit of a novelty, which is quite good. Message for Dawn. Welcome to the 58 Club, says Kevin the Milkman. I joined 5 months ago, and it's not a bad club to be in. Plenty of experience and not too many aches or pains. Then you get a bit older, actually. Kevin, the restaurateur, says, in our butchers, we sell sandwiches. Best selling on at the moment, baguette with deep-fried turkey pieces, pigs in blankets and cranberry mayo. Very addictive. Well, that sounds quite nice. I like the sound of that. Deep-fried turkey pieces. And then pigs in blankets as well. I'm not sure about the cranberry mayo, but either way. Oh, I tried to get the other day. I tried to get my Chaddock Chowder, my haddock chowder in Marks and Spencer. Sold out. Completely sold out, which I'd never mentioned it. Ridiculous. Marilyn says, Steve, with leftover turkey, get ready rolled pastry, tin of condensed chicken soup to make the turkey pie. Love turkey pie. I love pies, full stop. Greetings from Ireland. Christine, how are you? My husband, she says, is from Finland. So here's a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year in Finnish. Hyvää joulua ja onnellista uutta vuotta. I bet that was the worst Finnish you've ever heard, isn't it? I'm so sorry. I apologise. I'm going to hang my head in shame, I'm afraid. I've never quite understood, Steve, why we give so much money to so many countries. I always thought that charity begins at home. And when we're down on our buttocks at the moment, we definitely need all the charity we can get. There are countries that need money, but there are others that really don't. He says, who are we to argue, eh? Yes, I know, Ash. That is the trouble. Yes, we give money to India. Millions. For some reason, I've got no idea why. And we've been doing it for years. It's probably steeped in the mysteries of time. To send money to India so that they can organise mango growing just shows that we're wasting our money. It really is. It's a terrible waste. But we found another couple warring. This is a decorated army neighbour. For 10 years over a country lane, they were told by judges to grow up. They do. They're a bit funny, these people. Stephen and Jacqueline G. created a rural hell of harassment for the Afghan war hero, Major Jason Little, and his wife Averil, after they moved next to their Dorset farm in 2012. Mr. G was filmed creeping onto their land at night in a balaclava, slashing a pool with a knife to flood their garden. The retired aircraft engineer was given a restraining order, and it was all to do with a lane between their £1 million houses. He told a fuel trucker, one of them, to get the F off my land, and he then got a conviction for criminal damage over the pool, only fuelled by his anger as he put 2 fingers up to the law. Anyway, they've been fined. One of them, Mr. G, was given a 12-month jail sentence, suspended for 2 years. His wife's 10-week sentence, suspended for a year, fined a total of £2,000, told to pay £3,000 victim surcharge, and given an indefinite restraining order, and they live next door to each other. It really is. It's just ridiculous. They've got an obsession with each other, and it's not the healthiest. In fact, one of them kept diverting people away. If they say, oh, if we go down here, can we go to so-and-so's property? You go, no, they don't live there anymore. And so they drove delivery drivers and people who were coming to visit, they sent them away. Ridiculous, isn't it? I can't believe it. You get these neighbourly disputes and the whole thing just goes sort of pear-shaped, which is not so good. I see we've got another Tory MP gone bankrupt after a judge heard he owed about nearly £2 million. This is Adam Afri, who represents Windsor. He was at an online insolvency hearing the other day. In a statement, he said he wouldn't quit as an MP, but would stand down at the next general election. He owes £1 million to the taxman. Well, that's just ridiculous. And around £700,000 to Barclays. He asked for more time to sell a property. Should have done it ages ago, shouldn't you? Honestly, what is it with these people? They're able to run up huge debts. Like, the couple in America that we talked about at the very beginning of the programme. People seem to be able to borrow money, run up money, and then they have no intention of paying it back. It's no good when it goes to court saying, oh, we will actually start paying it back now, be looking at ways. Otherwise, we'd still be waiting for Jordan to pay the money that she owes. But so far, very little has been forthcoming, which is rather a shame.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. I see the late Queen has dominated the TV ratings this year with her funeral and the Jubilee, the most watched programmes of 2022. At number 10 was Saturday Night Takeaway, Ant and Dec. That got 6.2 million. Britain's Got Talent pulled 6.4. Call the Midwife, 6.4. The Masked Singer, believe it or not, got 6.5. The Antiques Roadshow in October got 6.6. And then a bit of a jump for Strictly Come Dancing, 8.7 million. The Eurovision Song Contest got 8.9 million. I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here managed to rake in 10.8 million. The Queen's Platinum Jubilee concert on June the 4th got 11.2 million. And the state funeral of Queen Elizabeth II, 13.2 million. So miles ahead. Absolutely amazing. I think she'd be very thrilled, actually. Very, very thrilled. Plus 1.3 million in cash seized in the EU-Qatar scandal raids. The Belgian prosecutors have revealed this enormous haul of cash found at 3 addresses in Brussels after it launched a probe into suspected Qatari bribes to officials. Every time I see that word Qatari, up comes the name David Beckham. I don't know why. I just sort of think to myself, they should have given that money back. They really should. There's no point in hanging on to it. It's not going to do them any good. And look at this. The longest lines of packages. Could you spot your card here? They've got, there must be about 200 or 300, I think, packages heading to families this Christmas, but they might not make it on time because millions of cards, presents and parcels are left strewn across trolleys. And this was just in Bristol. 115,000 members are walking out today. You've got today and tomorrow. Not so good. Plus, Mick Lynch was very unhappy, rattled by claims he's trying to destroy Christmas. I shouldn't imagine he cares. I shouldn't imagine he cares at all. Ross Clark, writing in one of the papers today, says Lynch is the new Arthur Scargill. Oh, there's an old dinosaur. God in heaven. Destroying his industry and his union members' jobs. Well, it's the money they're losing. It's the money. If they're going to lose £5,000 to £6,000 each, it's a no-win situation for them. No-win situation. Because if every time... why don't they just do a ballot of the members now without any intimidation or anything at all and say, listen, what do you want to do? Do you want to accept the 5 and then the 4 or the 4 and then the 5? Which one do you want to accept? Do you want to go for that, 9% over 2 years, and you've got to accept the changes. We need to get rid of people. It's costing too much money to run it. We're not sort of making the money we should be making. But on the other hand, if they're not making the money they should be making, they're not investing in the railways at all. And that's the one thing they need to do, invest in the railways. But, while they keep demanding all this money, they're going to end up settling, but it won't be for anywhere near what they want. It'll be way down the list, I'm afraid. Way down. Also, the search for the young stars who refuse to be bowed by cancer. This is Cancer Research UK Star Awards, which celebrate the courage of children diagnosed with cancer. And they've got all sorts of people. A 7-year-old who never complained, and a guy called Connor Sunderland, 13, with his swimming medals and Star Award. So he's, it's tough. It's tough. He says, I felt like a real star for the day and I'll always remember it. So you should. So you should. And if you've ever wondered why when you go into famous houses or castles or National Trust properties, it's the ceilings which are decorated, then forget your table displays Start hanging things up, things that, go round, all sorts of bits and pieces that hold your saucepans and everything else up to the ceiling. And you can decorate that. Apparently, it's the latest thing to have. And that's ceiling decorations. And you could put lights around your staircase and everything else, battery or otherwise. I'm very worried about Andrew Flintoff, also known as Freddie. After Mr. Flintstone, he's been a huge part of my life, says Kathy. I love cricket. Used to go every week in the season. I'd spend the day with friends and my hubby. The sun, picnics, white wine, and a few gorgeous men in front of you. What's not to love? I know. It seems ages ago that we had that boiling hot summer every day. Now, at the moment, we're all freezing to death. And, Steve, I bought the last haddock chowder in Marks, Richmond last Friday. My brother-in-law, Philip, who lives in Hove, not Brighton, makes his own. Yeah, it's a particularly good haddock chowder, though. I mean, I don't say that lightly. I'm still waiting for this weekend. I'm going to try my Cullen skink from Henry's mum, which I'm looking forward to having. I shall eat both bowls at the same time, 2 tins. And escaping to the Chateau stars, the fabulous Dick and Angel Strawbridge. They are a super couple. I love them. They've escaped France to do Christmas shopping in London. They were wandering about the other day. And you remember they bought this Chateau de la Motte in the Loire Valley for $280,000. It's got 47 rooms. They sold their 2-bedroom flat in East London for $400,000. And the adventures on the restoring of the castle on the Channel 4 show have attracted audiences of up to 3 million. Everybody loves them. They have a range of bedding, they have books, they have all sorts of things. And they're booked up for ages in advance because people go there for their weddings and everything else, and it's really fantastic, actually. Really fantastic. Here's a kiss for Camilla, the very huggable queen, and this is Paul O'Grady. He says, I always get a big hug and a kiss, he said, which always shocks everybody. Well, goodness sake. Matthew Ball has a birthday today. He became the Royal Ballet's youngest principal dancer in 2018, and he's 29 today. He was inspired by the film Billy Elliot, but recalls only support and all the lads giving me high fives and wishing me good luck when he left class to audition in London. And on this day in 1861, Prince Albert, the consort of Queen Victoria, died aged 42. The Queen was never to go against wearing black ever again. She just wore black for the rest of her days. And in 2002, the list includes Scots, Chinese, Russians, blind people, tourists and anorexics. Now a teenager has swelled the ranks of those offended by the Prince Philip meeting Bangladeshi youth club members in London. He cheerily inquired, so who's on drugs here? This is what Prince Philip said. Pointing at Shahin, Philip added, he looks like he's on drugs. But Prince Philip was known for saying things that were wholly inappropriate. And people used to go, it's Prince Philip, you know. He says things like that. But I remember that one distinctly because it made all the newspapers. They laughed it off at Buckingham Palace. They thought it was sort of quite a funny thing to say. I didn't think it was funny. I just thought it was sort of ill-advised. But there again, I never thought he was the brightest penny in the box. Never thought that. So Flintoff and women builders ads, apparently sexist. To actually advertise for women builders. And a dog gets into his owner's Jeep, jumps onto the driver's seat. Unfortunately, in the process, he knocks the handbrake off, and the car rolls forward, smashes into another car, and nobody says a word about it, except let's put it on the front page of the paper. A shopper had to be rescued from a counterfeit goods store by police after the criminals locked up and legged it. This was a building near HMP Strangeways in Manchester. 30 customers were trapped inside when a spotter saw patrol officers and raised the alarm, because that's what they do. They're called shop squatters. They see an empty shop, they break in, they put all their tat in there, clothes, wallets, lighting, all sorts of things, set their own till up, and then open up. And unless the person who actually owns the freehold of the shop is aware that their shop is unlocked and doing business, and they turn all the power on, they go in there. Make no mistake, you'll see them all over the place. At the moment, the sort of shops you need to avoid are the American candy shops. No prices on anything. I looked in one the other day. Not a price in sight. The only reason you realise how much you're being ripped off is when you get to the till. So, as Westminster Council, try and close down as many as possible. And they're everywhere. I've never seen so many. But just be aware, the prices might not be to your liking. There's a jobless handyman who sent a racist email to the England coach Gareth Southgate addressed to Dear Gareth Wokegate, has been spared jail. This is a guy called Brian Martin. Brian was left seething at 3 Lions players taking the knee between matches. He sent a rant entitled Yet More Anti-White Racism from Dear England. Southgate's PA forwarded it to security. Martin of Selby was found guilty of sending an offensive message and given a community order. He said afterwards he would appeal and added, I will not apologise. Well, won't do it again though, will you? Because next time could be a bit more serious. And the pudding facts of little importance. Trifle, which you will be having on Christmas Day. Everybody has them. They've been going since about 1900. And there's all sorts of really lovely ones. There's one that the Queen had for her Jubilee, which was lemon Swiss roll and amaretti trifle pudding. Tyson Fury is a fan of the sweet treat and enjoyed a giant trifle. But if you look at Nigella Lawson's, blimey, it looks wonderful. So many varieties, swapping fruit for chocolate, coffee or vanilla. Heston Blumenthal served up a bacon and banana-flavoured version for his Waitrose range. Early trifles just looked like fruit fools, I think, with puree and everything else. But I love them. Mainly you should have biscuits soaked in wine, layered with custard and covered with a whipped syllabub froth. And you could put everything in. Biscuits, macaroons, cream, and then you pour in more jelly and more fruit. The word trifle, I didn't know, came from the French word truffe, meaning something of little importance. They obviously didn't like it. I love a trifle. Whole idea is, and they do so many of them now. You don't need to sort of bother making the thing. It's cheaper to go and buy them. They're only about £3. And for Christmas, it's well worth getting one. Well worth getting one for those people who can't quite manage the Christmas pudding. For those people who go, I really couldn't eat Christmas pudding at all. What's your Chaddock Howdery? I was in hysterics, says Nicky. I know, I've never called it that before, actually. You really are our national treasure. Well, I couldn't believe that you can't get it. You can get all the other soups. They do all the other ones, but they seem to have run out of haddock chowder. In fact, they ran out of it for ages and ages. And I remember thinking, why have they not brought it back? If it keeps selling out, it's obviously very popular. Keep making more of it. Because once you've had it, you won't go back to anything else. You really won't. Steve, good morning. I've just woken up to a freezing house and an error code on the boiler. The Dr. Google says I will need a gas engineer to fix. Not happy. Hoping to get someone round later this morning, but I fear I may be at the wrong end of a long queue. But isn't it funny? The only time you use your boilers properly is in the winter, and it's the only time the blooming things break down. It's like in the summer. Does your fridge keep things cold? Most of them don't. I only live, says Tony and Moray, 6 miles from Cullen. It's lovely. Lovely. So, yes, Cullen Skink, this is the village. It's a village, isn't it? This is where they originated Cullen Skink, which is the haddock chowder. And I'm trying mine this weekend, so if I can't get it in our M&S, I've got Henry's mother who supplied to me, as a poor bloke had to go around with a little bag with a handle on it with 2 tins of soup in it. But I shall try it, and I'm sure it's going to be delicious. It's a centuries-old recipe, and I like things like that.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Coming up 4 minutes past 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC with you till 7. And there's an advert. I'd forgotten about it, actually. It's an advert that it sort of says building work. It's a man's game. Bit like football was. And this ad to recruit more women builders has now been banned for being sexist. The ASA, the Advertising Standards Authority, ruled that the poster was likely to cause harm and serious offence after 11 people complained. The recruitment firm, Rated People, said the advert was tongue-in-cheek. It suggested sexism towards women in the building game could be beaten just as it had been by women's football. But the watchdog says it reinforced harmful gender stereotypes that both football and the trade industry should be for men only. I remember Graham Norton saying a couple of years ago now, he said very shortly, he said, we won't have comedians. He said, because there'll be nothing that you can make jokes about. We're not allowed to have a sense of humour. You're not allowed to do anything. He said, so it basically is sort of tying the hands of people who have chat shows on the television, on the radio and things like that, to the things that you can't say, because somebody somewhere is going to be offended by just about anything. And nowadays, people seem to be offended at the least little thing. Cat in Slough says, I always get a bacon joint at Christmas as well as turkey. They make lovely sandwiches together with a nice pickle or chutney. Do you make pickles and chutneys? Some people make them. My mother used to make all pickles and chutneys and things like that. I don't think we ever bought anything. I don't remember anything being in the larder that had sort of a label on it. And Steve, the haddock chowder, says Shane, sounds good. I don't know if I can buy it down here. I'll have a look at Coles and Woolworths tomorrow. It's very nice. The Marks and Spencer's one is particularly delicious. It's got chunks of potato in, not huge chunks of potatoes. You could drink it out of a coffee mug without having to sort of worry about sort of dribbling it down yourself, which is awful. Putin appears to squint as he reads a speech typed out in huge letters. But that's always just for ease, isn't it, I think? The Russian despot was taking part in a virtual ceremony as he seemed to struggle with the text. It follows speculation about his health, including reports he's losing his eyesight due to illness. Well, you can read all of these stories. You have no idea, actually, what goes on. You only know because they tell you various things. And, I remember reading something 6 months ago. They were going, he's dying, He's definitely dying. And then there was a report, I think it came out the other day in the paper, that said that the majority of people in Russia are now attacking him for his stance on Ukraine and when will it end, because he doesn't seem to be winning Ukraine at all. And it hasn't gone away. They've still got huge problems over there. So what happens with him, whether he just withdraws troops and gives up, I've got no idea. No idea. I just know that every time you get somebody who is a critic of Vladimir, they end up inside prison, and they generally stay there or disappear. Or failing that, there's one here, Navalny, who claims jail bosses have put a crook in his cell deliberately to torture him. And he nearly died when he was poisoned with the nerve agent Novichok in 2020. He's been a defiant critic of Mad Vlad's regime. He's doing a 9-year stretch for fraud and insulting the court. So now they're trying all sorts of little bits and pieces. I shouldn't imagine it bothers Putin at all, whether he's ill, whether he's got cancer, we don't know. You only have to, realise what they pump out is obviously completely different. He must be spending all of his time looking over his shoulder, I should imagine, don't you think so? Plus, a smart contact lens can detect eye infections. Professor Stephen Rimmer from Bradford University said microorganisms get stuck to the material and can then be analysed. It could save people's vision. So there's good news. And Stephen Bear, who apparently was sort of part of he was sort of a reality show person. I wouldn't call them stars because some of the language I saw on there, I was looking at Josie Gibson the other day. My God, there was foul language coming out of her. Absolutely terrible. But anyway, this reality star who won Celebrity Big Brother in 2016 and Miss Harrison, who is the other person, were captured on CCTV in his garden. He claimed he deleted the footage and had shared it with no one but her. Anyway, eventually it ended up on one of those sites, but he's now been, bailed ahead of sentencing on Jan the 31st, and they've said he could face jail. I suspect he won't. But he said from the beginning, it was never a fair trial. I was fighting a losing battle, and that's what it is. So the judge says, thank you for that observation. The lady in question, Georgia Harrison, was his ex-girlfriend, and she wasn't at all happy this appeared, as you can well imagine. Why would you want to have something like that on the internet? He denied all the charges, looked straight ahead as the verdicts were returned after more than 8.5 hours of deliberation. You can imagine that poor jury going backwards and forwards, deliberating on it. 8.5 hours. You've got to wait for things like that. It takes ages and ages. Also, I love the letters to the Daily Star. The letters to the Daily Star get better and better. And this one says, I've just been watching Anton Dubek. Well, it's Tony Beak, really, on James Martin's TV cookery show. He's becoming a self-promoting pain in the backside. Me. He thinks he's the next Bruce Forsyth. Only problem, he isn't fit to lace Brucey's dancing shoes. Furthermore, he's always overmarks everybody on Strictly to curry favour. He is truly, writes this particular person, truly dreadful. But strangely enough, somebody in the next letter thanks him for being honest about Fleur's mistake. Surely the other judges must have seen it. It's the fact, I think, with sort of Tony Beak, that he just comes over as a little bit fake. Comes over as a little bit sort of eager beaver. And it kind of ruins it. But he's nowhere near Bruce's talent. Nowhere near Bruce. Not miles away from Bruce's talent. Hot TV at the moment. The Rap Game is set to come back. The music contest. This is for a 5th series. But I didn't even know it had 4 before it. And Amanda Holden is thrilled. Simon Cowell was replaced for the next episode of Britain's Got Talent because they've got this Magician's special on Sunday on ITV1. But Simon was too busy to film it, so they drafted in Penn Jillette to cover. He's part of Penn and Teller. And Judge Amanda said, at first you're going to like, is it going to be good without Simon? But Penn stood in for him. And in a lot of ways, he was a better choice because you had to find somebody who knew what they were talking about. And I think actually Penn Jillette knows more about magic because he's currently working Vegas at the moment. So it's going to be a very good show, hosted by Stephen Mulhern. And I think you will like it a lot. Because we don't get very many magic shows on the television. We get a few of them, but you don't get that many. So this will be a good one. And Amanda will love it because she'll be watching stuff and she'll be going, how do they do that? How do they do it? Danny Walters had to lie to his pals to keep his EastEnders comeback quiet, which of course doesn't help actually, because I don't know who he is in the first place. He plays bad boy Keanu Taylor. It was a big surprise for fans. He said it was very tough because I kept making a lot of excuses. Family members were always saying, where are you going? He said, and I was saying, oh, I'm going to go and play golf. But he could be part of the action in the coming months. Bosses have a string of big plots lined up with him, because if you don't have any plots, you might as well give up. You need to have a plot running on a soap to keep the listeners there. And I think in EastEnders, they're going to have something for Christmas, aren't they? So it probably means somebody's either going to be killed. And they thought it was the landlord of the pub, I think. I'm pretty certain it was the landlord of the pub, and it's going to be done by... Because it's no good having something happy. No good having something happy. You have to have something that's completely miserable. And if it's sort of somebody dying, they look on that as a ratings winner. I personally think it's something very, very depressing. I'm very shocked to discover Haywood's Piccalilli has been discontinued. Says Sean, I've been to every shop looking for it without success, so now on the hunt for the next best. I don't know, actually. There's quite a lot of people make Piccalilli. That's that sort of bright yellow one. But Haywood's were the people who did pickles, weren't they? Haywood's Pickles. The slogan being the first pickles to bite back. You'll be happy. Festive swaps. They've got all the different pasties that are available everywhere. I'm assuming everywhere available. They've got the West Cornwall Pasty Company do a roast turkey dinner pasty. It's 672 calories, though, which is not so great. Greggs have got their festive bake, 500 calories nigh on. It's a rare treat, as it takes an hour's swim to burn off. Pret a Manger have got a Boxing Day toasty with cheese, turkey, ham, stuffing, chutney and mayo. 641 calories. Starbucks have got a Brie and Gran Mary focaccia, and this is 445 calories. Also, their pigs under blanket roll at 545 calories is not too bad. Subway do a turkey stack sub, which comes in at 411 calories, and McDonald's do a celebration McFlurry. It's 356 calories a portion. Takes about 90 minutes to burn off. Nando's have got Macho Sprouts. Wetherspoons have got a festive pizza. Cafe Nero have an Amaretto luxury mince pie. And Domino's have the festive one pizza, which sounds quite nice, actually. It's got cranberry drizzle, turkey breast, which is protein-rich and a source of B vitamins. But even a small classic crust pizza is 1,167 calories. So you have to work for 2 hours cycling to work off. And there's 42 grams of fat. Krispy Kreme have a new range of festive treats, including a Merry Giftmas Donuts that's got 374 calories. And the Swap It for a Jolly Holly at 300 calories. Either way, I think I'm going for the roast turkey dinner pasty from the West Cornwall Pasty Company because it sounds absolutely delicious. As long as we can get some other little bits and pieces to go along with it, we should be absolutely fine. Times today, they say if you want to lose weight, do not ask your doctor. In other words, I don't know where they're sort of passing you on to, because I thought you could go to any doctor and you could get a diet sheet and the diet sheet will tell you what to eat and how to eat it. The trouble is, it's sticking to it, because most people who go on diets, they discover that they don't work, because very short after they've lost the weight, they then pile it all back on again, and it becomes a bit more difficult to lose it second, third, fourth time round. The USA, says Gary Lineker, is an extraordinarily racist country. He made the comments while again questioning why Qatar had been allowed to host this year's competition. Wasn't it something to do with money? Thought it was money. Parcel panic. The next day deliveries. Another picture of this Bristol sorting office where they've got trolleys. It was supposed to be next day, but it seems highly unlikely that it's actually going to make it.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Sidcup Julie says, I love homemade pickled onions. Stronger the better. Yeah, my mum used to, but I would take them from school, the onions, bring them home, and she had the big jars, and she would pickle onions for Christmas, but months in advance. So by the time you got to Christmas, I mean, she had everything made and ready, apples stored in boxes and things like that. But she said Boxing Day, this is Sidcup Julie, all the pickles come out. Pickled red cabbage, piccalilli, lovely. And Steve, and something you just said reminded me my favourite joke. What do you call a deer with no eyes? No idea. No idea. Okay. What do you call a deer with no eyes and no legs? Still no idea. Kathy, your bard. And Jane says, I make green bean chutney in the summer when I have a glut of beans. You see, that's the time to make it. And then you store them away in a cool place. And then Christmas time, they're all ready to eat. I love it. I love it. I like these, can't remember what they're called now. It'll come to me later. And you put fruit, all sorts of fruit, soft fruits, all sorts of fruits in it's got a rum top. And you get some dark rum and you pour it over the fruit, and then you keep topping it up. So by the time you get to Christmas, you've got a jar full of all this boozy fruit, and you just serve that with some ice cream at Christmas. I promise you, they'll all be very happy. Very happy. Steve, hi from Ireland, says Paul. The skink flag is flying high on this show. I'm having a bowl right now with buttered toast. Buttered toast? I didn't know you could dunk buttered toast. Only other use of skink is as the name of the variety of four-legged UK slowworm, a skink. Yes, Cullen's skink. It sounds lovely. Well, I can't wait to try it. Definitely can't wait to try it. Steve, the best piccalilli is Marks and Spencer's, says Elaine. And Steve, I hope you're well, loving your show. I can't wait for you to see the Britain's Got Talent Ultimate Magician this Sunday. It's the best of the best. And I'm also very pleased that family audiences are finally seeing magic back on the telly, says Stephen Mulhern. Have a great day. I love it. I love it. Can't get enough of it. Because we don't seem to have had much magic on. There's been a few people that they've had on Britain's Got Talent. But to put a whole programme together with lots of magicians on to find the ultimate magician, and Penn Jillette will be judging as well because he knows about it, because they've been playing Vegas for goodness knows how long. So, Stephen, I'm sure it's all probably in the bag, isn't it? Who wins? You'll have to watch. But as usual, you'll be seeing stuff that you won't see anywhere else. You'll be going, that is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's what I get people saying when they come to my Magic Circle shows, of which we have 2 on the 30th of this month, but they're sold out. And in fact, even when we released, we only had 6 more seats to release the other day, which are called house seats. They went very, very quickly. Steve, there are certainly other options on the pickled onion. For a far superior onion by Garner's pickled onions, you won't be disappointed, says Chris Garner. Oh, don't tell me they're yours. I couldn't bear it if it was your company as well. John in Snow-Free Bognor says, try Marquis Piccalilli. See, my father was the one who ate piccalilli in our household. I have tried it a few times, and it's good, but it's not as good as Branston, as far as I'm concerned. Very strange, says Paul. You can get all types of sandwiches these days, apart from corned beef. Yes, I don't know why, actually. I don't know why. And the best haddock chowder, says Mickey, I've ever tried is at West Bay in Somerset. There's a row of kiosks that overlooks the harbour. It is truly scrummy. I think they should open up. You know, you get all these other places where they sell, pasties and hot dogs and burgers and the whole gamut. But yet nobody's thought of setting up a soup stall where you just have metal containers with the soup in there, and you go, well, today we've got haddock chowder, we've got tomato, we've got leek and potato, we've got cock-a-leekie, we've got oxtail, we've got chicken. I'm sure that people would rather stand there on a railway station, with or without trains, sipping from a cup a soup, because it covers, it not being a cup of coffee, but covers a soup as well. I think people would go for that What would people pay? £3? £3 for a cup of soup? I would think that would be quite reasonable. I don't know why nobody's ever thought of it. In fact, I've never seen people selling soup anywhere. And Helinka says, speaking of parcels, we mentioned you yesterday. She said, I hope my gift and musical card has reached you. Looks like it was signed by your receptionist this Tuesday. I know there's so many people down there. We have it. We have it. We were playing the card yesterday. So thank you very much indeed, as always. And Nicola in Whetstone says, my dad, God rest his soul, swore by Waitrose Piccalilli as being the best. I'll miss buying him his couple of jars this year. Well, buy it and have it yourself. Unless you're not a fan of Piccalilli, because it's probably a bit of an acquired taste. Only a little bit of an acquired taste, but certainly well worth having. But I will definitely be watching Stephen Mulhern's programme on Britain's Got Talent. All magic. Can't get enough of it. However, here's another bizarre story. This is a lady called Maria Finn. She is the owner of the Viva Veggie Van, a catering business in the West Midlands, who has had to apologise for naming a plant-based hot dog Anne Frankfurter after a backlash from the Jewish community. I'm not at all surprised. She said she never meant to upset anybody after an image of a menu featuring the dish was shared online. The £7 hot dog provoked anger from Twitter users. She said, I can't believe what's happened. It was just playing with words, something to stand out. This business is me and my daughter. She said Anne Frank was from Germany, from Frankfurt, and she didn't eat meat. So, Anne Frankfurter. I mean, really, not very clever. The chief executive, Karen Pollock, of the Holocaust Educational Trust, told the Jewish Chronicle Anne Frank was a young Jewish girl forced into hiding for 2 years before being deported to Auschwitz and then to Bergen-Belsen, where she was murdered. To use the name of a Holocaust victim in a marketing ploy will never be appropriate. The Birmingham Brewery Company, which had been due to serve the dish at an event this weekend, cancelled its booking with the caterer. In a statement, the brewery said a menu was shared last night by a third-party vendor who was booked to trade at our brewery taproom this weekend. We did not have sight of the menu before it was published and agree that name of one of the dishes is totally inappropriate. The trader will not be trading with us. Finn, this is Maria Finn, said the cancellation would leave her out of pocket as she'd already ordered supplies. She said, this is going to be our first event. I got made redundant during COVID and started the business with my daughter. Well, you've kind of paid the price for this one. You've kind of paid the price for it. I mean, if you never meant to upset anybody, you knew Anne Frank. You must have heard of the name of Anne Frank. You must have realised what she stood for. And to call it the Anne Frankfurter is just in the worst taste you could ever imagine. So, whether your business goes any further, I think remains to be seen. Leonard Cohen's children. Remember Leonard Cohen? That was the dreary man who sang all these boring songs. Suzanne takes you down. It was all awful. Anyway, his children are fighting for his £48 million legacy. And it's all gone a little bit pear-shaped, actually, I'm afraid, at the moment. So, they all want their little bit of it. Whether they get it remains to be seen. But, of course, they're fighting with the lawyers. And the lawyers are the people who seem to win in all of these cases. 26 minutes past 6. The man who felled his neighbour's memorial trees with a chainsaw in a boundary dispute has now been banned from entering a village for 15 years. Adrian Stairs, 59, said they always put people's age in, terrorised residents in a place called Blissworth in Northamptonshire with numerous acts of antisocial behaviour. The magistrates' court heard that last year he felled shrubs and trees belonging to his neighbours in a row about a property boundary. Some of the trees had been established for more than 20 years and were gifts from family members who had since died. Stairs, who's moved to a town 16 miles away, also threatened neighbours with a brick during another dispute. In an impact statement read out in court, victims, including pensioners in their 80s, said they'd suffered anxiety, fear and despair due to his behaviour. After multiple complaints, the neighbourhood policing team investigated him and collected enough evidence to charge him with criminal damage and assault. He was given a 6-week prison sentence, suspended. What a shame, for 18 months. Also given a restraining order. He can't enter Blissworth for 15 years and he can't contact any of the victims in any way. Sergeant Wynne Hughes said, when the victims in this case were informed of the result and the restraining order, it was like the weight was lifted off their shoulders. So that's good news. He should have been fined, though. Should have been, definitely. And Lorraine says, I realise now that you put the magic back into Christmas for thousands of your listeners. I'm in the middle of making sausage rolls. Mad. Oh, no, I like the idea. My mother used to make lovely sausage rolls. You can't beat they've got to be warm. You cannot not have warm sausage rolls. But Christmas dinner for 6 at Sainsbury's is roast potatoes, trifle, sprouts, parsnips, pigs in blankets, Yorkshire pudding, sage and onion, and the turkey, and it works out at less than £24 for the whole lot, everything. You look at the picture in the paper, you think, 24 quid, blimey. I could eat that by myself. I mean, I don't know how many you get. So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pigs in blankets. So somebody's going to get 2. And some people are going to be very fed up that they didn't get any more. I'd always advise people to get as many as possible. Those and crispy roast potatoes, you cannot beat. It was the only thing to actually have for Christmas Day. But when you can do it for 25, they're all doing it for about the £25, which I think is absolutely brilliant value. Where the turkeys come from, I have no idea. I haven't sort of fathomed this one out yet, but I'm always quite delighted when they can manage to get the cost down so that people who normally wouldn't be able to afford to have turkeys, because some of the top turkeys are over £120, £130 each. So I quite like the idea that people, have the opportunity to sort of get everything, for under 25 quid, £4 per person, 6 4's 24, which is not bad at all. Sunak. There you go, this is what you don't want to read. Signals there'll be no shift on pay as rail workers now start weeks of action. So, they've said that 9% over 2 years with travel benefits and a guarantee on jobs until 2025 was its best and final offer. So it's what they call a brick wall. It's called a stalemate. It's called it ain't going any further. So, what do we do? I don't know. I've got no idea. I shouldn't imagine Lynch knows what to do either. And the workers, because basically the company have said no. And the Prime Minister said no. It stays as is. That's our full and final offer.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 25 minutes to 7. Another freezing cold idea, but lovely Julie Peasgood. And this year we've gone all Christmassy. Says, your idea of soup at Waterloo Station is visionary. Makes total sense. But she says nothing beats Branston. Oh, I know. You can't beat Branston pickle. I mean, it is absolutely delicious. But, I mean, I thought, a soup thing, and you just have the soup all arranged and people come in and go, can I have Heinz tomato? And they go, yes, and they turn a little handle and fill up your cup and then say £3. I mean, that'd be so much nicer. I don't know why people don't. If people buy pasties at like 6 or 7 quid, they'll definitely go for a cup of soup. I'm really surprised nobody's ever thought of that idea, Julie. But lovely to hear from you. I hope you are as beautiful as you always were, but I have a feeling you are. Branston says Mike in Somerset do their own piccalilli. Aha, I did not know. And Nicola from Whetstone. Oh, that's right. It's the Waitrose piccalilli she likes as well. Sheila says Tesco have Baxter's Cull and Skink and Cully Sully smoked haddock and salmon chowder. That's delicious. Salmon chowder? I'm not sure about salmon chowder. Actually, I bought some, what did I buy the other day? Salt beef, all sorts of bits and pieces. It was all very lovely, actually. Jonathan in Deal says, shame about the Anne Frankenfurter thing. It was obviously a bad, stupid name, but to think the poor woman who's trying to make her best might go out of business because of a silly mistake. They have to do it because now the resultant publicity that appears in newspapers and on television programmes, means that it would be impossible. The next gig she does somewhere, you might find people picketing and saying, all right, so she made a mistake. But it's quite a big mistake to make. You don't make jokes about somebody who was murdered in a concentration camp. You really don't. Whichever way you look at it, she shouldn't have been that naive. I appreciate the fact, though, that some people are like that. So she sets up the business and thought she was doing well. The brewery where she was due to be exhibiting said they hadn't seen the menu, so they didn't realise. But I wonder whether or not, had this not come to light, whether or not the brewery would have just overlooked it and not thought about it. I mean, it would throw itself up at me immediately. I would be thinking about that, thinking, Anne Frankfurter. I don't think so. Whichever way you look at it, it just would not be right. So she did make a big mistake. I mean, she might recover. I suspect actually the best thing to do would be to change the name of the business, because at the moment, it's people are going to sort of put things up there and go, oh, she did this and she did that, and that would react very badly, I'm afraid. And once bad word gets around about businesses, Greg serves soup daily. Yeah, but it's not the same, Rod. It's not true. They only serve the one soup. They don't have a choice, do they? They'll go, today's soup's vegetable or something like that. I'm talking about a place that sells all soups, hot soups. That's what we want. I mean, the only thing that's hot in there probably would be the soup. The rest of it is cold. They don't do hot food apart from their bacon rolls, their sausage baguettes and stuff like that. But most of the things, you've got to be there as they're taking them out the ovens, so at least you get hot sausage rolls. He says, we have a drive-through in Dunstable. A drive-through Greggs. That's pushing it a bit, isn't it? Mind you, the story that sort of a lot of people were talking about, and it's now got a twist to it, is this fatal flat explosion over in Jersey. And the energy company over in Jersey is now facing questions over the suspected deaths of 9 people after the island's fire chief says his officers handed over a reported gas leak to the supplier 7 hours before the block of flats blew up. Paul Brown, Jersey's chief fire officer, says his service attended the flats in St Helier on Friday evening, and responsibility for the case was passed to Island Energy by 9:01 p.m. He said it would be inappropriate for the fire service to comment further as it was announced that an independent investigation was being launched into the causes of the fireball that engulfed the 3-storey block at 4 a.m. on Sunday, and a lot of people died. They were all in their 70s. And then there's some people who are still missing. He says that a spokesman for Island Energy said the staff attended the site on Friday evening but declined to comment further. I mean, it's really terrible, isn't it? But I mean, if they were sort of aware of it, why was nothing done? I mean, that's sort of, bit of a big problem there, I should imagine. Bit of a big problem. So we'll wait and see. But it destroyed the flats almost straight away. Jane Horrocks, talking about her life on her own. We love Jane Horrocks. She says, I don't like to dwell on the dark side. Family and her first love, who is Ian Dury. Can you believe? Ian Dury. Sex and drugs and rock and roll. My goodness me. And Catholicism here. Do you know they've got it's the Catholicism answer to the Pirelli calendar. This is the Calendaro Romano, showing the hunkier side of the priesthood. They've got sort of good-looking priests. Apparently, in its heyday, the calendar sold about 75,000 copies a year. But that was during its mid-20s. Whether or not it comes back, I have no idea. But it's something, as people were saying, they shouldn't really have things like this. I see no reason why people shouldn't comment on the fact that, Catholicism has good-looking priests. Be a very good reason for trying to get people into churches nowadays, which are sort of on the huge decline. I don't really know what we do. Well, what they do is they turn them into flats, don't they? They turn them into flats and then people buy them, and they're so expensive. Just ridiculous. So Dame Mary Berry, if you thought you were slightly off kilter, she cooks. She used an old cooked Christmas turkey warming while with the family before the big festive thing. She says you want to insulate it, so she wraps it in foil and puts a sleeping bag over it. I mean, I've never heard of that before in my life. But mind you, she seems to be very popular. She seems to know all about it. She says, we leave it in the corner until the family have lots of jollity, and then we carve it. And it works, because you've apparently, and this is the bit I've always failed on, you have to let it rest. You take meat out, as Phil Vickery will tell you. He's on this morning, Phil Vickery. He dropped me a line. He said, this morning... Oh, I've lost him. Wait a minute. Where's he gone to now? This morning, I think they're doing ginger beer and clementine glazed ham hocks with lots of buttery mashed potatoes. Which is that? Well, you get me on the buttery mashed potato, Phil, all the time. I love buttery. In fact, the more buttery it is, the more I like it. But ginger beer and clementine glazed ham hocks. They had a thing the other day on the television. Was it a clip, or did I just sort of see it inadvertently? I can't remember what it was, actually. It was this morning, and it was Alison Hammond and Dermot. And they started eating something before it had really been finished. They were trying to sort of explain how you did something. They started tucking it. They said, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't start eating it." So Phil on today. Ginger beer. I haven't had ginger beer for 40 years, I don't think. And Clement, it sounds delicious. And Mr. Neil, we shall see if we can accommodate you nearer the festive time, because we're a bit like that. And who fell out with Lynch the other day? Mick Lynch lost it. He went on two bizarre rants. He was talking to Richard Madeley on Good Morning Britain. Lynch tried to claim it was not yet Christmas. He said, "It ain't," I don't know why he talks like this, "it ain't Christmas yet. I have no intention of spoiling people's Christmas." But Richard accused him of avoiding his questions and told him to jog on. It's good. He said, "Answer the question, and until you do, I'll keep interrupting. It's my job. On you go, jog on." And then Mick Lynch said, "You're just talking to yourself, Richard. Why don't you just interview yourself?" Terrible when they lose it, isn't it? He also ranted at Michelle Hussein, accusing her of parroting attacks on behalf of the establishment as part of a right-wing conspiracy. No, we're just waiting. The companies have said that's the offer. The Prime Minister said that's the offer on the table. You want it? No, you don't want it? Stay out on strike. Because we can get around. It's a slight inconvenience, but we can do it. It's not like, we're all having to trudge through the snow, thank God. But 18 strike days will cost the staff £5,000. £5,000. The RMT chief, Lynch, earns £124,000 in pay and benefits, but the union last night insisted his salary is £84,000. A source said this was decided by the union's AGM. The rest are allowances paid to all officers and staff. The £124,000 includes pension and national insurance. Well, it doesn't matter what it includes, that's what he gets. That's what he gets. Grant Shapps says, "I think we can all agree the conditions for staff on the railway are pretty good. Apparently, you can earn £80,000 working on the West Coast Main Line." And then somebody had the audacity to claim that the nurses were very similar earlier on this programme. Quite ridiculous. Quite ridiculous. "Steve, I make," says Johnny in Sussex, "my own jars of pickled eggs with eggs from my chickens." I'm tempted to say as opposed to where. "I love them on Boxing Day with slices of boiled bacon, pigs in blankets, pickled onions and a large portion of bubble and squeak. The eggs should be extra special this year as my chickens, 24 of them, have been laying double yolkers since they've been in lockdown because of the bird flu breakdown." Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Do you know, I haven't eaten eggs for years. I think it all started with Edwina Curry. I can't remember, actually. And Mickey says, "Colin, our cat, played a blinder with his new miniature football yesterday. We really couldn't have... we could have done with him last Sunday. Hopefully Gareth Southgate will give Colin the cat a call-up after seeing his soccer skills." Yeah, the trouble, you can't make any excuses. They were better than we were. That's, there is nothing to justify any of it. They were better than we were, and we lost. But we don't seem to be doing very well in any particular department, do we?
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. It's 11 minutes to 7. And Elizabeth Hurley recalling her 1994 appearance just outside here in her iconic black Versace dress, which was held together by jumbo gold safety pins. She claims she and her then boyfriend, who was Hugh Grant, if you remember, was surprised by the sensation it caused. She said, "We had no idea. Hugh and I lived together in a tiny little one-bedroom flat without a full-length mirror. We were completely and utterly clueless." Specsavers, anybody on that one? And apparently, Stephen Fry, has he suffered his first setback, they ask, as MCC president? Following outcry from members over the decision to ban the annual Oxford v Cambridge and Eton v Harrow fixtures, the elite cricket club has announced it's to hold a referendum on the matter. An online survey and a roadshow will ask 28,000 members for their views. Fry supports the abandonment of the matches and has described them as turgid image of snobbery and elitism. Love Stephen Fry. And Victor Lewis Smith, as you know, he's just died aged 65. famously hoaxed Princess Diana in 1996, pretending to be Stephen Hawking. After saying she'd been at the gym, Victor declared in the astronomer's computerized voice, "I enjoy sport too. I had to go at wheelchair synchronized swimming once, but wheelchairs only float for a second." She got taken in by it. It was one of those things. But his writings were well good, as they say. The Duke of Westminster has been dragged into a bit of a row. His property company has been ordered because he owns a lot of Westminster. And he's very young. He's very, very young, and he inherited from his father, the Duke of Westminster, so now he's the next Duke of Westminster. But in fact, he's been ordered to pay compensation to a millionaire neighbour of his who claimed that prostitutes, pimps and drug dealers had invaded the high-class Mayfair Street. Now, there are a number of places in and around London. Businessman Peter Clifford says his life had been blighted by seedy dealings at the block of flats next to his £4.5 million Mews House. He claimed that the building's owner, which is a firm run by the 7th Duke of Westminster, Hugh Grosvenor, didn't do enough to stamp out the antisocial behaviour. So the company, Grosvenor West End Properties, has now been ordered to pay Mr Clifford $13,200 in compensation following a 4-day hearing. A further hearing will now take place in the coming weeks to decide who has to pay the legal costs of the case and whether the Duke needs to take further steps, because he says he's put in CCTV and stuff like that. But it's a never-ending problem in London, probably where you are as well. A friend of mine lives not too far from here, actually, and a little Mews house in their street, all of a sudden, prostitutes moved in, 2 of them. And I think if it's more than one, it's a brothel. And so he had people knocking on his front door all hours of the day or night, thinking that his was that, because they didn't have it sort of registered as to this is where you go to meet young ladies. But the problem was, in the end, they actually the locals made such a fuss about it, saying we don't want hookers in the street, thank you very much indeed. They sort of moved out and disappeared somewhere else, probably to Mayfair, I should imagine. Steve, I've been to Rome, and 2 lucky friends will be getting the Hunky Priest calendar for Christmas, says Mandy. Oh, it exists. I wasn't even sure whether they'd sort of reaffirmed its position in the Catholicism sort of hierarchy of gifts to buy in the shop. So you can get the Hunky Priest calendar. Wow. And only €6, she says. I like that idea. Dean says, for goodness sake, stop talking about food. I'm a lorry driver. Started at 3 a.m, just about to leave the yard on my second delivery to Crouch End. Luckily, they've got a brilliant baker there called Dunn's. Oh, I know Dunn's bakers very well. I'm going to smash it when I get there. Yeah. They deliver they do a thing with sort of donuts every year. They send in loads and loads of boxes of donuts into Global. Just as I'm leaving, these blooming donuts arrive. I did have some years ago, and they send them in, and they raise a lot of money for charity. And yes, I know all about Dunn's. Can't tell me anything about Dunn's that I do not know about. Every time, says Frank, in Bristol, my very Irish Catholic late mother-in-law saw a good-looking priest, she'd say, what a waste. People say that, don't they? People say that. And I know you enjoy your Christmas carols, says Jeremy. Do you like the modern carols by John Rutter, or do you prefer trad? No, I'm trad, I'm afraid. I think I've liked a few of John Rutter's over the years, but no, I do enjoy traditional ones. He says, Happy Christmas from the Yorkshire Dales. I don't know whether you've still got snow up there. I should imagine you might have, probably on high ground. Jeanette says, Steve, I work beside a girl who opened a soup stall in Edinburgh with a husband. They pitched up near part of the university where they seem to do a roaring trade. That was about 15 years ago. You're right. It's surprising nobody's thought of it. I think perhaps for places with only commuters, it'd be too difficult to travel with hot soup. Well, they travel with hot coffee. I've seen people sitting on the train with their sort of paper cups, full of hot coffee. Why not soup? Even better, eat your meal on the train. Eat your breakfast on the train. It's like I've never seen anybody selling toast. Why they can't sell toast? So much easier. Steve, I watched the Assassination Bureau this morning. Great film in Technicolor. Do you know it? I do not. It doesn't exactly sound like a bundle of laughs, does it, really? And not my kind of thing at all. So the reality star Stephen Bear, who has been now told that his actions were wrong and showed an utter disregard for the victim, he might go to prison. They've got to decide. Why they can't decide straight away, I've got no idea. No idea why. It's one of those sort of things, isn't it? And here we go. What have we got here? Oh, there's people who are claiming compensation for work. Everybody's on compensation trips, aren't they, at the moment? I feel a bit guilty myself, seeing as I accepted that £500 winter warming, although I have a feeling it will go absolutely nowhere. And it's only a one-off this year. So if the weather turns nasty, and gets even worse than it is at the moment, we're just not going to be getting anything at all, which is a terrible disappointment. Terrible disappointment, because I was hoping that the £500 would be with us every single year. But they've said no. I think it was only going to be 300 or it might be 200. I can't remember. And I'm not watching Traitors on the television, but it seems to get great reviews. And people, they were putting it up on Gogglebox the other day, and they were sort of saying, oh, it's a really good programme. You have to work things out. And so basically, nobody trusts anybody. When Alex confided in Dr. Amos that she turned down an invitation to betray everyone and become a traitor herself, his reaction was to question her motives for telling him she could be triple bluffing. Now, I've not actually watched the programme. I've seen little bits of it where they said, Daphne, you are the traitor. And then this woman has to admit, no, I'm not actually. I'm not the traitor. And they were all totally convinced that she was the traitor, so they lost out on that one. But apart from that, I've got no idea what goes on it, whether they just somebody comes on and tells lies and then you take it on from there. I'm really not too sure. I might need to actually sort of get down and start watching it properly, and then I might understand it a little bit better. Did you hear about the woman who had to drive her war hero granddad to hospital? He was strapped to a plank of wood after he broke his hip because she couldn't get an ambulance. Nicola Leah loaded Melvin into the back of her van after she claimed she called 999, only to be told there was no help available. So she found him collapsed. He's 89 in Cwmbran in South Wales. He's a World War II Army veteran. He'd also suffered a head injury. She said, I ended up with my partner and mum's help getting him onto a plank of wood and into the back of the van. She said, I couldn't really believe that I was told by the Welsh Ambulance Service. I knew the NHS was in trouble. She said, what I didn't know is when I called 999, they just turned around and said they weren't sending help. It was so she had to turn up to the hospital with him strapped to a plank. I mean, lucky to find a plank, to be honest with you. Very lucky. And families are going to be battling it out for beds this Christmas, with single people often suffering. Premier Inn, who have run this study, because I should imagine they get booked up. Although, to be honest with you, I don't think they're doing Christmas parties now for companies. They can't with all these train strikes. There's no chance of people getting home, so they're not really sort of bothering with them. 1 in 3 of us will be asked to give up our bedrooms to make way for relatives, with 48% having to sleep on the sofa. God, I thought days like that had gone an awful long time ago. And a plague of rats feared this winter, as more than 9 out of 10 rodents can resist common poisons. You can see them round here. You see them in Leicester Square. Foxes. Loads of foxes round here. Where they live in the daytime, I've got no idea. Pest control experts say they've been inundated with calls as the vermin seek shelter from plunging temperatures. Some 95% of mice and 75% of rats can withstand the blood-thinning chemicals used to kill them. Don't know the word blood-thinning chemicals, but apparently there are. And so Tim Bonner from the Countryside Alliance said farmers, gamekeepers and pest controllers are on the front line fighting a battle against the disease. Morning! Thursday, December the 15th. 10 days away. 10 days away. And Peter Andre has written an open letter to radio stations, obviously bored out of his tiny, basically telling them not to run certain Christmas records, because he said Christmas isn't a happy time of year. Little Mr. Misery might as well just retreat into his burrow and stay there. He, of course, is going away for a bit of the festive season. He's going to Australia. So, whilst everybody else is struggling to keep themselves warm in this country, he's basically disappearing off. He'll be back in time for Christmas Day, but he doesn't want the radio stations to play anything like that, which sort of makes you feel... And also, he said Christmas time isn't sort of a happy time for a lot of people. Well, it will be when you've left the country, Pete. You know, do us all a favour, go now. But don't ruin people's Christmas. They've had a miserable time this year. You know, people are on strike and everything else, and you're just saying, don't play these Christmas records. Must be like bar humbug in your place over Christmas. Have you got a tree? Can't imagine why. Really, fancy writing an open letter and things like that. The Brooklyn Beckham story I thought was hilarious. Another multi-talented member of the family. Father trousers money from a homophobic country, and mother can't get the shop working. Then she goes out spending £100,000, basically making you feel even worse than you felt before. And now Brooklyn comes up with he's made spaghetti. I mean, dear Lord, is there no end to the boy's talents? Or is it there's no beginning to the boy's talents? Yes, he made a salad. That must be really complicated because Brooklyn's not the brightest penny in the box. And then 2 of the other children had to turn up to Mummy's shop, basically to make it look as though there were people in there. Because that's all they get now. They get loads of coverage, loads of publicity, but it doesn't materialise into money, apart from Dave, who'll trouser it from just about anybody, which is very disappointing. Meghan has given her most direct attack on the royal family. A royal correspondent in one of the papers has said basically she's telling lies. She's telling lies. She doesn't know anything that goes on inside the royal family. She's obviously got a downer on our royal family, and to be honest with you, a third-rate actress I'm not remotely interested in. You know, you can sit in America, do your little warbling, lovely. You know, do whatever you want to do. Take your little hubby out, take him for a hair transplant, you know, and sit there at Christmas looking quite miserable. Because I can't imagine he could cook anything, and I shouldn't imagine you cook. So what are you going to be doing? Will you be spending time with family and friends? Absolutely not. She hates her family. She doesn't like his family. He doesn't talk to his family. And the gap between the 2 of them and the 4 of them and the 6 of them and the 8 of them widens ever deeper. You know, no chance of going back now. No chance of going back. The cruelty of Britain's salmon farms. I never thought about it, actually. I never thought about being cruel to salmon. But they are farmed and they feed them pellets to make them go a certain colour. And so they eat these pellets. They're kept in pens because you have to. Because you can't, you know, I mean, you do get wild salmon. I've seen wild salmon being caught and stuff like that. But in Scotland, they've got these farms. They've got these big pens and they feed. I mean, you can see them. I'm looking at one. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's about 12. Like 12 sort of pens holding, I should imagine, thousands of fish. Thousands of fish, worth an awful lot. And they go from little fish to big fish, and then they harvest them. And I do like smoked salmon. I have to be honest. They're yum, yum, yum. And I never thought about the farming side of them. It's odd, isn't it? I should have done. I should have thought about how they're farmed. I just assumed that they were... I don't know what I thought they were doing, actually. I always knew that they were in pens, because I remember seeing them being fed, and the water turns into like a frenzy with all these salmon, and then they bring them in, and then they smoke them, and they do all sorts of things, and some they smoke over whiskey-smoked wood and things like that. I mean, some really, really nice things. But I suppose we have to think about the way things go, don't we? The tycoon who faces £1 million bill over the bubble wrap noise complaint in court. Told you before, go to court over anything, and if you lose the case, you're going to pay. You're going to pay loads and loads of money, which is good. The rare Enigma code machine going on sale, you know, which they use at, Park? Yeah, Alan Turing. Actually, I have a feeling, and I don't know why, I went to Teddington. There is a school there. It was called Alan Turing, and they've changed the name on it. It doesn't have Turing's name on it. It used to be Turing House and all this kind of thing, and they appear to have changed it, and I don't know why. I couldn't quite work it out, because the 2, as the bus goes round the corner into Teddington High Street, you've got this the name of it twice on the building, and it doesn't say anything to do with Alan or Turing at the moment. And I don't know why they've done that. I would be very hurt if they changed that. They do that every so often, don't they? They go, oh, because of so-and-so, so-and-so. You remember the story of Alan Turing having been absolutely pulled apart by the government, and yet being the man at Bletchley Park who was responsible for solving just about everything. Because he was gay, they literally ripped into him and pulled him apart. And he ended up dying. He was chemically castrated, because in those days the government have since issued a public apology. Bit bloody late, if you ask me. Bit bloody. It was 2 years ago. It took them years and years ago. He died when he was very young, chemically castrated. And you think the good that he did. And I've been to Bletchley Park, and I've been into the hut where he worked and all the rest of it. It's fantastic. And you think that's how they treated gay people. You know, I was watching an old Big Brother, and there was a lesbian woman on there called Kitten, and she had a lot of angst, and she was because in the early days of Big Brother, before people understood about cameras and all the rest of it hidden behind the mirrors and the windows and all the rest of it, people that they used to put in there had serious mental issues. The arguments and the language And the way that they all behaved with each other was quite unbelievable. You should watch it, Big Brother Fights, and you will see all sorts of people on there. People who sort of, some disappeared without trace, thank the Lord, and some who hang around. Fighting, shouting, screaming, every swear word under the sun. And of course, the programme loved it because of the ratings. So they would put people in there who they deliberately thought could cause trouble. And they did. And the more trouble they caused, people didn't vote them out. They actually sort of kept them in because they were enjoying. We all remember little Nikki, who sadly is not with us anymore, but she used to have all these breakdowns and go, it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Oh, it's working. And she would have and they ended up becoming funny. Whereas, you know, you'd watch Mrs. C. She calls herself Lady C, you know, when she went into I'm a Celebrity Out of Here. What a disagreeable person. What a sad, lonely old woman she was. You know, I don't want to talk to you. Don't talk to me. And she literally had more chips on her shoulder than Amory Ramsden. But it made entertaining viewing because she was basically having a breakdown in front of us, a bit like Vanessa Feltz. Would Vanessa like to come to the diary room? No, I won't. It was interesting. You know, you watch these people and you think, my God, how can they have a breakdown? Why do you not go in there, eat the food, you know, I mean, trying to sleep in a room with about 8 other people, I think, would be very disagreeable for me. I don't do things like that. I don't sort of share, and I wouldn't be remotely interested in getting involved in anything. You know, as far as I'm concerned, you know, Steve's going to do a Bush Tucker trial. Well, you're not going to be eating today because I don't do Bush Tucker trials. I certainly wouldn't be eating any of the food that they put in front of me. They go, and if you do this, then, you know, you get a star and they can all eat. No, they're going to starve because most of them look as though they're a bit overfed at the moment. So I won't be doing anything like that ever again. And that's why I don't do that. My poor friend Warren is going to throw his computer. He's still got computer problems. Still got computer problems. And he said, I'm going to throw it out the window now just to cool it down. He's been on the computer. Because once you start on the computer, as you all know, he spent 6 hours on it. 6 hours. He said, it's the weather. He said, I'm swearing because problems with my computer. I've got blooming computer problems and everything else. And he sits on it and he just gets really frustrated. Whereas I sort of go onto the computer, but I do most of my transactions, as my cuz will tell you, on my telephone. I do everything on the telephone. I order stuff on the if I'm sitting at home, I'm on the telephone. I tend not to get up and go to the computer. I use it on the telephone. And at the moment, though, all your parcels are sitting outside in the wind and the rain because the post office has got nowhere to put them at the moment. And I'm waiting for a parcel, but, you know, I'm no different to it. I could wait. I'm not going in any particular rush about something arriving. I've got about 3 parcels, probably 3 and a bit parcels. But it doesn't matter. But if you've ordered for Christmas and you're hoping to get them, there's a chance you might not. You might not. They've also, I was talking to my friend Rich earlier on because he lives down in Kent. He's Tunbridge Wells. And he said it's freezing down there. Freezing. Because they've got Littleham, they've got to have the heating on all the time. So it's fine. And but he said, I looked out the window the other day, he said, and I looked at the car. He said, and I looked at the snow. Because Kent got really hit badly by all the snow. And you tend to forget. I was talking to my lovely driver this morning, who I've had on a few occasions. And we were talking about the train drivers and the striking. And I said, well, there's a survey. I think more than 70% of this country say the nurses deserve a decent pay rise. They, you know, out of all the people striking, you know, I don't have sympathy for the RMT train drivers because you can pick up 60 grand a year. Easy. If you don't want to do it, I know the simple answer is go do something else where you can pick up 60 grand, which aren't that many jobs in this day and age. But it turns out some of the papers are running a story. It sounds to me a little bit as if they're trying to wind him up because they know how easy it is to wind up Mr. Lynch. And they're saying that the members are thinking of turning and they're going to go, listen, we're going back to work. Because they can't afford. I heard of a postman the other day. He's lost £1,000 so far. Don't work, don't get paid. They say members of the RMT, some of them could lose up to 5,000 quid. If you're a train driver, 5,000 quid's nothing. Nothing, really. You can afford to lose it, but you can't afford to go for much longer. Offered 9%, old Lynchy, get him out there, get him out on the picket lines. You know, playing the old working class hero thing, but unfortunately, it could backfire terribly. And then everybody loses because, you know, the Prime Minister said, that's it. It's 9%, you know, with a few little concessions here, there, and that's it. You know, you could stay out for the rest of your life. All you're doing is cutting off your nose to spite your face. I got home yesterday. I had to go on the Underground. Strangely yesterday, because I get the train from Leicester Square, or Leicester Square, which is very nice and very posh, and I get off at Hammersmith. And at one point, the train comes in, and it was fairly busy coming in yesterday. And then we get to the next station, and it was rammed. And I began to think, where were all these people the other day? There was there was one bloke gets on the train, and he's got 2 suitcases and a violin. You can imagine, can't you? I mean, you know, you feel like saying, why don't you get a bloody taxi, matey? Because, you know, he's falling over people and there's people there and all the rest of it. And then by the time he got to Hammersmith, I just walked off the train. It was quite easy. So I did that, walked up the escalator, get to the top. Within 1 minute, my bus arrived. I'm on the bus. Luckily, not too many ghastly school children, and managed to get home. So I was home by 8:30. So you can stay out as long as you want, because it doesn't make any difference to me. I'm going home in exactly the same way. I'm just not using Waterloo Station, and that's the same for a lot of other people, producers driving in, because it's easier for. Why should he have to inconvenience himself? But I tell you, people are going to be losing money, and I think eventually somebody's going to turn around to old Lynchy and go, listen, we've achieved nothing. We've had no end of strikes. We've all been out. We've done the bit round the brazier, the picket lines and all the rest of it. And we've still got nothing in our pockets except we're losing. So where it goes from here, I don't know. I was going to actually ask sort of James O'Brien what he thought they could do, but I thought maybe asking the wrong person. I'll probably ask Nick Ferrari. I was going to ask my cuz, Will Guyatt. Bless his heart, honestly. He did make me laugh. He phoned me the other day. We're having a good old laugh at home about bits and pieces. It's always the same things every time. It really is. It always works a treat as far as I'm concerned.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Nice. Bloody freezing outside. It really is cold. It really is cold, and it's supposed to be getting a bit worse, and then it gets a bit better. But driving home, as I say, my friend Rich, having to drive all the way to Kent. It's a drive and a half, and he's had problems with cars and bits. Oh, God, has he had problems with cars. But I thought I'd go visit my godchildren this weekend, and I sent a text to their mum saying I thought I'd pop down this Saturday, which will be the last time before I pop down for Christmas Day lunch, weather permitting, because if it's snowing, there's no chance I'm going down there, because I've been on the motorway before, and when you're in a white mist, and it's lorry drivers will tell you it's a nightmare. I've sat there thinking, I'm going to have an accident. And so I have, on odd occasions, pulled off the road and sort of then said, listen, I'm going home again. I'm not going to risk it. So I'm praying that there's no bad weather over the festive season. So that's fairly good. Bad news. Another one of those little boys who was in hospital after the falling through the ice on that frozen pond. He's died. And I said to the producer earlier on, I said, isn't it amazing in this day and age, they do everything within the National Health Service to keep somebody alive. A little 6-year-old boy, what is it that means that we can't keep him alive? Because we keep other people alive, you know, people that we put into an induced coma, or somebody who's been asleep for a long time, and they wait until they can then sort of wake them up. And they couldn't save him. For some reason, his sort of system inside his body had closed down, and they kept him going, but he's the 4th one to die after that lake plunge. They're now saying, as far as I'm concerned, and it sounds a bit glib, but a little bit late, putting up a fence around the lake. But the trouble is, kids are kids. They're naturally curious. They see something as a challenge. And I only could tell you that because I was exactly the same at that age. You know, if your mum says don't do that, you do that. If your mum says don't go there, you go there. You know, don't climb that tree, you'll fall off and hurt yourself. You climb the tree, you fall off, you hurt yourself. And then your mum goes, told you. And there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can do about it. By the way, I'm taking all your texts and emails. Why? Because I just want to. I'm that kind of person. We don't do phone-ins on this programme. Haven't done them for years and years and years. Might do them on Christmas Day. Haven't quite decided yet. I've yet to discuss with the producer what we're going to be doing. That'll be a short conversation. I'll just sit there and waffle on for goodness knows how long. And he will pretend he's the producer. And it'll be quite good. It's very, very amicable. It works in both ways. And so we're taking all your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Okay, and then you can get them through to us, and then we read them all out, unless you're particularly stupid. You know, if you're particularly stupid, dim, thick, you know, a little bit sort of racist, homophobic, or anything like that, if that comes out in it, you get banned completely. So you'll have to change your phone number. Otherwise, you'll never get home. Somebody told me about Turing House. It's now moved to a permanent site in Whitton. Teddington was only the temporary site. Oh, good. I don't like to think that Alan Turing's name was not being used anymore, because I think he was a hero. Absolutely. Chris in Portsmouth says, do I qualify as a spiker because I'm here every morning at 4? Yes. Just make sure you're there when they do the rage hour. Okay, that's the only thing I ask. And judging by the amount of feedback we get at the moment, we're looking pretty much on course, which is good. And Steve, Scottish salmon is worse than that. Their farming conditions typically allow them to develop skin scabs. It doesn't kill them, but it's desperately unpleasant for them, yet it's within the UK limits for taste and quality. However, in Norway, Norvège, it is, however, a prohibited issue. Ergo, I only buy Norwegian salmon, never Scottish. That's good. I've been to Norway. We went there. We liked Norway. Very quiet as a country. You know, I mean, not like here, we're chock-a-block. Absolutely chock-a-block. And yet you go to Norway and you can walk around, not see anybody. Not see anybody at all. I mean, it is quite blissful. I don't think I'd want to live there. But to actually go there was a very interesting experience. I remember years ago I went to go and work in where did I go to? I can't remember where I went to. Sweden or Norway or somewhere like that. And I took a DFDS ferry over there and it came into Esbjerg. And I went there and I remember I was desperately unhappy. I'd gone over there thinking I'm going to be a DJ. I was going to sort of play music and everything else. And it was through a company called Europa Bookings. And it was run by a guy called Jerry Coord. And I didn't have anywhere to stay, so he said, you can stay at my house. So I'm lugging around my records. And basically, he was trying to palm me off in these discos with these women who could sort of put me up and I could stay. I just wanted to come home. I hated it. I hated it. I never earned any money, and I never had any money for food. And he had a loaf of bread in the kitchen, and every morning I'd look at it. And I remember slicing a little tiny thin bit off, hoping that nobody would notice. Because I didn't have any money for food or anything else like that. And in the end, I phoned my parents up, reverse charge. In those days, I thought you could do it quite easily, you know. And then you'd hear the operator saying, oh, hello, would you accept a call from Stephen? My mother would go, yes, I want to come home now. I hated it over there. I couldn't think of anything worse. And yet there were DJs who made a very good living, you know, and they all had tricks. They all had different gimmicks. One of the DJs I was going over on the boat with, he said to me, what's your gimmick? And I said, have a gimmick. I said, what's yours? He said, invisible dog. And he had a stiff dog lead. And he'd walk around with it going, sit, good boy, whoop, sit. And he was a DJ. You apparently the Norwegians liked this kind of thing. They thought this was hilarious. Absolutely. As I say, I couldn't wait to get home. I got home, middle of a blooming strike. So my parents had to drive an awful long way to get me back home again, because I came into Dover, I think, and I was trying to get back again. I really must do a biography, mustn't I, really? Because I keep remembering all these different things. Barry says, I used a Michel Roux recipe yesterday. I put 6 chicken thighs with skin and small King Edward potatoes, rubbed everything with olive oil, added 7 cloves of garlic. Oh, blimey. That's a bit too much, 7 cloves of garlic. With their skins and lots of rosemary from the garden. In between the chicken, I added mobs of butter. Oh, he said it was heaven. Well, I don't think they'd have garlic in heaven. I mean, you wouldn't be sitting next to angels, would you? That's why when the train was so crowded yesterday, the bloke next to me had a lot of garlic the night before, and I was sort of like turning to the right, going, "Oh God, how much longer? Perhaps he'll get off soon." And he did. Steve, how come, says Lorna, Meghan knows so much about the royal family in the short time she was amongst them, considering she said she didn't know anything about them before she met Harry, who she also knew nothing about, but she asked someone to introduce them. Yes. Well, there's lies, and then there's Meghan. She just tells exaggerated lies. That's why her family don't talk to her. They don't talk to her. And so they've tried to sell... I mean, basically, I think she's a bit Amber Heard. You know what I mean? It's a case of she feels hard done by, and there might be certain elements of racism in the royal family. I don't know. I couldn't possibly comment. But you're right. She wasn't in the royal family long enough. All I know is we had to cough up over 20 million quid for this dreary wedding. You know, people liked her. Unfortunately, the longer this goes on and her dissing the royal family, who the majority of people in this country like, it's going to turn people against her. And it's got nothing to do with racism or anything else. It's a case of, don't think you can tell us about the royal family, love. You know? I wonder how many years ago it would have been before she'd been taken to the Tower, incarcerated. Shane says, I've just got on a train. I've been Christmas shopping in Sydney. Now I've just found out the blooming trains are playing up. But at least I can listen to you. Absolutely, you can. And hopefully you're all going to globalplayer.com. Yes. You must download it. Please download it because, you know, if you want to catch up on the show via the podcast, it is now exclusively available on Global Player. My Little Bit Extra is available where you get it from at the moment. OK, but if you want the whole show, it's still free. It's still amazing. It's still utterly brilliant. It's so funny and witty. And you can listen to it and really wind yourself up. It's not available anywhere else. But if you don't have Global Player, and many of you might not, I want to make sure that you have, which is my Christmas gift to you. Isn't that good? Look, I mean, how generous am I? M-I-C-K-E-Y-M-O-U-S-E, Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse. You can either download it. I used to hate those Disney kids. Didn't you? Did you ever watch the Disney Club on the television? They had all these kids, and being American kids, they were all so terribly up and all. Yeah, come on, M-I-C-K-E-Y-M-O-U-S-E, Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse. And so they used to, honestly, you could have strangled them. It was just so infuriating. But, you know, that's how they work. You know, in America, you know, the kids who go to stage school, you can tell them in Richmond because they're very noisy on the platforms. Yeah, woo! And then they'll break into, I'm going to live forever, baby, remember my name. Me, I'm sitting quietly on the train. Make them go away, please. Anyway, if you haven't got Global Player, here's what you need to do. You can either download it from your app store or visit globalplayer.com. Once you've got it, simply go to the podcast section and search for Steve Allen, the whole show. If you're listening on Alexa, just say, Alexa, open Global Player and play Steve Allen, the whole show podcast. I thank you. There you go. It's as simple as that. How much happier is your life going to be? You know, I mean, your life could not be any happier if I was celebrating Christmas all by myself. You know, it's as simple as that. Oh, look at that. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think if you're getting into the festive spirit, come on, you've got to do it. It only happens once a year. That's why Peter Andre's he's the Grinch. What a boring old so-and-so he must be in real life. Mind you, every time I look at him, he always looks a bit unhappy. I can remember there was an interview he did on the television. Who the heck did it? I think it was on Sky. And they were asking him questions that he didn't want to answer them. And he said, no, I'm sorry, I'm going. And I thought, oh, God, temperamental as well. Couldn't bear it. It'd be like interviewing Brooklyn Beckham. Hello, Brooklyn. What's your name? How do you spell it? Do you remember he was stopped on the street and they said, what do you do? And he went, I'm a chef. Latest creation, a salad. Amazing, isn't it, really? And Jenny in Farringdon says, my weather app says it's -4, going up to 9 on Sunday. It'll feel almost tropical. And Roger says, best person for a balanced viewpoint is Theo Usherwood. Yes, I know him. I know him so well. I think he's just been done by Ian Dale, hasn't he? I think they're doing him on the programme, you know, where Ian Dale interviews various people, because Theo nearly died. If you remember, during COVID. You don't remember that? No. Oh, well. You'll hear it if you download the podcast. Steve, says Philip, a strict credit card only coffee shop in Beckenham came unstuck yesterday when their credit card machines had problems. They were forced to take cash. It was chaos. Another customer who I'd never seen before bought me a coffee. They should ban credit card only coffee shops. Yes, I don't go to them. There's one in Twickenham, Pret a Manger. We only take credit cards. Well, you're not getting my business. I'm sorry. You know, I get paid and I just lie to them. I remember going into one of those bakery type places. They're all over the place. You get coffee and they've got a window full of rolls and, you know, croissant bits and pieces like that. And she said, oh, so it's only credit cards. I'd asked for 2 cheese rolls. And she said, this was during the sort of pandemic. And she said, we only take credit cards. And I said, I don't have a credit card. I thought I might as well stand there and brazen it out to see if they would submit. But she said, oh, I can't do anything about it. I said, OK, you lost my business. But of course, they couldn't give a toss. They're not remotely bothered about you, the people who work there at all.
We all want to do our bit for the environment. But there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit kew.org/gift-in-will.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company, 27 minutes to 5. I'm trying to warm you up because it's freezing cold out there today, and it might be freezing cold where you are. I always think better to stay in bed. Stay in bed, pull the duvet up round your ears, put your dressing gown on as well, turn the radio up, and keep all your hands underneath the duvets, and you can rub your legs together, hoping they don't catch fire, and then you should feel a lot better about life. Okay, terrible. Ange says that poor little boy, he had a massive cardiac arrest and sadly was starved of oxygen. I'm afraid had he survived, he would have most likely been terribly brain damaged. It's too sad. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. I was reading what Dawn Neeson was saying in her column yesterday, that, I mean, no words can ever describe to a parent. Nothing you could ever say would ever bring back a child. You know, and you think parents have got to live with this. I mean, it's too sad for words. It's the kind of thing that people say, what do you say to somebody? And I said, I wouldn't know. I really wouldn't know. You know, words like, I don't know. I really don't know what you'd say. I was trying to think, putting myself in a similar position if it was a member of my family. But because it's a child, because it's a little child, it's even worse. You know, somebody who they barely got off the ground. You know, they haven't lived, they haven't done anything, and now they can't. And you ask yourself the question, as indeed many people have done over the years, are you sure there's a God? You know, if there is, how could he ever let a little child die? Didn't he say, suffer little children? I seem to remember that from years and years ago. It's one of those things that was imprinted in my mind. And I remember thinking then, you know, God looks after little children. And it turns out that he doesn't. And then people say, oh, he's testing you. Who the hell wants to be tested? Who the hell wants to be tested? I'm sorry. If you've got the power to save a little 6-year-old child and all the other ones, why didn't you do it? And that's when people's faith gets challenged. But, you know, I'd rather have the child there than be challenged faith-wise. But it is just so sad. And especially at this time of year. I hope that it means that, you know, all parents listening are going, where are the kids? Where have they gone to? Where are they playing? Who are they? That's why I used to, you know, get a little bit fed up with my mum used to say to me years ago, you'd be going out on an evening and my mum would say, where are you going to? Who are you going to be with? They wanted to know, you know, do we know them? Do we have their phone number so we can check and make sure you're all right? And I used to think, God, honestly, why do they faff so much? And it's for that simple reason that they want to make sure that you're okay. My mother used to, if I was out working and then I'd get home late, my mother would pretend that she'd woken up specifically to just make me some cheese and pickle sandwiches and a cup of cocoa before I went to bed. So she'd be sitting in the kitchen in her dressing gown. And she'd go, oh, I was just going to bed, Stephen. And I go, no, you weren't. You've been sitting here all the time waiting for me to come home, because she worried, you know, which is nice. Parents should worry. So anyway, Peter Andre calls for radio stations. He's written an open letter. Imagine Peter Andre's written a letter. Hilarious. Asking them to stop playing a festive classic. After deciding, he's made this all by himself. He's very clever. That Christmas isn't the most wonderful time of the year. So Andy Williams, it's the most wonderful time of the year, synonymous with the Christmas period. Peter believes the song is incorrect and summer holidays are the thing to sort of sing about. But unfortunately, nobody's done a song about summer holiday apart from Cliff. We're all going on a summer holiday, no more working for a week or two. But anyway, a lot of people... 85% of the British public, it's a travel company thing. That's what it is. It's not Peter Andre's thoughts at all. I didn't think he'd had half a brain cell going on. But He said, the British public quizzed by this travel company saying the song is factually incorrect. Go away, bog off, mind your own business. Wouldn't be using that travel company anywhere at all. But challenging Section 3 of the CAP broadcast code, Peter even accuses radio stations of false advertising. Go away, you silly little man. Dear God in heaven. And he says, I've got data to prove it. Recent findings from this company. He's been paid. This is a paid little thing to get some attention. They couldn't find anybody decent, so they ended up with dreary old Peter Andre. It isn't the most wonderful time of the year after all. Well, it is for lots of people, matey. It is for lots of people. Boring old you. Why don't you just go away? Go to Australia, stay in Australia. Take the family, couldn't care less. Surely the wife said to you, Peter, don't upset people. Don't upset people. It's Christmas time. People have had a lot of misery this year. He's a father of 4. But he says here, factor in the cost of living crisis, national strikes, overall price hikes and general low mood, and you get my drift. No, we don't, unfortunately. Nobody takes a blind bit of notice of what you come up with. It's drivel. It's drivel. Do you not understand that having national strikes, price hikes and general low mood in the nation, that we need songs like that to give us the boost? Not some dreary old has-been like you. God in heaven, why would you want to ruin somebody's Christmas? He says, a time to make memories, summer. He said, splash around in the sea with the kids. Well, it'd be nice to be able to afford to go and splash around in the sea, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, we're not all loaded like you are, matey. So you take the kids, you tiddle off to Australia, bloody well stay there. Won't have anybody like you ruining Christmas. I mean, fancy. Why didn't you just admit at the beginning? A company approached me and wanted me to do something, and we're going to show you all the machinations, and we're going to tell you that, you know, it's really not the happiest time of the year because of strikes and people have got to pay money back and all the rest of it. Well, bully for you, pal. Bully for you. When was the last time you were in the charts? Oh, goodness sake. Honestly, dreary. Very dreary. Have you heard about the fact that your child's been renamed? Princess is now Princess Price. Not Princess Andre. Something else to get your teeth into. Why not worry about something like that as opposed to ruining everybody's Christmas? Go to Australia, stay there, do whatever you want to do, matey. But don't tell people how to enjoy their Christmas. I bet you anything, though, you'll be having Christmas, won't you? You'll be having turkey and presents and things like that. So basically, you're a bit of a hypocrite. Honestly. Quality Street fans. We're all a Quality Street fan, aren't we? Do we like Quality Street? I think we do. They've decorated their homes with versions of the iconic sweets to raise cash for food banks. So that's quite a nice idea. The Quality Street originated in Halifax. Nestlé said, we're delighted to be sharing Halifax's finest sweets with Sheffield. It's not the finest sweets, dear. Don't get carried away with it. People just have a tin of Quality Street on the sideboard. Look at the price of vegetables. Cheap. Cheap. Lidl. Look at this one here. Brussels sprouts, a pack. 89 pence. Nope. 19 pence. 19 pence. British mini roasting potatoes. 19 pence. This is for 1.5 kilos. Shallots. 99 pence. No. 19 pence. This is a Lidl. Carrots. 45 pence. No. 19 pence. British parsnips. Ugh, hate parsnips. Hate them. But from 62 pence to 19 pence. So they're doing their bit. Swede. Who the hell has Swede at Christmas? 65 pence. No, 19 pence. So they say, you know, they're in store now. Unbelievable prices. And yet the next page, they've got food prices surging by 16.4%. That's disproving what was on the previous page. Low-fat milk up 45%, tea up 11.6%. I got sent some tea the other day from Helinka. Thank you. Butter up 28%, poultry up 16%, bread. Do you know, I bought some rolls the other day. The one thing I have trouble with is you buy some soft rolls. I bought some pastrami and stuff like that to put in there. And you have to cut them and they all fall apart and everything else. You can buy ready-cut rolls. Who says there isn't a God at Christmas? Go on, by good. I mean, honestly, if somebody needs to tell Brooklyn Beckham, he could end up making a roll. No, let's not run before you can walk, Stephen, for goodness sake. Poor old Brooklyn. Meghan accused of peddling conspiracy theories. I'm telling you, the tide is turning. The tide is turning. It's got nothing to do with ethnicity. It's to do with the fact she thinks she can bring down the government. She thinks she's really clever. She was never that bright. Never that bright. And a fed-up driver blocked by Just Stop Oil activists was threatened with a fine. Why? He sounded his horn. He went, beep, beep. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Anyway, the incident happened in North London on the A503. Some drivers grew very impatient because they'd been, this eco mob marching for 90 minutes. You can well imagine, can't you, how fed up people would get. Anyway, Met Police Chief Inspector Matt Ashmead ran over to tell the person in the car, "This is an improper use of the horn. I will give you a ticket. Beeping your horn in our ears isn't helping, is it? I'll give you a ticket if you do it again." What a miserable person he must be. Yeah, doing nothing, are you, because your hands are tied? You look like complete dipsticks, I'm afraid. Mr. Ashmead also insisted the courts had stopped police arresting the protesters. Yeah, but nice to know that a chief inspector, Matt Ashmead, is looking after the protesters walking very slowly down the road. How marvellous. I bet you joined the police force for that very thing. Barry says, what time on Christmas Day will be on the radio? I don't know, check the schedules. And Karen from Merthyr Tydfil says, I drove to London on the M4 last Sunday, parked in Chinatown, snow. White fog all the way, absolutely frightening. Salt spreading was slow. I wanted to turn round at Membry Services. I shall not be doing that again. I know. It is one of those things, isn't it? I get frightened driving in snow. Really do. It's not my sort of thing at all. Living in Goa, says Johnny, I ended up working on a market stall with a Slovenian woman and a Mexican man. Odd, but really good fun selling things to the locals. What on earth were you selling? What were you selling? Another one says, sad about the boy not surviving. Us kids used to climb the cliffs down the road from us. Apparently the front lobe of the brain is not developed then, whilst children... I mean, I see people tombstoning. And if anything, that's where they climb to a rocky outlet into the sea, and then they leap off into the sea without knowing what the hell's underneath there. There could be a rocky outcrop, there could be prams, there could be just about anything underneath there, but they do it. And people have died tombstoning. Really terrible. Really, really terrible. Reality TV star, Georgia Harrison. She's not a star. Can we get these things right? A star is somebody like Lucille Ball, Kathleen Harrison, all the big stars. She's just somebody who turned up on Love Island. OK? She says the shame of telling her parents about her leaked sex tape will stay with her forever. Well, it's your fault for sleeping with Stephen Bear. He was the one who filmed you. Admittedly, apparently, she didn't know, but she had to tell her dad about a sex tape. I don't know how you tell parents. It's not her fault that she was leaked. Luckily, she took him to court and he lost. Now, there's a very good chance that he would go to prison. I often wonder when people say I was filmed secretly. I've seen more people filmed secretly. And how do you film secretly? He might get 2 years in prison. I think highly unlikely. I tell you what I think they will do, because the man's an idiot. We all know that. But, why she was attracted to him in the first place, I've got no idea. He didn't come with a reputation at all. He could get... I think what he'll get is 2 years suspended. That's what it'll be. That's what it'll be. You can just tell, or they say an unlimited fine. The courts are far more lenient than you ever imagine in this country. But anyway, she's sort of done a story today, and it's called revenge porn, I think. And I don't quite get why it's called revenge porn. As far as I'm concerned, the man's an idiot. He was always a prat of the first order. I don't care what happens to him, but I have a feeling it'll be one of those suspended sentence things. They'll say 3 years suspended for 18 months or something like that, which basically means if you, misbehave yourself in another 18 months, then you go to prison and you complete the thing. And what they'll do is then probably give him a fine. But how you fix a fine on things like that, I've got no idea, because it's a relatively new issue, isn't it?
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be... We've all decided, actually, Peter Andre is... Ugh. Seriously, honestly, fancy telling you, don't celebrate Christmas, don't enjoy yourself. So he's flying away with the kids to Australia. So good old Peter Andre, again, comes up with another ghastly bit of rubbish. Honestly. Simon says, last week you went to Tesco Osterley Cafe. I didn't go, unless you took me on the radio. He says, believe it, they served me fish and chips with peas, tartar sauce, slice of lemon, £6.50. Very delicious and great service. He said, you can't buy this outside anywhere. Oh, I bet you can. I bet you can. I bet you could go up north and get fish and chips with peas. Who had peas with fish and chips? And tartar sauce, that's about a penny's worth. So basically, you paid fish and chips £6.50. You can get that anywhere. Seriously, there's loads of places, fish and chips. Mind you, the police were out the other day, which is good news. Unfortunately, these police officers decided, that they'd go into a field with loads of snow and they'd have a snowball fight. Not good. They were filmed in a park by staff at a church, but they were later reported to bosses. Because people have got, if you've got a telephone, you've got a camera, and people film these things now. So it's not like they're saying, wait a minute, hold that there, I'll rush home and get the camera. No, you've got it on your telephone. This 31-second clip was posted on an online forum. It shows 2 women officers hurling missiles and shrieking in delight. This is serving police officers in uniform. A pair of male officers join in. One lobs a snowball at his colleague who caught it, which is unusual. 2 more officers are seen showering each other with snow in Stoke Newington in North London. The St Paul's churchgoer who recorded the clip says a police van pulled up, 6 officers got out, and then this happened. It's interesting. Another said, you'd be surprised, but the police have these wearable communications devices called radios, so they'll be contacted immediately. A third person said, wait for the haters to say they should be fighting crime, not throwing snow. That's not haters. That's people behaving like adults. Anyway, the Met said the video was filmed near to Stoke Newington police station and the officers are thought to have been on a break. They've been allowed downtime, but have been reminded of the importance of acting professionally. I don't think throwing snowballs was acting professionally, whichever way you look at it. And they turned up in a van. So don't give us all the baloney about, they were on downtime. Well, all together at the same time. And that looks nice. And they were just sort of throwing snowballs, very infantile. And the women police officers were screaming, goodness sake, honestly. Steve, on Christmas Day, I shall be in Switzerland, says Jennifer. A ski resort called Grindelwald. I'm not skiing, I just love the snow and fondues. I shall be indulging in a lot of Swiss chocolate, as I'm going to a chocolate-making class. Oh, I love a fondue. I love a fondue. You can't beat a fondue. I've done that loads of time, and Grindelwald is very pretty. In fact, it's made even prettier because it's all the Swiss chalets and everything else, but they're made prettier because in winter, they're all covered in snow. And you wouldn't expect to see Peter Andre there. In fact, if I saw Peter Andre there, I'd be calling him out on it. Get out! Not for you, mate. This is for people who enjoy the season. 'Tis the season to be jolly, fa-la-la-la-la, but not for Peter. That's how it goes, isn't it, really? Steve, God blimey. I like that you just said jump into the picture. It reminded me, says Kathy, that Dick Van Dyke was 97 on Tuesday. Total legend, yes. They say Disney was a genius, but he can't have been that clever, as Donald Duck really should have been called Donald Drake, says David. Yes. And Paul says, most train drivers are members of ASLEF and not the RMT. We're not on strike, so please stop saying we are. It doesn't help the situation. Oh, nothing worse than a moaning Mary. Really? Oh, my God, don't say all the train drivers. We mentioned you once, love. Get over yourself. Really, you must have a nightmare going out shopping, I should imagine. Must be terrible. Merry Christmas to you and your gang, Steve. I bought 8 legs of venison for here we go, for £120 the other day. Now, is it just me or is that too dear? Bard, never write in again. I should get my cuz to come round. I shall send him round to you. Steve, I've just bought a few electric blankets, but still not yet turned on. How safe are they? I don't know. You bought them. It depends where you bought them. And if you buy them, you've got to be very careful. They have to come with the kite mark on there. If they don't have the British kite mark, you could be in big trouble. These things could burst into flame. I wouldn't buy anything from a market. I would have to check very carefully, because still markets are selling fakes and stuff like that. And of course, what do people... In fact, there's a piece in one of the papers today, and it's a company. Unfortunately, they're not based in this country. They're based overseas, and you won't get through to them because their helpline is an answer phone. They're charging 50 quid for a little halogen fire to be sent to you. Well, you can buy it online for under £20. So for a start, you're being ripped off. I wouldn't touch these with a barge pole. I'll tell you who it is. It's done in the Mirror today. So I'll tell you about that. Wild salmon in their natural life, says James in Scotland, would swim hundreds, even thousands of miles to spawn. The difference, and then they die, don't they? After they've spawned, I've seen them. They just fall to the bottom of the river. and they just die. It's very sad, very sad. The difference of lifestyle to that of farmed is the meat itself. Farmed salmon has much more white fatty deposits between the flakes of flesh, and the wild salmon tastes so much better, says James. I've had both. I've never noticed any white fatty deposits in the slices of salmon. I've never noticed anything like that before. But what I tend to do is I tend to buy 3 packs of sliced salmon. You get about 4 slices in each pack, and some chopped egg in a sort of like a sauce, which I quite like. And there's lines of fat. Oh right, lines of fat. Poor little things, honestly. But I do like smoked salmon. It's supposed to be quite good for you. I tell you what I became addicted to the other day, blueberries. Blueberries, a big season at the moment. I bought 4 boxes. I went on the bus. I'm sitting there eating blueberries on the... I mean, really, how decadent. There's a bloke sitting opposite me, and he's watching me. And I'm putting them in my mouth. I was like an automata. I was just sort of picking up, putting them in my mouth, hand down, picking them up. They're very good for cholesterol, the producer thinks, but I mean, he's not medically qualified, so don't take his word for that. Okay, they might be really bad for you, so be very careful. And so I've got 3 boxes to go back to today, which I'm very much looking forward to. Very much looking forward to, because I thought it's better. I mean, much as though occasionally I like a piece of toast. Occasionally. Today I'm going to have a roll with some pastrami in it, and the blueberries. Going to eat the blueberries as well. That's going to be very nice. Do you remember an LBC nightly quiz show where you could win a briefcase with thousands of pounds in it, says Philip? I don't. No. I don't remember any briefcases with £1,000 in it. I can remember we used to have a competition years ago, and you could win, because we were on 11.52 in those days, you could win £1,152 and a certain amount of pence. You had to guess what the pence were. So we would have a number given to us. They'd say 36, and people would phone up, and you'd go, right, it's £1,152, and they go 27 pence. You go, no, sorry, and you keep it going. It's like Pip and Holly. They do a quiz, not at the moment because they're off for Christmas. You've got Alison Hammond and what is the name of that sidekick? Anyway, and I can never remember. He's deeply unfunny and not very good at interviews, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, so they have a thing there, and you phone in, leave your telephone number, then they pick a number at random and they call it, and you've got to answer with the slogan of the day. You've got to say, like, oh, I love Pip Schofield, he's great. If you pick up the phone and go, hello, they put the phone down on you because you haven't answered. You're supposed to pick it up, and go, Philip Schofield is great. The moment you say that, then you stand a chance of winning £1,000, £800, £3,000. It just depends what it is. But the amount of people who've phoned up, left their phone number, and then the phone rings, go ring, 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 ring. Hello? Click. Madness. Listening to you from Mauritius, says Jason. I'm out here catching up with the family I've not seen in 3 years. That's the trouble when you're tagged, isn't it? That is so difficult, trying to get away through the airport scanners. I came through Chiswick the other day. Somebody might better help me. And opposite Gunnersbury Station, they had all these security. They were literally, it's on a trading estate. And they had things to go through, and the security men were checking. And I thought, I wonder what's going on there. This was early in the morning. Jason says, I don't want to rub it in. He says, the time difference of 4 hours means I get to hear you every morning. I don't want to rub it in. Currently, he said, it's 25 degrees and rising. So I may go to the beach again later. Only a 5-minute walk. I shall send you some tropical sunshine. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Don't try and be clever by saying, I don't want to rub it in, because you are rubbing it in. Okay? It's like there was a line in, I can't remember what the thing was. Somebody was saying, oh, it was Goodbye, Mr. Chips. And Mr. Chips's wife has been insulted because she used to be a dancer. Petula Clark used to be a dancer and blah, blah, blah. And some bloke used to mess around, knew of her past. And Mr. Chips confronts him. And the man says, listen, I don't need to stand here being insulted by you. And Mr. Chips goes, yes, but of course you are standing here and you are being insulted by me. And I thought that was such a good line. I use it all the time. Roger says, for the first time ever, I saw Dawn Leeson lose her cool on television. Never arguing with another commentator about, guess who? Meghan. I know, it promotes all sorts of different bits and bits. Listen, everybody's got an opinion. Everybody's entitled to an opinion. I couldn't care less what people think. I've got my opinion. They've got their opinion. If we happen to disagree, tough. Nothing I could do about that. But Shane says we don't want Peter Andre back here in Sydney. No, nobody wants him. That's the trouble. The best he can get is to be paid by a company to tell you that basically we shouldn't be having happy Christmas songs on the radio because people aren't having a great time. Well, we're having a good time. The fact that old Andre is about as miserable as sin is of no interest to anybody.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 3 minutes past 5. It's Thursday, December the 15th. It means 10 days to go. And I'm not ready. As usual, I'm not ready. Also, by the way, you remember I was telling you the other day, very important, that mistletoe, there's going to be loads of it. Because of certain things, it's apparently not very good quality mistletoe. I was checking the other day because Paul Cooper, they get loads of mistletoe in, and I generally bring a tree around with me. I sit on the train with a huge tree of mistletoe going, anybody? Yeah, it never works. I get basically hauled off by British Transport Police, but at least I've made the effort. But they've said, no, the quality is not very good on mistletoe this year. So a little bit in back. So it might be in abundance, but not good quality. And there's a reason for it. And I can't remember what the reason was. John will probably tell me what it is. Rod Liddle writes in the paper about Russell Brand, who's announced with great pride he's been sober for 2 decades. So 20 years he's been sober. But the interesting thing is, Rod has written as follows. Well done, mate. He says, but if you think back about 20 years, wasn't Russell Brand just about the most famous comedian in the country? They even had him on Newsnight, pontificating on stuff in a rather weird manner. And have you heard anything from him at all for about a decade? He says, I hate to say this, Russell, but I think the public liked you better when you were totally out of your box. And to be honest with you, he has disappeared. He used to be, going on about, it was this and that and all the rest. Oh, I'm quite right, actually. Yeah, John from Paul Cooper's on the subject of mistletoe, he says, it's too cold. It goes yellow. If it's too cold, it's got to be the right temperature. So that's what. So really, if you're hoping for a few free snogs, it ain't going to be happening. It's as simple as that. So it goes yellow. Thank you, John. I knew I couldn't remember what it was. He told me, and I remember thinking, oh yeah, and then I sort of forgot about it. And I'm looking at pictures of it now. When it goes yellow, it doesn't look so good, does it? I wonder why mistletoe was sort of traditionally, it grows up trees. You have to climb, people have to put ladders up trees to cut it down. It'll only grow on certain trees. It doesn't grow on every tree, but certain trees. Alison says, come on, you foodie, 7 cloves of garlic is measly. Really? Actually, I used to work with a woman many years ago. In fact, many, many years ago. And she used to chew raw garlic. And I remember thinking, no. It's supposed to be very good for you. Michael Van Straten was with LBC for many, many years, bless him. He was known as Dr. Garlic because he prescribed garlic for everything. He said it was really good for the blood, really good for this. And you can buy non-invasive garlic. You can buy it in capsules, and you can buy it in health food shops and chemists and all sorts of things. And I kept thinking perhaps I should do it because I remember the odd occasion I used to use garlic salt. If I was doing a steak at home, I used to sprinkle it liberally with garlic salt, and the smell was just orgasmic. It was absolutely the best ever. I mean, that and a bunch of mistletoe, and I was sorted. But so my present to you for Christmas, says Alison, is tipping you off about Cathedral City's Dauphinoise. You can get it in Iceland, better than homemade. Cathedral cities. One more thing we have caught, an episode of Housewives of Salt Lake City, a bunch of grade 1 nutters. Look out for Mary and her hard-to-control eyeballs. Oh, they've got another one who's cross-eyed. And I think she's in I've got this wrong. Is she in the Housewives of New York City? Whatever she is, she's a nasty, evil woman. Really evil. And I can't remember why I thought she was evil, but she's another one. The Housewives of Orange County, they had another evil one in there, claimed to be religious. And she was the worst person in there. Horrible. Brett the Trucker. Brett. Such a good name. Minus 9.5. 9.5 in Sevenoaks in Kent. Told you, Kent. 9. Freezing. Absolutely blooming. I seriously think, it would be a lot easier if I found clothes which had sort of heaters inside them. Because whichever way you look at it, I mean, I was on the train, as I say, yesterday, packed, obviously for some peculiar reason. And people were all wedged in. And so we all basically gave each other a bit of heat. But it was a case of, you were kind of pitched up next to somebody you didn't really want to be pitched up next to. The amount of people who were obviously heading to Heathrow, so they've got suitcases with them, getting on a packed tube train where people are literally standing on tippy-toe, and there's somebody trudging, get off! And nobody says a word. It's great fun. But I managed to get off, get the bus and got home. It was great. And not too many school children, poor things. They must be frozen to death. And very shortly they must be going on Christmas holidays, I would think. If we're up to the 15th already, it's the way it goes, isn't it? It's the way. What else we got? From Rod Liddle. He says, a snowflake is a unique and wonderful thing. Did you know that if a single snowflake falls on London, 9 million other snowflakes go berserk with worry and the entire city comes to a standstill? It's also the way you can make money. If you're guessing that snow falls in London on Christmas Day, it's only got to take one snowflake to fall, but they've got to record. I mean, how? How do they do that? I've got no idea. I've never bet on snow in London on Christmas Day. Matthew says, I love Quality Street. I'll buy some today. And Dave says, it's ironic that Peter Andre's complaining about the Andy Williams song. Coming from Australia, all of his Christmas holidays growing up would have been in the middle of summer. Yeah. And then, of course, there was a time he had to work in his brother's gym in Larnaca, because we had a spy over there, and he said, I've just seen Peter Andre walk into his brother's gym. But as he's not bothered about, it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere you go. Obviously miserable old Peter Andre. I should imagine no tree in the house, no presents for the children who are growing up so rapidly now. But he's taking them to Australia. Stay there. Do us all a favour. Johnny says, we were selling handmade clothing and jewellery made from string. That's like macrame baskets. That's macrame? I know what macrame is, Johnny, because he was saying he's with this Slovakian woman and a Mexican guy on the market stall. Handmade clothing. Woo! Lovely. Sandra in Broxbourne says, Steve, still snuggled up, -5 in Hertfordshire. Horrid, scary driving. I've been watching I Love Lucy. Daft, but a good giggle when you need it. Oh, I loved I Love Lucy. I interviewed a guy once, and he wrote a book called Lucy in the Afternoon. And Lucille Ball was a huge, huge star in America. I mean, mega. She owned her own studio called Desilu, and she was married to Desi Arnaz Jr., and she was great. I thought she was absolutely fantastic. And all her stuff, I think most of it was in black and white, and it revolved around situations she got herself into. And the tour bus used to stop outside her home on the tour of the Meet the Stars kind of thing, and she would make sure she was in the garden out the front doing a bit of gardening, a little bit of weeding. So when the tour bus pulled up, people would look out the window and the tour guide would go, and there's Lucille Ball, and they go, I can't believe it, and they'd take pictures, and Lucy would stand up and wave and then go back inside. But this bloke used to go round and play chess with her, and he wrote a book based on him going to her house, and it was called Lucy in the Afternoon. And I remember talking to him in the days when I would talk to just about anybody, just to try and gain some, system of how to do interviews and listen, as opposed to writing questions down, which I did in the beginning. Big mistake. If you're doing interviews with somebody, you don't need to write anything down, nothing at all, because otherwise you're just following questions. What you have to do is learn to listen. And they will say something like, oh, yeah, 1920s, I went working in so-and-so, so-and-so. And then a little bit later, I say, when you said about the 1920s, what? And that's how it works. That's a conversation. Just reading questions is a bit daft. Steve, do you know anyone who has their Christmas meal at a restaurant or has one delivered? Oh, loads of people have Christmas meals at restaurants. Are you serious? It's the biggest money spinner for hotels and restaurants. You can pay... Well, I think it's about nearly £300 at some of the top London hotels for your Christmas lunch. Seriously, it's very, very expensive. Very, very expensive. Ramsay's was over, was it £700 for Ramsay's? So, yeah, people do it all the time. We used to do it, you know, but it's so expensive because that's the price, not including your booze. You've got booze on top of it. I mean, if you want to go out and have something like that, then that's fine. But, you know, I would always advise people to do it themselves at home, if, of course, you can do it. But I've never heard of anybody having one delivered. Steve, you wouldn't have seen Jack Regan and George Carter of the Sweeney having a snowball fight back in the day? My word. And the law wonders why it isn't taken seriously. We'll never get that respect back, says Ash. And isn't it lovely, says Roger. We don't hear about Prince Andrew's annual skiing holiday to Switzerland. Now he's had to sell the chalet. Has he sold it? I don't know if he sold the chalet. I know they were desperately... Well, yes, well, they had to sell it because they owed this woman who'd lent them the money to buy part of it. That was the problem. She wanted the money back. She was one who took him to court. The woman who owned the chalet, they wanted to buy it. It cost about 13 million. There was him and that dreary ex-wife of his. And they go, oh, we're in Verbier or wherever the blooming thing was. And I remember thinking at the time, it's going to come crashing down, pal. Sooner the better. Suzanne says, I love blueberries in my porridge. I just like blueberries full stop. Cold blueberries. John had some in the other day. In Paul Cooper's, and I remember I picked up a few and tried them. Oh, delicious. Ice cold blueberries. Don't have them warm, they're not the same. Steve, we put our company Christmas tree up this week. What do you think of our fairy on the top? I don't know. We shall have a look. I don't have the gift of doing it. Oh, look, it's a bottle of fairy liquid. It must be empty because if it... Oh, it's... wait a minute. Do you need to go down a little bit? It's a fake tree. It's not even real. What is the matter with you? You know the policy of this programme. You know the policy is real or don't bother. I mean, I've never heard anything like it in my life. I did buy a fake one a few years ago, but I told you 6 foot wasn't big enough for me. I should have bought 7, but I bought 6, and to be honest with you, it looked stunted. I was slightly depressed. It was all pre-lit. They advertised it on QVC, and it was about £400 or £500. So I've given it to my godchildren, and then they put it in their party barn. They have a party barn. They're very lucky, which has got a bar and dartboard and hockey and all sorts of pool table and stuff like that. Jukebox, you know, really whizzy bang stuff, which is great. But I'm not sure a fake Christmas, and you have the audacity to send me a picture of it, knowing my hatred of fake Christmas tree, especially one that looks as naff as yours. I could understand if it was but your one must be fairly ancient. And a bottle of fairy liquid, the expensive one, I noticed. It's not the cheap one. I like it when you can see the colour through the bottle, so you could see all the different colours. I used to have them on my windowsill in the kitchen, and when the sun used to hit it, it shone little prismatic lights all over the place. I needed my tea. You need everything, I tell you. If you're going on a long journey in the car, take a flask. But to be honest with you, who has a flask? Who has flask? You've got a flask. Yeah, well, you would have, wouldn't you? You live in Maidenhead. Yeah. For camping. I didn't think you needed a flask for camping, but there you go. I'll take your word for it. And Steve. This is Brenda. This is Richard Madeley's biggest crush. And she says, I know you're a big fan of Dawn Neeson, as I am, but I can just say what a lady she is. I work in the media, and I needed to ask her a work-related question. She went out of her way to help me. I know she listens to this, so I hope she hears it, as I want listeners to know how sound she is. We know these things. My cuz, Will, was only saying to me the other day, because he's a fan of Dawn Neeson as well. I don't know where she gets the energy from. Seriously, she's working all the time. She must get home, and she overlooks the Thames. It's very nice. And I remember thinking to her, she's got an old man at home as well, which is good, which is nice. But she's just on TV. Every time I turn on the TV, I'll be in the... There she is. There she is with Dan Wootton. There she is with so-and-so. There she is on this. She's on everything. I don't know where she finds the end. And so when the producer arrives in the office at 10 and then wakes up at 4 for this show, bless him, she's there again. She's there again. She's always on TV. Always on TV, which is good. Which is very good. We like it, so it's good. So Brenda says Happy Christmas. Jane in Yorkshire says, my mistletoe is lovely. No volunteers yet, though. Come round here, they're desperate for it. Desperate. Oh, got to take a short break. Oh, look! That's a bit sparse. I can do better than that. Much better. That looks a bit weedy, didn't it? You're not going to get many snogs out of that one, really, even though the producer's eyes have lit up because nobody bothers with him. They don't sort of go, oh, look, Elliot, I've got some mistletoe, you know, because he goes, yeah, come here then, you know, and you go, I don't think so.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. You have downloaded, have you, globalplayer.com? You have downloaded, please. If you want to catch up on the show via the podcast, remember it's now exclusively available on Global Player. Now, I have to tell you, today it might just be a little... Did I tell them this? Yeah, might be a little bit late, but it will be on Global Player. A little bit late. We've just got to got to put a code number in, okay, and then you can get it. Still free. Still amazingly brilliant, even though I say it myself. Just not available anywhere else. So if you haven't got Global Player, here's what you need to do. You can either download it from the App Store or visit globalplayer.com. This does not interfere with anything else at all. You know, wherever you listen to My Little Bit Extra, you keep listening there. Doesn't affect the programme in any way, shape or form. It's only the podcast of the Steve Allen Show. So what you do is you go and get globalplayer.com. Once you've got that, go to the podcast section, search for Steve Allen, the whole show. If you're listening on Alexa, just say, Alexa, open Global Player and play Steve Allen, the whole show podcast. Thank you. And you will get it. But it will be going up a little bit later today, so probably this afternoon. And I know that thousands and hundreds of thousands of you download it. And you can download the other one as well, but it's in exactly the same place. Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra is in exactly the same place. So continue to it's a good one today, actually. It's a very good one. Steve, one of my favourite put-downs is, well, of course, I could agree with you, but then we'd both be wrong. I love put-downs. I love that. And, Steve, you're right. She's called Ramona. Ramona! That's the one. This is one of the housewives. But is she a housewife of New York City? She's got funny eyes. But the trouble is, she's nasty. She's a nasty piece of work. Like this one. Who's the one then? If you know who Ramona is, you must watch these programmes. Who's the one in Orange County who is a friend of the... That's Ramona. She's evil. She's 65. She's the one of the housewives of New York. Can you put up the housewives of Orange County? Because then I can tell you which one's the evil one in there. Because they've got one she's a bit batty. And she couldn't keep a man. So, that's right, Tamra Judge. She's evil. Tamra Judge, she thinks she's glamorous. She's an evil person. That every one of these housewives... have you ever seen these housewife programmes? Oh, they're riveting. These are real people filmed in real situations. They're all horrible. Vicky there, who's now Gunval's son, really is just an emotional wreck. There's something the matter with her. She's not the full ticket. But Tamra Judge thinks she's this and that. She's supposed to be Christian. I've never met anybody less Christian. But then after we told you the other day, was it Grizzly? Chrisley? Yes, Chrisley, the man who's now been sent to prison for fraud. Couldn't be happier. Couldn't be happier. I always knew there was something the matter with that programme. I just couldn't quite put my finger on it. Anushka says, morning, Steve. About Russell Brand, I don't know much about him and still can't believe he was once married to Katy Perry. But wasn't his public decline due to that radio thing? Well, no, because it didn't affect Jonathan Ross. He's still appearing on television wearing the most ludicrous of clothes for an old man of his age. I mean, I remember this, and it was just horrendous because Russell Brand, which went out 2008, he and Jonathan Ross made prank calls to Andrew Sachs that created controversy. They called him to interview him on air. When he didn't answer, they left lewd messages, including comments about Brand's relationship with Sachs's daughter, Georgina. After initially receiving little attention, an article in the Mail on Sunday led to criticism, and the event became known as Sachsgate or Manuelgate, because Andrew Sachs played Manuel. He wasn't Spanish. You know, he was just a very good actor. And Brand and Ross were criticised by a number of MPs. I think Ross was suspended. Ofcom launched an investigation, and the BBC suspended Ross without pay for 12 weeks. The BBC was fined £150,000. It was absolutely disgusting and disgraceful. You know, to do things like that to somebody was just not good. And so every time I see Jonathan Ross on the television, I think he's very sweet and he's very good, but these clothes, has he got a wardrobe full of old deadbeat clothes? Because when he turns up on the television wearing some of this stuff, he looks so old. You know, it just looks a little bit like sort of past glory, I'm afraid. Anyway, Harry says, my school is breaking up for the Christmas holiday on Friday, and I'm tuning into your programme from a coach with my history class on the way to Hampton Court Palace in London. Well, he won't find Hampton Court Palace in London. Tell the driver he's going the wrong way. Hampton Court Palace is down the road from me. Definitely. So, Harry, I wouldn't even call it near London. I mean, you can get the R68, which will take you to Hampton Court Palace. And the nice thing is about having a history class at Hampton Court Palace is that it is a living museum. It really is. You can go there. They will show you Fish Court. They will show you all the bits of... I've been up on the roof of Hampton Court Palace, which is where you can see all the different areas that were built on. I think it was owned by Wolsey. Henry VIII saw it and went, I'm having that. And so he moved in, and it was what they call a lock-up palace. So you'll be able to go in the kitchens today, and you'll find people still cooking in the kitchens. They will cook because it's like a living museum. They have characters who walk around dressed as, different people who worked within the palace at the time. And people paid to watch Henry VIII eat. That's why he was so fat. He was fat. And people paid, like whatever it was, a couple of pennies to watch him stuffing his face. He was an evil man. He had his wives executed, rapidly one by one. A few he quite liked, but what he was looking for was son and an heir. That's what he wanted. He didn't care whether they lost their heads or anything else. But it was a lock-up palace. So when Henry VIII wasn't there, they would put the shutters up, cover all the furniture up with cloths, and he would then take the boat all the way back down to London, which took him about 2 days. And then if he decided, later in the year he wants to go, mainly in the summer, I think, to Hampton Court, first place to have a toilet. Well, I say a toilet. It was a long plank with holes cut in it, and you all sat next to each other. I mean, really, I ask you, in this day and age, for goodness sake. But they would then send messenger up on horse. He would say to the people at the palace, he's coming up, he'll be here in 2 days. They would then open all the windows, clean the place, take all the shutters off, the kitchen. 700 people used to descend on the palace. So, do I know all about Hampton Court Palace? Yep, I do. I've been in all the rooms. I've been in the Great Hall. The one thing that they've got, they had these beautiful tapestries made years and years ago for Henry VIII. They paid a fortune in the banqueting hall, which Henry never went to. He would eat in his own quarters. It was the fact that he was actually at Hampton Court Palace. And they uncovered a jousting field at Hampton Court Palace only a short while ago. But all these tapestries, over the years, they faded. So what they've done is they project the colour now onto them, and they turn it on and off, so you can see what the tapestries looked like when they were first installed, and then they would turn the colouring off, and you could see what they look like now. It was like the Bayeux tapestry, which of course is very famous, but it's not a tapestry. It's an embroidery, and it wasn't made in Bayeux. It was made in this country and shipped over there. They had all these seamstresses. So why do people tell lies? It does annoy me so much, honestly. Henry VIII. But, there you go. So you have a nice time, Harry. I'm sure you will, actually. A bit early to be going there. But they've got a nice cafe. You can get some food and a hot cup of tea or something like that. If you're a member of historic royal palaces, you don't pay to go in, and you've got your own little private room in there. They give you the code for the door, and you can buy yourself a little cup of tea in there. There's nobody else in there. You'll be sitting there by yourself, looking out the windows, looking at the characters, and you get 10% off discount, and you can go every single day free for a year. And you can also go to the banqueting house, and you can go to Kew Palace, and you can go to the Tower of London, and there's another one I can't remember. But you can go to all these places for free if you join historic royal palaces. Good gift for Christmas. Good gift to Christmas, I promise, for people sort of going, I don't know what to buy somebody. Either afternoon tea somewhere, which is good, which is, I think, for anybody. Not cheap. Always, you're looking to pay on average 60 quid, 65, 70, if not a little bit more if you have champagne thrown in. But that's a good thing. But historic royal palaces is good. As Harry will be realising later on, they don't get any government funding. They are self-funding, so they rely on donations and people going there. And I believe at Hampton Court Palace they've got an ice rink. They always put one up, whereas at the Natural History Museum this year they don't have an ice rink or a set of gallopers, which is a bit disappointing. Fran says, I could listen to you talk all day, Steve. It's -9 here in Oxfordshire, and my flat is currently 16 degrees, but still not got the heating on. The menopause has a lot to answer for. I know. Shane says, Steve, we don't want Peter Andre. We're not here in New South Wales. And Monica says, loving the show, going to get the ironing done now. See, I have somebody who does it for me. I don't do ironing. That's one of the advantages of being a radio presenter. I just cannot be bothered. In fact, I don't even possess an ironing board. I've got nothing like that at all. So my friend does it for me, which is very good because he has a shop where they do ironing. Rob in Hatfield says, I called into our local Tesco yesterday and this idiot came out in shorts and a t-shirt, flip-flops and a woolen hat. What's the world coming to? My postman's the same. Shorts. Perhaps they don't feel the cold or something like that, which is terrible. So as far as I'm concerned, trousers, thick socks, admittedly short-sleeve shirt, but I've got a big thick jacket with me and a big thick scarf. And I shall be sitting on the train later, looking resplendent. But at least I couldn't get. I said to somebody said, could I wear this coat? And I think it was John's sister in Paul Cooper's shop. And I said, listen, it doesn't matter what you look like in the clothing, as long as you're warm. That's all that matters. I couldn't care less if somebody goes, oh, you look ridiculous. You go, listen, I'm nice and warm and toasty. You can freeze your bits to pieces. I couldn't care less.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning. Do you know, here's the useless fact of the day. More than 1,100 children, some as young as 10, have been charged with stealing a car in the last 3 years. 10. Unbelievable. The Ministry of Justice revealed 1,156 under-18s were accused of vehicle theft, which is more than one a day. Most were at least 15, but 10% were 15 or 14, and 11 and 12-year-olds made up 7%. That's unbelievable that somebody at 10 could actually steal a car. I've electrified mine. Touch the door handle. I'll tell you, don't do it again. Second time. And then you fall over in the snow, which makes me laugh as well. Also, a burglar who had police on a terrifying 100-mile-an-hour chase in a stolen Porsche has been jailed. Michael McDonough, who's got one of the stupidest haircuts you've ever seen in your entire life. It's got the word crim written all over him. He's 44. Dashcam footage shared by police saw him swerving in the car in Kidderminster. Who comes from Kidderminster? James O'Brien. Does he know there's crims in his area? Stealing Boxsters? Anyway, strange enough, McDonough of Sunbury was convicted of burglary, fraud, dangerous driving, escaping lawful custody, obstructing police and driving without a licence, and also having a really stupid haircut. So they've sent him to prison for 10 years while he contemplates what an idiot he completely is. Steve, we got a box of 80 instant noodles in Costco, as I like having them after a night shift. So kimchi noodles with leftover chicken and a fried egg on top. Oh, not sure about that, actually. Not sure about that. JR in Hertford says, looking forward to Christmas. I shall be at my daughter's for the day with my mother, Joan, who is still sprightly at 101. And still lives at home on her own in Cheshunt. She loves her glass of Prosecco. Oh, how wise. What a wonderful person. She's going to live forever. I shall raise a glass myself to all those carers out there. Bless them all. God bless them, everyone. And Steve, Sandra in Broxbourne, says, Sarah will back me up on this. I also live in Broxbourne, and the pavements walking into Hoddesdon, where the major stores are, have not been gritted or cleared of the snow and ice. And I've seen so many people, elderly, falling over and hurting themselves. Isn't part of paying council taxes to make sure the streets are gritted in the bad weather? Yes. Yes, it is. You could probably take them to court. I mean, whether you'd win, I've got no idea. Steve, did you know that when you have a kiss under the mistletoe, you're supposed to remove one of the berries? I wouldn't touch them. They're poisonous, aren't they? Highly dangerous. Says, I'm not too sure what you do with it, but once they've all gone, it has to be replaced with a new sprig. There's plenty of it in Bushy Park, but it's far too high to nick. Oh, it's not, David. Oh, it's not. I could tell you stories. I know people that climb into Bushy Park and take it down from the trees. Steve, I've got a tooth abscess. I'm awaiting delivery from Iceland at 6 a.m, living on scrambled eggs and porridge. Dentist in 4 days, but you are keeping me going. Well, there you go, which is nice. Steve, I suppose a plank with holes cut in it was an improvement on a hole in the ground. Not much, though. Not much. And Bob, the white van man, says, can you do something about the traffic in Twickenham? It's very popular. That's the trouble. We have to have traffic. We all own at least 2 or 3 cars. It's very nice. I've not even checked on my lottery tickets yet. I must check on those. Just in case there's a little bit of a win before Christmas. Might be £3.60 or something. And Steve says, Roger, love the show. However, here we go. When you were giving information as how to listen to your podcast via Alexa, as soon as you mentioned her name, mine lit up and I missed all the contact information. So could you again please say, without mentioning her name? What, Alexa? Sorry, I mustn't say Alexa. Oh, sorry, did it again. Anyway, so if you want to catch up on the show via the podcast, it's now exclusively available on Global Player. This is the whole show. Okay, this is not the little bit extra. That's still where you find it at the moment. It's still free, still amazing and brilliant, just not available anywhere else. So if you haven't already got Global Player, this is what you need to do. You can either download it from your app store or visit globalplayer.com. Once you've got it, simply go to the podcast section and search for Steve Allen, The Whole Show. If you're listening on a smart speaker, just say, open Global Player and play Steve Allen, The Whole Show podcast. I thank you. Okay, that make it clear to everybody? I do hope so. Anthony, the fruit and veg delivery man, says, locked in via the Global app, working fine. Had to bring in the big flask today en route to Kent. Very icy on the roads. Just be very careful. I've seen so many accidents with people, mainly driving lorries, and they've got a flask and they're pouring the tea out and then smash into the car in front, which has braked because something's wandered into the road. In West Wales, Steve, it is -8, says Robert. Oh, God. Terrible, isn't it? And apparently, Roger says, terrible news. According to Jeremy Hunt, Carrie Johnson's 850 quid a roll wallpaper has disappeared. They've painted over it. How thick do you have to be? 850 quid a roll. They've painted over it. They could have got a steamer in and steamed it off and taken it all. It's 850 quid a roll, but they've painted over it. And somebody said the other day, are they mad? And you go, yes. Yes, they are absolutely mad. Matt says, you mentioned Hampton Court was thinking of becoming a member there. Go online, type in Historic Royal Palaces. Okay, you'll find it on the internet and it will tell you how you can join. You can do it all online. They will send you the membership card. You pay on credit card, either for a single person or a family or a bigger family. And you can go to it's either 5 or 6 different places in the course of the year as many times as you want. You get a discount in the cafes in all of the places, 10%, and in the gift shops you get 10% discount. I mean, it's the best value. So if you want to go to Hampton Court every single day of your life and use the members room, you can do that. And then you can go to the cafe and you can get your meal and you show the card and you get your 10% discount. It's been operating for years and it's very, very good. So you must go. And also, I mean, if you've got a pensioner card, you get discount on the boats which ply their trade up and down the river, which is very good. Have you ever noticed how many of your contributors are named David or Dave? Yes, Dave. I had noticed that, actually. It was the second most popular boy's name in the late 50s and early 60s and may give you an idea of the age range of some of your listeners. Well, obviously some of them, because we're very lucky on this programme. We actually cover all the ages. 9 to 90, they've always said. 9 to 90, which is very nice. That's why we're very popular. Can't help it. I mean, it's just one of those things we have to live with. You know, people sort of say, it's like the producer. He'll all of a sudden forget to put up the name of the newsreader or whatever it is, mainly because he'll sort of say to me, you know, the programme was so interesting, I was following it. Whereas I always think to myself, yes, following it, but not with your eyes closed. It doesn't work like that. You have to keep your eyes open for the programme. Robert in Detroit, Michigan, Motortown. I'm in a dilemma. He says, for about the same price as a recent model Mark 7 Golf, I can buy a classic Mark 2 Golf like the one my dad had in the 80s. Bangers and Cash would probably put heart over head and go for the Mark II. But if you were in my shoes, which would you buy? A 10-year-old, stealing it notwithstanding, it's a big financial commitment for me, and I don't want to get it wrong. Don't ask me. I know nothing about cars. I'm the worst person. I mean, you know, if you look at the Mark II VW Golf, it could set you back about 80 grand. It could set you back about 80 grand. So, you know, it's a difficult one. I mean, there's loads for sale. Loads for sale. It's just that, you know, why would you want to buy that? I mean, for 80 grand, blimey, you can buy really good Rolls for that. The only problem is, it isn't a case of buying Rollses or Bentleys or things like that, because people always make me laugh. They go, oh, it's really expensive. I say, no, it's not expensive to run. It's to have it serviced is expensive. You know, you've got to be prepared for things like that. But mine are always perfect. Always perfect. I've never had anything major go wrong. The nearest thing you might get would be a tyre. And then you lose about 350 quid. Only in Kidderminster, says Dan. One good thing, there's a Foley's chippy. Oh, I love a chippy. Love a chippy. And Steve, taking in the Christmas cupcakes for my team today before I eat them all. I bought them to take in and forgot about the strike days. What's the bet I won't eat any on the way into East Croydon from Eastbourne? I brought in yesterday Costco mince pies. 2 trays of 18. 9 in each tray. They went very quickly. Even my boss wrote to me and said, they're enormous. And for some reason put an exclamation mark. I don't quite understand why there was an exclamation mark on there. But they were but they weren't all they were really nice. They were quite light actually. They were really quite light. Did you not have one? No, probably just as well with your weight problem. But no, they went really quickly. In fact, before we'd even left the studio, they'd eaten 7 of the blooming things. And then there was some which I left on my boss's desk because I'm a bit creepy like that, you know. It's like taking sort of stuff in for the teacher. You know, other kids used to take in an apple. I used to take in half of Waitrose. You know, there you go, teacher. All for you, just to make sure that you got sort of better marks. David says, I have to confess, I once stole a car when I was 12 years old. It was owned by a friend of mine and still in the original box. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Buenos dias, Steve. Say Victoria from Madrid. Please, can you say good morning to my partner who's about to leave the house to drive an NHS bus around Berkshire in order to encourage the public to have the flu COVID vaccination. Have they still not had them all? I'm jabbed up to the eyeballs. Have you had all of your things? What a shame. And it's still working, but there you go, kind of everything. Listening from mild but wet northern Spain, says Andrew. What happened to the guy you interviewed who wrote Lucy in the Afternoon? He didn't quite finish the story. Well, that was it. He just wrote a book about playing chess with her. Actually, it was some years ago. I should imagine he's dead by now. But it was very interesting. Mind you, I also read a book and interviewed a guy who'd written a book about the trial of Rock Hudson. Rock Hudson was put on trial in America, but in fact, he was dead. It was an unusual case in they tried him after he died because a boyfriend that he went out with claimed that he had sex with him whilst knowing that he was HIV positive. So they put Rock Hudson on trial, and in the courtroom there was just an empty chair, and that's where he would have sat, and he lost. He lost, and I think he had to pay something like 30 million. Well, his estate had to pay about 30 million pounds because he'd knowingly not telling this person that he was HIV positive, because he was in Dynasty, I think, yes, he was in Dynasty, and he had to kiss one of the characters in it while he was HIV positive, and the papers made a big thing about it. I remember it being front page of the papers because I don't think they admitted that he was ill. They didn't talk about the fact that he was HIV positive, and you could see him getting iller and iller on the programme. And I think it was Linda Evans that he kissed. I'm pretty certain it was Linda Evans that he kissed, and people were saying, you know, he should have told her that he was positive. It was, I thought so. And but one of his big champions was Elizabeth Taylor. She then campaigned and raised money for awareness of AIDS and things like that. But yeah, he was put on trial for having sex with somebody. Mind you, Liberace the same. Liberace wrote his biography, and it featured all these women that he'd allegedly slept with. I don't know why I'm saying allegedly, because he didn't. And a boyfriend who wrote a book about him saying, when you read his book, every time he mentions a woman, it's a bloke. Simple as that. Because in those days, you didn't come out with your sexuality, and Liberace was one of those who didn't come out with his sexuality, even though a man, you know, with a bad toupee on his head, swathed in white mink, with diamonds on his fingers and buttons and playing the piano very camply, nobody would have guessed. Never would have guessed. One of those things.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Roger says as the Davids die off, they'll be replaced by the Callums, the Kyles and the Morgans in years to come. I love it. David in Stone says, I tried to buy some of the haddock chowder you recommended at 3 M&S stores, and they'd all sold out. The power of the Allen is far-reaching. It is. I was lucky yesterday, because when I got back home, first thing I did, I dumped my bag in the car and nipped to Marks and Spencer's, and they had it on the shelf. I bought 4. I bought 4 pots of the haddock chowder, mainly because it's a winter warmer, and I like a winter warmer, and a good bit of soup is very nice. Haddock chowder, as long as it's a proper haddock chowder. That's why I'm looking forward over the weekend to try my Callum skink. Thank you very much indeed. Harry back again. This is the one on the coach, remember? And he said that we've had to leave Plymouth early to reach Hampton Court due to the impact of all the strikes. We're looking forward to arriving, even if we're all very tired. Allegedly, some of Henry VIII's wives haunt the palace. No, they don't. Don't start that old twaddle. There's no such thing as ghosts. OK? No, there isn't. No, there isn't. You're perpetuating a myth and making people think they've gone barking mad. It's not behind me. There is no Henry VIII behind me. But what they've got at Hampton Court, and I don't know if they've still got it, but they had a little hidden projector with a woman dressed in Tudor garb, and as you go through the corridor, she emerges from one wall and walks straight through the other one. And it was very cleverly done, very, very clever. And I remember thinking then, that's good. And I mentioned it to a friend of mine, and they said, well, we've been there 3 times and we've never seen her. I said, she comes out of the wall and then she goes, because there are hidden staircases in Hampton Court Palace all over the place. You look in the room, look round the room, and you will see there'll be a line, and that will be the hidden staircase, so that the staff can get from the kitchens up to the bedrooms. There's all back staircases and everything else. And it's very good. You'll love it, actually. You'll love it, but fancy leaving that early. Steve says, John in Colchester, I was talking to my 8.5-year-old son who was begging me to listen to the Steve Allen Show, and I had to tell him no. Steve has said it's only people from 9 to 90. I had to say to him, you think you have it bad? I've got to tell Granny we're going to have to take the radio away next week on her 90th birthday. She will not be happy. Well, I think so too. 9 to 90, that's the rules. OK, that is the rules. If you're 8.5, forget it. If you're coming up to sort of, 90, well, that'll be the last time you'll be listening to it. I'm not arguing with people. I'm just telling you the fact. OK, if we have to come round, break your door down and take your radio away, only certain people will be allowed to listen to the radio. So you know what's going to happen? We're going to turn into a nation of liars. You're going to have when the Steve Allen police knock on the door, you're going to have to go, I'm 9 3/4. We're going to go, no, you're not, you're 90. No, I'm 9 3/4, definitely. And fib, just tell them you're 87, then you can listen to the programme. Thank you, John, in Colchesterford, which is lovely. What else we got? Oh, I knew this was an interesting story, because I'm fascinated by history. And a network of First World War training trenches, along with 2 centuries-old shipwrecks, have been added to the National Heritage List. An 18th century watermill, drawn by John Constable, is also among the 240 sites listed by Historic England. Both shipwrecks were discovered at Shingles Bank off the Isle of Wight and are from the 16th and 17th century. See, I'm fascinated by things like this, because when you go and see, and you will go and see the Mary Rose, I think it should be on your bucket list next year of places to go to, because what you're looking at when you go inside what looks like a giant aircraft hangar, and the lights are very dim, but they've illuminated and they've got cabinets with all the stuff in there, you are looking at Henry VIII's Tudor warship. You are looking at something that survived. Only half of it. The other half, the half that survived, was in the mud, which preserved it. So when they brought it up, they had to inject it with sort of a glue and everything else to keep it going, and it was drenched in water for years. But it was one of the best places I've ever been to, the most atmospheric, and they've got everything. They've got everything in there. They've got the cannons, because it was all in the same place. They just had to dredge around. They got the ship's dog skeleton in there. Yeah, poor little thing. It's in a cabinet now. just the bones of it, because when it went down, 700 men were on it, I believe, at the time. And they've got everything, bowls of food, arrows, longbows, all sorts of the cannons. How this thing floated, I'll never know. But anyway, the network of trenches in Norfolk, you'll see a picture in some of the papers, or you'll find them online, were used by the Lovat Scouts, which is a regiment of the Scottish Highland Yeomanry and commanded by Lord Lovett, uncle of the SAS founder David Stirling. If you look at the pictures of them, you would miss them. You'll walk through the wood and you'll see this, we used to call it a ditch. These were the training trenches. Mind you, they're still finding trading trenches now, aren't they, over in Ypres and places like that, and they find all sorts of bits and pieces. I found half an aircraft that came down. And I always think that if it wasn't for the people doing all this research and documenting things, we wouldn't know about it. We really wouldn't. Apparently, Helen Skelton makes all the papers today. I know, it's a very boring story. When she joined Strictly, she was a broken-hearted wreck. A broken-hearted wreck because her husband had walked out on her in April. But days before competing in the final, she's declared that the Ballroom Challenge has transferred her. She says, I've definitely found my confidence on that dance floor. Because she went on to it saying, oh, it's so my family can see me smile again. And you think, no, it's so you can put money in the bank, dear. That's what it is. I'm sorry. It isn't some sort of doctor's surgery where you go in there and they sort of shine lights on you and put you in a pretty frock. It's not like that at all. But she said it's wonderful to be liberating, to be happy in your own skin. Well, we're all happy in our own skin, unless you're David Icke. In which case you have no idea what skin you're in. You're probably some sort of lizard or something that came from another century. But no, we're all happy in our own skin. I'm looking at my skin now, scarred and battle-worn that it might be, but I'm still very happy with it. They come up with garbage, these people. They really do. I'm surprised Peter Andre's not come up with, I'm very happy in my skin. I love my blended family. Frank's girls are my little mates. Oh, it's Christine. How are you, Lampard? I haven't seen her for a while, actually, on Loose Women. In fact, I haven't seen, actually, quite a few of the old regulars on Loose Women. I haven't... who have I not seen for a while? Janet Street Porter, you can't get away... Because basically they have to take her out of the home and put her in the set. Because it's the only thing. They have to defrost her. First of all, they go, Janet's going to be with us today. So they go, who's it? Oh, right, yeah. Will she be all right? They go, I don't know. She's been in deep freeze for God knows how long. And they thaw her out. And for the first bit of the programme, the old bag doesn't say very much at all. Then magically she comes to life. You know why? If you looked under the table, you would think she was incontinent, but she's not. It's the ice that is dripping away. And then when she finishes on the set, they bundle her into the back of an ambulance, take her back to the deep freeze unit, shove her in there, and she stays there for another year. It's the way it works. It's too much of Colleen as well. I'm a bit bored with Colleen. She obviously thinks she's really funny. Colleen Nolan, the one who didn't sing, she just la-la'd in the Nolans. And she wasn't there for the hits anyway. And so, we could do with less of her. We quite like, who do we like on the programme? We like Carol McGiffin. She can be a bit feisty at times. I like her. And Jane Moore I like, although I was horrified to discover a short while ago that her and her old man have split. And I thought, in fact, they split a little while ago, because I thought they were great. Gary, her old man's called. He's lovely, absolutely lovely, but it's just the way... I was talking to a friend of mine the other day, and I thought, a bit odd, I haven't seen him out on the town with his girlfriend and baby and everything. It turns out they split up 5 months ago. Nobody tells me anything. I wish they'd put it in the papers, but they don't. And he said, we split up about 5 months ago. I said, oh, right. I said, thank God you never got married. That'd cost you a bit, because he's got his own business. And all of a sudden you could have a business, then you could lose it, because they've got a kiddie. And really bad, really bad. On the subject of Rolls-Royce cars, Steve says, down in Lingfield, I think I know Lingfield, my dad's boss many years ago drove his to France. When he got there, it broke down. He called Rolls-Royce out. They got the car running and he carried on with the trip. Weeks later, he called them to see why he hadn't received an invoice, to which they replied, you must have made a mistake, sir, as our cars do not break down, and have a nice day. Interestingly enough, I made a mistake with my car about 5-6 years ago, and I put oil into the petrol tank. Don't ask me why. I put oil in. I was sort of topping up with oil. Anyway, I then thought, oh, no. And I was frightened to start it, so I called the AA. And the AA came round. But the interesting thing was they came round with a car transporter covered. covered. And I said, oh, it's covered. And he said, yes. He said, they don't want anybody to see that a Rolls-Royce has broken down. So it was a covered transporter. When I took it to the garage, who I've known for years and years and years, and I said, he said, you could have driven it quite easily. He said it wouldn't have made the slightest difference. But it was the fact that it was a covered transporter, which they covered, so nobody could see that we were driving a Rolls-Royce which had broken down. Such was the admiration in which they held the mark. Isn't that cool? They don't do that in your car, do they? They just basically put a sign on the back of your car going, it's broken down again. You know, and then you just have to face the humiliation of sitting there going, I'm really so sorry. I'm so sorry I bought a rubbish car. You know, that's the way it goes. It's good. But I didn't realise you could sort of drive one of these things, but it was hiding it in a covered transporter. All good stuff.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to It's another freezing cold day, and it's not going to get any better, unfortunately. I wish I could offer you a crumb of comfort and say we're due a heat wave. The best I can offer you is on Sunday. The Met Office have said between 9 and 11 degrees. I mean, that will be positive bikini weather. Not for me, of course, as you well understand, but it's a case of most people are just freezing to death in this. Even the buses are cold. Strangely, in the summer, the heating appears to be on the buses. And yet, in the middle of the winter, when we're all frozen to death, it's freezing cold. I don't understand it. My car this morning coming in was very nicely heated, but if I get an electric car, they don't put the heating on because it costs so much money. Ridiculous, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, nice to have your company. I hope you are well, managing to get into work, which is good news. So today, there's no train strike, but because of yesterday, it's a case of they're all in the wrong place. So it's going to take them a bit of a while to get them sort of back to normal. And then at 6:30 this evening, I think, we go back into the train strike again. And that will also go for Saturday. But we're coping. We're coping. I don't see anybody sobbing outside train stations or anything like that. You know, people are coping with it because it's a case of you have to. Don't go to work, don't get paid. You know, and I refuse to be sort of held to ransom. So I come to work, I can get home. If it means that I have to take a tube and then I have to take a bus, well, so be it. So be it, you know. And there's going to be all sorts of people demonstrating outside hospitals and things like that. I think most people in this country, I think they did a survey and said, I think it was in excess of 65% of people were in favour of the nurses getting a pay rise. But, and here comes the big but, it's got to be realistic. I thought they were looking for something like 19%. And I don't think they're going to get 19%. Well, in fact, I could almost swear to God they're not going to get 19%. They have to strike a deal, a compromise. Some of the papers are trying to stir up a bit of stuff with the RMT, saying, you know, a lot of members of the RMT, how they know these things, I have no idea unless they contact them, are saying that they might have to defy the union. They want to go back to work. They want to accept 9%. All it would take is the union just to have a ballot, you know, an honest ballot, and find out whether or not people want to accept 9% or whether they don't, because you're going to lose money. I told you, I know of a postman, he's down £1,000 already. And this is at Christmas time when people need the money. People have got bills to pay. If these strikes run into next year, which I think some of them will, because I think personally some of the union leaders are barking up the wrong tree. You know, they're not the ones suffering. We're the ones suffering because of the trains, but we're managing to do it. We're managing to get into work, managing to get out. I think we all agree the nurses do earn, you know, very little money for what they do. They need more money. And, you know, whether they get their 19%, unlikely, but the Royal College of Nursing are staging their first ever National Walkout Day. It is quite an historic day, and there will be no doubt lots of interviews on the radio and on television and in the newspapers of nurses out there freezing to death because those uniforms that they put them in the hospitals, they're about as thin as that. You know, you need something, so they have to put coats on and everything else. They are. I don't think they're undervalued, because I think anybody who's ever been inside the NHS has always said what a great job they do. I have no complaints about the NHS whatsoever. They've been absolutely miraculous for me, you know, with all my various... I mean, for goodness sake, honestly, I've been iller than most people. But they've always sorted me out and always been absolutely brilliant, and do it with a smile. So more money? Absolutely. How much money? That's what they're going to have to agree on. And the RMT... they have to decide. Do you want to keep people out? Because if the government have said, which I believe they have said, I think Rishi said it already, that this is what the offer is on the table and it ain't going any more. They're arguing about people losing their jobs and closing. We had this thing the other day with closing the ticket offices. But, you know, there will be things open. They're not getting rid of all the staff. You know, there will be a few people who will lose their jobs, or they'll be relocated to something else. You know, I don't quite see the problem with that at all. Far better than just sort of hanging around freezing. I wouldn't mind, but Waterloo Station, it's the only one I can talk about, it's freezing cold. No heating on it at all. Isn't that odd? Right, how can you heat a station? And the answer is you can't. You have to get on the train and hope they've got the heating on, which they have, actually, which they have in many occasions. Anthony says, since you mentioned the mince pies with cream, I've been into several Morrison stores now, none to be found. Tell them to sort it out. It's because it's become very popular. Very, very popular. Very popular. Steve, it's Cullen Skink after the village in Aberdeenshire, says Alex, not Cullen Skink. Yes, we know what it looks like. It's right on the coast. It's on the Moray Firth. So I know these things. I know where these places are. To be honest with you, I think it's a bit overcrowded. I've had a look at the houses there. There's a little bit too many of them. I would expect, you know, years ago, there weren't as many houses, and then they keep building. Now they've got roads, everything. It's very pretty. And they've got beach, and they've got, you know, the sort of the bits and pieces there. It's got everything you need. It's even got a viaduct, you know, and not many places. We haven't got a viaduct in Twickenham. We wanted one, but they decided not to. Steve, does the covered transport for Rolls-Royces apply to Bentleys? Yes. Yes, it does. They just cover it over. It's interesting, isn't it? I'd never thought about that before. Somebody else saying, have you tried those Morrisons? No, I haven't. No. Actually, I've got to watch. I nearly said I've got to watch my weight, but I'm being really good at the moment. You know, soup is hardly that fattening. It's okay. It's not, I mean, it's not utterly brilliant, but it's okay. Steve, Castle membership, 62 quid per year. So that's for everything. That's for the historic royal palaces, £62 for a single person. And it's worth every penny. I promise you. Worth every penny. Go for it. For 62 quid. Good Lord. And Steve says, Viv in Suffolk. Off to Fortnum's today. Well, look at you. For afternoon tea with my friend Jane. Our yearly treat. And we buy it for each other for Christmas. So excited. Posh clothes all ready to wear for the occasion. Fingers crossed my train to Liverpool Street is on time. So happy Thursday. Oh, I hope it's on time as well. Sounds lovely. Wrap up, though. It's cold. It's very, very cold. Well, you have a nice time. Fortnum's is lovely. They've got lovely window displays at the moment. Fortnum's got really lovely window displays. Because I see them when I come in, because sometimes we, as opposed to turning right down into Pall Mall, we go straight up to Piccadilly Circus, and I can have a look at Fortnum's. And also all the other windows are up and looking particularly lovely. But Fortnum's always do it. I quite like it as an old-fashioned sort of shop. I quite like things like that. It's like men in frock coats. It reminds me of Grace Brothers. It's not quite as bad. Talking of apples, Steve, I was at the dentist on Monday, and the receptionist had one on her desk. When I asked what type it was, she held it next to her ear, shook it and said, "It's a Cox." When I asked how she knew, she said it's the only type of apple which rattles as the pips are loose. When I got home, I tried it, and it's true. How could I get to the grand old age of nearly 60 and not known this? So you shake a Cox's next to your ear, and it's got pips that are loose in it. What do you mean they're loose? I don't like an apple with pips in it. I try and avoid things like that. But I do like a toffee apple. I do like a toffee. I'm a bit of a fiend for a toffee apple. Candy floss I couldn't care less about. But a toffee apple, completely different. You know, really very, very nice indeed. And this is, Fortnum & Mason's Piccadilly windows. They're really lovely. I think window dressers are terribly clever. Terribly clever. But all these things would be planned ages in advance. We used to love it more when there was something moving in the window. You would go past Hamleys and there would be sort of figures that were moving or a train set running round. And I loved anything like that. Very clever people. Very clever people. They're sort of the unsung heroes, because it's the windows that get you sort of to go in there, and then you can get chocolate Father Christmases and all that kind of stuff. Steve, I've just scoffed down a Christmas dinner in the cafe, says Bosch. The photographers from the newspaper turned up to take some photographs. That's how famous my brekkies are. He says, brilliant show as always. Now on my way to the market. You remember that he was telling us, well, it wasn't, the paper was telling us the other day, he left school quite suddenly because he was an entrepreneur about various adult bits and pieces. And so they took a photograph of him in the paper eating at the cafe, which he goes to all the time. And he loves it there. He thinks it's fab and very good indeed. Did you know, actually, more people were watching pornography, apparently, during lockdown? Can't imagine why. I just bought jigsaws, and I was equally happy with the jigsaw, which was very nice indeed. Pay the nurses anything they want. That's what I say, says John, who's a photographer. Oh, yeah, I've heard about people like that. What do you do for a living? Take photographs, mate, don't I? Take photographs. Steve, on the 422 bus this morning, there's actually ice on the inside of the window, says Ashley. I could make snowballs other than trying to keep mine warm. Bogner John says, best mince pies by Country Mile Iceland. 10% off on Tuesdays. Yeah, this week he gave me I had to check the receipt because I didn't ask for it. I completely forgot. And then when I checked the receipt, I'd got my 10% off. So I obviously look ancient. I obviously look like over 60 or 65 or whatever it is. Very depressing, isn't it? Excuse me. Oh, yeah, so no train strike today, but the trains will be starting later because they're all in the wrong place from yesterday. Why they can't finish, and do it. And the nurses will walk out today. There's another on the 20th of December. But don't worry. The head of the nurses' union has said the strikes could continue in January if the government doesn't negotiate with them on pay. So, depending on what they're asking for, I thought it was about 19%. I don't think they're going to get that. I think realistically they'll probably settle on 12%. And they've got to bring them in line. They have got to bring them in line with sort of the rest of the country. I mean, for God's sake, they're people keeping people alive. It's not complicated, is it? I see poor old Kerry Katona. There had to be a story about Kerry Katona in the paper. She must be suffering from a dearth of publicity. I don't know if this is an old one or not.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, it is Steve Allen. I make no apologies. I just tell you I am Steve Allen. I keep hearing my name all the time, so I'm assuming, because I'm getting a complex, I'm assuming it really is me, and I'm here till 7 o'clock this morning when Nick Ferrari will be here. What will he be talking about today? I bet you anything it'll be the nurses, top of the list. First time I've ever heard of it before, but here is the story you've been waiting on since the beginning of the programme. It's a Kerry Katona story. I mean, luckily she's disappeared from view for what seems like ages now, and let's hope it remains that way. But she once blew £14,000 on a cruise. I don't know where the heck she was going to for 14 grand, but it certainly would be way out of her depth, I should imagine. But anyway, she then refused to go on it. Why? She'd seen the film Titanic. I mean, seriously, you can't believe it. You really can't. The former atomic kitten person admitted that the smash hit movie and her fear of the ocean left her too scared to get on board. So she has a fear of the ocean, so she books a 14 grand cruise. I think she's made it up. I've never heard of 14 grand cruises. Most of them, even if you go on a top-class ship and you're in a luxury suite, 6,000 or 7,000, 14 grand, I don't think so. And also, she never would be earning that sort of money. She said, I sacrificed the lavish holiday and stayed at home. I paid 14 grand to go on a cruise. Right the day before, I said, I'm not going to go because I don't like the ocean. I mean, she's a bit stupid. I didn't go and I lost all my money. I think I just watched Titanic. And anyway, she should have no more money problems. She's boasting about earning £1 million plus by flogging her sexy pictures. How sad. How tragic. How proud her children must be of her. It's so wonderful. But she blew 14 grand. I personally don't believe it. I think it's just a story to get herself back in the papers again. I look because if you remember, I check the prices of cruises all the time. And a 14 grand... I've never seen a price of a 14 grand cruise. Ridiculous. Conrad says, Steve, I saw the Mary Rose a few years after she was lifted out of the sea. I watched the lifting, and then it fell back down in. They brought it all the way up and then went back down again. The Portsmouth Historic Dockyard is worthwhile visiting for many displays and pieces. It is. And John says, I think you need to revisit the lesson about a tease. It's supposed to make you want to keep the radio on. The promise of a story about Kerry Katona is probably likely to do the opposite. No, not the way I sell it. Nobody can sell it like I can sell it. You know, I mean, seriously, it's a gift. Some people could do it. Some people can't. And another one here. Oh, this is the story about pantomime dames. And they've had to explain to people who are a bit dim and thick that the pantomime dames, they're not drag queens. They're not drag queens. They're generally character actors. Biggins is not a drag queen. Gary Wilmot at the Palladium is not a drag queen. They're actors who play the part of women. Technically, they can play all sorts of parts. Current panto dames claim they're not trying to be drag queens and they actually want to be funny. Clive Rowe is very famous. He's playing Mother Goose at the Hackney Empire. I think he's been there for goodness knows how many years. He says, I'm not trying to make any social comment on femininity. They're funny people. But of course, the thick people out there don't understand it. And another one says, there's somebody here, a drag queen, says, I can't go to a panto without feeling uncomfortable at the type of laughter that exists. And you think to yourself, what are you doing going to a panto anyway, dear? Shouldn't be going there. Nigel Ellicott, the dame in Richmond, their production of Goldilocks, says, we're not trying to be convincing. It's not a drag act where you look like a glamorous lady. The idea is they're supposed to look like men with frocks and wigs on. That's the whole idea. Everybody knows. It's like, you know, Danny LaRue, you know, used to come on stage and he'd go, watcha, mates? You know, looking very glamorous with the wigs and the beautiful gowns. And you know, and then people used to say, I know what you're thinking, he said. Where does he put it? Where does he put it? And he said, well, I've been doing it so long now, I whistle. He said, and it goes away by itself. But, yeah, don't try and read something into it. It's supposed to be an entertainment. But if you've got a problem with it, don't book for a pantomime, OK? You'll be very disappointed and you'll be very, very upset. I mean, Danny was very, very glam. Very, very glam. His wigs and his costumes made by the lovely Annie. He always claimed, actually, in his biography, that he'd never seen drag. You know, whereas it was very popular in London pubs, from Hammersmith to the Embankment. There were all sorts of pubs having drag on, and they were very, very popular. There used to be a place in Soho called Madame Jojo's, and the majority of people who went there were women. Hen parties used to go and see drag because they couldn't believe that these blokes could dress up and look better than they did. And they did used to look better, and they sang, and they danced, and they tap danced, they did all sorts of things. A friend of mine years and years ago, he used to do drag, not because he wanted to dress up as a woman, it was just another way of earning a living, and he did magic. He was a drag magician, and you know how much I love magic, and it was just amazing. It was very, very, very interesting, but don't ever think that they're drag queens. They're actors on stage, having to dress up as women, because they're comedy characters. Comedy characters. What else have we got in the paper? Oh, Uri Geller. Like a story about Uri Geller. This is a man who claims to bend metal with the power of his mind. A load of old rubbish, if you ask me. You know, because if you're going to do something, and you have the gift of being able to change the molecular structure of a teaspoon, then, you know, if you can't think of anything better than bending a spoon, you need to get the heck off this planet. Go somewhere else. He's hit out at suggestions from a mind expert that people who've seen ghosts and aliens have got brain damage. They call him a spoon-bending psychic. It was always proven that he didn't actually bend spoons at all. He had to hold them to bend them. Don't want to say too much about it, but, you know. But he says, I haven't come across any paranormal phenomena that cannot be explained by a damaged brain. This is what the person said, Saul Martinez Horta. Uri rubbished the claims and insisted he's entitled to his own opinions that aliens and ghosts do exist. He says, I would say that millions of people believe in UFOs. Millions claim they've seen UFOs and ghosts, so you can't debunk that. Of course you can. Of course you can. You can say it doesn't exist. You can't prove it. I can't prove it. Stalemate. That's it. You know, you can't do anything about it at all, I'm afraid. But he says, therefore, when somebody dies, what happens to their energy? Well, there isn't any energy when they die. They're dead. You know, if you want to believe that maybe people sort of come back into your life again, that's fine. But there is no energy or anything like that. He says, anybody who says people who believe in a supernatural are brain damaged, that's terrible. No, they're just people who exaggerate. They haven't, you know, they haven't seen it. They generally drink, you know, or failing that, they're just a bit doolally. You know, they sort of go, oh, I saw a ghost. They walked through this wall. No, they didn't. No, they really didn't. I promise you. You know, I keep inviting for the last 43 years ghosts and aliens to come and join me in the studio. We're still waiting for the call. So far, nothing has happened. All I get is the producer, which is roughly the same as an alien and a ghost. So here he is. Here he is, the world's most intelligent chef, an aspiring chef, Brooklyn Beckham, treating fans to a new cooking tutorial on how to make spaghetti and a salad. I mean, seriously, it gets more pathetic by the day. Apparently, the self-professed nutter in the kitchen, I mean, it's almost so pathetic. You feel like maybe having him sorted out by somebody. He says here, as well as boiling spaghetti, he made fried tuna steak with sesame seeds and a lemon and egg glaze, while slicing up cucumbers for his salad and mixing them with radishes. I mean, it's almost bordering on senility. How old is he? Followers were not impressed. Somebody says, what's your job? What do you do for work? He doesn't do anything. He fannies around, you know, pretending that he's a chef. Apparently, Brooklyn claimed that he was very experimental when making drinks, and he proved it. He made a gin and tonic with gin and tonic. He's unbelievably intelligent. It's hilarious. Almost as good as old Dave. You know. Tennis age Serena Williams replied to video saying, can I come over? I mean, there's something the matter with these people. He made spaghetti. He's 23. You know, God knows what he can do with the rest of his life. Answer? Nothing. Absolutely nothing at all, I shouldn't imagine. What else have we got? Oh, there's a lovely one here. A family have praised their sausage dog. I don't like sausage dogs. I don't like that. They always look as though they're scraping their bottom on the ground. You look at them and you think, and you watch them walking, and I just feel sorry for them. I don't know why. But this one here is called Wally. He's a sausage dog, and he's a miniature dachshund, so even worse. This one's even tinier. He realised something was sizzling and barking so loudly that his owner, Chris Bebbington, came running, and their house burnt down. And the dog told him it was going to burn down. Now, if he'd been a really good dog, he'd have got a bucket of water, thrown it over the fire, gone to phone the fire brigade. No, he just went, woof, 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 and that apparently means something. In their household, it means your house is going to disappear. So it was like, you know, we used to see it, didn't we, with Skippy, the very butch kangaroo, on the television programme, and Skippy would come back and go like that, and somebody'd say, what's that, Skippy? Somebody caught in a mine? 2 miners underground? You know, I mean, I've never heard anything like it before in my life. So this miniature dachshund, for God's sake, somebody teach it English. So at least it can tell you the next time round, listen, I was trying to explain to you, the kitchen's burning down. I don't have any money to phone because my phone has got no credit on it. And I couldn't reach the sink because I'm a miniature dachshund. Perfectly normal, isn't it? Mr. Neil, he says, Steve, we took all the family to our local panto in Harlow on Saturday. We go every year. And the whole production, he says, was absolutely outstanding. The cast of the 2 main characters write and appear every year and are fantastic. Strange enough, I'd heard about somebody else who also went to the Harlow pantomime. Good old Mr. Neil. I hope your power has been restored, because the other day, all of a sudden, his power went off at home. But he had log fires, but even so, you know, without the power on, things get very chilly very, very quickly. So I'm hoping everything is good. But I'm glad you enjoyed the pantomime. Got some very, very good reviews. Also the Palladium pantomime, very, very good reviews. About the most expensive in town. And John in Colchester says, Conrad said he saw the Mary Rose being taken out of the water. Surely that's nothing. You saw it put in. Right, you're barred. That's it. You'll never write to anybody ever again. Might as well give up now. Brian in Luton says, brought some turkey and stuffing crisps from Savers yesterday. They're delicious. Yeah, but what's on them? It'll be some sort of flavouring, like a flavouring of a salt, won't it, or something like that. I nearly bought some Pringles the other day to bring in here, but the trouble is with Pringles, you can only eat them with salad cream. Oh yeah, you get Pringles on a sandwich. On a sandwich, thin butter and you put the salad cream over the top. Delicious. That's a meal in itself. Seriously, celebrate Christmas with a Pringle.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. 26 minutes to 7. It's still cold. I wish I could tell you that all of a sudden there's a heat wave arriving, but there isn't. Kat says, my daughter used to work with one of Danny LaRue's nieces. She had very fond memories. And Sidcup Julie says, I went to Madame Jojo's. I loved it. The men that worked there were very good looking, and I loved the shows they put on. Yeah, people used to go there. In fact, it was very, very popular. But Danny, if you put Danny in on YouTube, you'll see him doing a programme called The Good Old Days, hosted by Leonard Sachs. And he just looked glam. He looked very, very glamorous. He knew what he was doing. He was top of his game, and he was a huge star in this country. Huge star. Steve, John says, I think you'll find the reason ghosts haven't responded to your call to contact the show it's because they're not between the ages of 9 and 90. Okay. Derek Akora allowed energies to enter and speak through him. What are your thoughts, says Ian? He was a fake and a fraud. Simple as that. Did you ever see him where he claimed to be channeling the thoughts of a dog? Woo, 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 he went. And I remember thinking, you old fake. You old fake. And that's exactly what he was. There were no energy, going through his body. He was just preying on the weak, I'm afraid. Harlow Pantomime, says Margaret in Loughton. Cinderella, fantastic. Better than the West End. And here they all are. Look at them, honestly. You see, now you've got 2 men here who are playing the ugly sisters in Cinderella. There is no doubt in anybody's mind these are blokes. These are blokes. They look like blokes. They're acting. And that's why they're not drag. They're just putting on women's clothing. It's funny. It was done years and years ago in Shakespeare's time, and they still carry on doing it today. And when I Google Brooklyn Beckham, Steve, his job description is former model. That sums it up. Yeah, for Airfix. I don't think it'll be anything else. Jennifer says, yesterday around 16:30, I had to wait nearly an hour for a 65 bus from Kingston to Richmond due to the very cold weather and lack of power points for electric buses at the Fulwell garage. Never seen so many people at a bus stop. Couldn't all get on. I managed it. Standing exactly where... I know, isn't that lovely when the bus stops right where you are and everybody else goes, I wanted to be there. And I elbow them out the way. Get out the way, I go. Get out the way. I'm disabled. Get out the way. And you always get on. But then sometimes you'll be waiting for the bus. I always try and have a plaintive look on my face. So the bus driver feels a bit sorry for me and sort of a bit vacant. And then 9 out of 10 times, they pull up right next to me. I'm quite lucky. Or sometimes they fall far short of the bus stop. And you sort of think to yourself, come on, play the game. And then the worst thing is, if you've got bags and all the rest of it, and then the bus starts off, you're sort of... How I've never fallen over, I shall never know. Never know. Pringles are okay, but Twiglets are nicer, says Matt. Yeah, but you get that Marmite all over your fingers. They're really messy. Whichever way you look at it, you pick them up, you put them in your mouth, you take your fingers away, and you have to go and wash your hands. It's not physically possible to do anything else. Sarah Jane Dunn, this is this boring person who was in Brookside. Then she decided she wanted to go off and make money for the OnlyFans account, where she basically gets half her bits out and shows them to you for money. Fine if you want to do that, but they didn't want her on the programme. So they got rid of her. And the story in the paper today is she's set to make an acting comeback. No, she's not. She's got no job offers whatsoever. She says she's ready to return to the screen as soon as she's offered the right role. What role would that be, dear? Getting your boobs out. Can't think of anything else. She says, I would love to do something again, but it would have to be... So in other words, there is no job offer. I love the way they say she's set to make an acting comeback. No, she's not. She's not. She's putting out the feelers, hoping somebody will be interested. Why would they be? Why would they be? They've already told you before. Certainly not going back to Brookside. And I don't know what else you think you're going to be doing. But, stick with what you're doing, because apparently she's made £700,000 already. Be grateful, dear. Be grateful, because it doesn't last forever, as you're probably well aware. Colleen and Wayne Rooney have put their boys on Santa's naughty list this year. And so they're all standing there in front of a chart. You get criminals, they stand in front of a chart and it's got their height. next to it. That's what they're all doing. They're standing in front of this chart as if they're all criminals. So it's from the 95 film, The Usual Suspects. So Kai, Clay, Kit, and then poor old Cass, who doesn't fit in with Kai, Clay and Kit, are in a mock-up. And far from looking like the master criminals, played by Kevin Spacey and Gabriel Byrne in the film, they look cute in their matching red pyjamas. I think they look a bit scary, to be honest with you. I don't think they look cute in pyjamas. Listen, I mean, I look cute in pyjamas because I don't wear pyjamas. You know, that's one of those things. A little bit too much information, I realise, because it's only a Thursday. Don't want to sort of peak before the weekend, do we? I bet you this weekend will be the busy time. If you've not bought your tree, get your trees quickly. They're very good this year. Very good. The tree I've got is very nice. Very, very nice. I used to watch Skippy the Bush Kangaroo, Steve. As a kid, I always thought he was either doing Morse code or he was just a right snob. Because whatever was said to him, good, bad or indifferent, he just used to stand there tutting. I know. Like that. But mind you, they also used to talk to Flipper. Flipper was a dolphin. It was another one who seemed to have conversations with humans. You know, what's going on in the world? Steve, there is a heat wave on the way. It's going to be 14 degrees on Monday, says Charles. Yeah, in your dreams. In your dreams. And Glenn says, Les Dawson, fantastic dame. Yes. You know why? Because it was his face. It was an expression, and he used to go ooh, like that with his boobs, fake boobies. But there was no doubt in anybody's mind, it's a bloke. He's not doing drag. In fact, if you look at Les Dawson doing it, hardly any makeup. He didn't do... When you see RuPaul's Drag Race, these are quite different people. Quite different. These are people who enjoy wearing drag and do their hair and all the rest of it. Les Dawson was doing it because he's funny. You know, and comedians did very well, and you've got all sorts of people doing it at the moment. But to do pantomime and be very successful, that's why I say, if you want to see a panto dame, watch Biggins. You know, he has 3 different characters. Nurse Tickle is one of them, and he's got Sarah the Cook and something else, and they will put them into the pantomimes, and that's what he does. Then there's Clive Rowe. Clive Rowe will work the Hackney Empire for as many years as I've been around, and he's fantastic. But there's no doubt in anybody's mind, it's a bloke in a frock. It's as simple as that. Pringles in an air fryer for 2 minutes, says Phil in Slough. In an air fryer? Oh, not sure about that. Pringles in an air fryer? I don't know. I bought an air fryer for a friend of mine the other day, actually. Steve just finished a 12-hour night shift. Been out in -5, so just bought some bacon and eggs for breakfast. Fancy a bacon butty? No. No, I don't, actually. I'm going to have a pastrami roll when I get in. I might have some haddock chowder. I don't know. I might go and buy some more, actually, just to keep topping it up. And Halinka says, I'm going to Panto tomorrow. I've been emailed the following warning. Be advised, the show contains the following: smoke and haze, flashing lights, loud noises, pyrotechnics. I shall wear my tin helmet. Yes, they have to warn you now about these things. Apparently the Richmond pantomime is very loud. Very loud. You know, and it's appealing to little children, so perhaps it's too loud. But, yeah, so they have to tell you. If it's got smoke... It's like when they do it on television, warning, this programme contains flashing images. And you sit there and all of a sudden... Because some people could suffer epileptic fits, so they have to warn people about things. And tanker driver Phil says, I wish you'd stop talking about ghosts and things. Last year, I used my phone app to get my Alexa to start playing spooky Halloween sounds at about 2 a.m. whilst I was away in the truck. Mrs. Tanker Driver woke up and spent the rest of the night barricaded in the bathroom with the lights on. Boy, was I in trouble. Only you, as they say. Steve, Johnny in Watford, says we all went to the Watford Palace Theatre on Saturday for Beauty and the Beast. We took Bobby, age 7, and Emily, age nearly 4. We all laughed so much. Well done to the cast and staff, especially Terence Frisch, who's hilarious as the Dame. That's what they're supposed to be. So Bobby, 7, and Emily now getting into LBC. We like that. We like that. And I'm looking at it. Bienvenue à Paris for Beauty and the Beast. So who's... it's very glam, isn't it, really? I don't know anybody in it. But it all looks... How much are the seat prices? Go back down again. They're not bad seat prices, you know. 11 on Thursday the 15th. Is that today? Seat price is £11 to £80. £80. That's a lot, isn't it? £80. But on Friday, tomorrow, they've got a show at 10:30 in the morning. You imagine the poor cast. And on Saturday, they've got one at 3 p.m. But they've got all sorts of things. It's a chill-out story. They've got a visual guide. And look at this, on Saturday, the 17th of December, same thing, from £17 to £154. My God, I'm out of touch with how much pantomimes cost. £154. I'd expect to take the cast home for that. I've bought them. Come home with me. Come home with me. We'll go and have some mulled wine. Get my drift? Oh, love it. Another dreary bit on Helen Skelton having a ball on Strictly. I feel like I've won. No, you haven't. No, I don't want to break it to you, but you haven't won. She says, I'm back in control of my life again. You're only dancing on a reality show, dear. That's all it is. There's no winning or losing. Definitely still very cold, Steve. Thursday's my early day, and I just got home, and it's -7 in Harlow, the place of the pantomime. Great to hear so many good reviews for our local panto. The Playhouse is a great venue and a real asset. That and the Hubcap Museum, before you say it. Now sitting on the sofa, coffee in hand, and the cat purring on my lap. How lovely. And Barry in Hounslow has just got out of a 10-minute hot shower. Oh, my God, it's better than central heating. Oh, a shower you can't beat. Can't beat a hot shower. Soaping yourself up. My goodness me, I tell you. Happy days, eh?
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Apparently people are telling me now the price of some of the panto things are for a box. So the Watford Palace Theatre, the £154 tickets are for a box of 4 people. See, I always think boxes are nice if you want to be looked at. But for actually seeing all the action on the stage, box the best thing at all. And somebody says you need to check, actually. Have you seen the prices for Elf? Well, that's a barn of a place. Absolutely. I mean, absolutely huge. Butch Kangaroo, the only time I've ever heard that was in the Black Cap with Regina Fong, says Andrew. I know. As well as the Mouse on the Stairs. I know a mouse where they're on the stair. And that was Ronnie Hilton, wasn't it? A Windmill in Old Amsterdam, which I thought was a great song. But no, it was Skippy with Regina Fong, the Butch Kangaroo. Because somebody wrote into me and said, it's Bush Kangaroo. And I had to explain to them, no, Regina Fong, Her Royal Highness, did Skippy the Butch Kangaroo. And in fact, actually, you can see it on YouTube with the people turning round and doing the dance and everything. It was fantastic, actually, really good, really good. A friend of mine used to make a lot of the tapes for Regina. And then he'd have to learn the words, and then they would sing along, and you got people into it. It's very clever, actually, very clever. Only ever in Amdram, but I've played the Dame in at least, says John, half a dozen productions. In at least half of them, I had a full beard. It's about the performance, not the appearance. Well, it is. It's comedy. It's comedy. And if people don't understand it, well, then go somewhere else, because they're just tedious and boring. Mary says, sparkling form this morning. Speaking of Christmas trees, I went to Costco's at Lakeside on Monday, where the real trees, I think they are, Nordman firs, 2.2 metres, reduced from £35 to £12. My much-loved Auntie Rose has a very nasty chest infection, and each time you make her laugh, which is a lot, she has a coughing fit. Nothing worse. Nothing worse. I told you my mother used to get drunk over Christmas. Not intentionally drunk, but she would have a couple of glasses of sherry, and it used to affect her. And funny things would just make her laugh. And she would laugh to the point of her sides used to ache. And you'd go into the kitchen, and she'd be on her knees in front of the cooker, laughing, and uncontrollably. And I'd say, "You all right, Mum?" She'd go, "Can't make the gravy." And it would just go forever and a day. And I used to think to her, "You've got to stop drinking. It's so much better." Steve, do you remember Corporal Rusty and Private Rin Tin Tin? I do not, but it sounds fantastic. Angie in Winchester says, had a gastroscopy. I always get confused with this one. And a colonoscopy. You recently discussed your experience, which was very helpful. I love the way you talk about scary things like bereavement, medical things. The staff were amazing and everything was fine. We're the same age. Don't be ridiculous, Angie. Nobody's the same age as me. God, otherwise you'd be talking to a pile of dust. But you're in Winchester. So she says, I hope you keep going as long as I do. Well, you won't know about it, will you? If one of us pegs out, who's going to tell you? People never tell you these things. Steve, I went to buy binoculars the other day, says Harry. They saw me coming. Right, you're barred as well. Do you know we barred more people this morning than any other time? Is it really, says Mickey, £104 for a panto ticket? Oh, yes, it is. Oh, no, it isn't. Oh, yes, it is. You're barred. Okay, makes it a lot easier. So don't bother. Snow and ice for the rest of the week. Milder weather with rain and sleet expected to give a brief reprieve from the Arctic blast striking Britain. In Braemar in Aberdeenshire, guess what the temperature fell to yesterday? Minus 17.3. Minus 17.3 on Monday, making it the coldest place in the UK for the second night. And spare a thought for people in Sheffield who are still without power 2 weeks after a gas network flood left 2,000 homes cut off. One lady, Shirley, who's got arthritis, said, "It's been shocking. It's my hands and feet I can't get warm. When I get up in the morning, I put a scarf around my neck and my gloves on." She says, "One day I felt so low I ended up crying. I sat here on my own. It's like the North Pole." It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, you think, listen, how do they think people cope in other countries where they've got snow for 6 months of the year? They manage it. Why does everything grind to a halt in this country? It really is. It's very frustrating. Apparently, Matt Goss is trotting out another dreary story. I don't know why. They've not mentioned him when it's the list in the paper of who wants to be number one at Christmas. And it's a case of Duran Duran's Andy Taylor and the Pink Floyd drummer Nick Mason have teamed up to help Noddy Holder score his second festive chart topper after Slade's Merry Christmas Everyone. Also Ozzy Osbourne. Good God in heaven, not Ozzy Osbourne, surely not. And EastEnders actress Samantha Womack, who provide backing vocals months after revealing her cancer diagnosis. And they're 25-1 to reach the top. Martin Lewis has teamed up with Lad Baby in their attempt to land a fifth consecutive festive number one. Jason Manford has got something. Mariah Carey as well. Mariah Carey as well. They're re-releasing All I Want for Christmas Is You. Lewis Capaldi, but sadly, none of the Footy Owl anthems look likely to land high. But Patrick the Pony could spread some cheer if Nay Hooray charts, although it's fairly unlikely at 50-1. So we'll have to wait and see. But they're all there. I mean, I'm hoping it's Lad Baby again. I really do. I mean, I don't know why I'm sort of taken to them. I just think they're really good. I think it's very funny. And it raises money for charity. They've got two different charities that will benefit. So, if you buy the single, it goes to charity. And you know how much we are pinning our hopes on charity. Halinka says, "My sisters and I, Steve, often get tiddled whilst preparing the Polish meal on Christmas Eve. Lashings of champagne. I can't get drunk over Christmas. In fact, I don't drink over Christmas at all. I'd rather have a cup of tea. I'm just as happy because, as I say, I've got to drive, and I don't want to risk it at all. Knowing my luck, a little bit of ice, and all of a sudden the car wanders off one direction, I wander off in another. So definitely not. But you have a nice time. I'm sure you will. That's it, Steve. Trip down memory lane, mentioning Regina Fong, Mark Fleming, Mrs. Shufflewick, Dave Lynn. Such good times, says Mike. Yes, Mark Fleming. Mark Fleming, I remember from the Black Cap. And as I said to you a couple of weeks ago, Mrs. Shufflewick, Rex Jameson, seriously funny, but without intending to be. And could have been great, but unfortunately had a slight drink problem. Alison said, "I'm awake under a top tog duvet and a fluffy cover, watching busy traffic making light patterns on the bedroom wall. I can hear the rush hour mixed with the cats snoring. I didn't know cats snored." Mickey says, "Am I really barred, Steve?" "Oh, no, I'm not." "Oh, yes, you are." There you go. Solved the problem for you. Freddie, lucky to be alive. This is former England cricket captain Freddie Flintoff. This was whilst filming Top Gear. He reportedly broke a rib and had an operation after being airlifted to hospital. His son Corey, look at this, very popular name, said, "It's okay. I'm not too sure what happened, but he's lucky to be alive." Yeah, he is lucky to be alive. And what did we have here? Oh, yes, this tiny heater. Be warned. This is a company advertising heaters. They're selling them for 50 quid. Certainly a special price because you can get them for around 4 quid on another thing. This is a company called EcoQuest. So what they're doing, unfortunately, the website gives a registration address in Iceland. The actual terms and conditions say it's in Lithuania, whereas the call centre, the phone number, which isn't answered, is a Spanish one. So good luck if you order one of these things, because you won't get anything back at all. And the US magician going solo. This is Penn Gillette, and this is Stephen Mulhern's programme. It's All Magicians, and it's on Sunday, and they've got a whole load of people. So there's some people I know on here, and some people I don't know, but I will be glued to it, because I think it's going to be absolutely brilliant, including Richard Jones, the magician and soldier. He was crowned Britain's Got Talent champion in 2016 and appeared on my Magic Circle Christmas show a few years ago. And very good he is too. Very, very good. But they've also got Mandy Mooden as well. And Mark Spellman, the Clairvoyance, the Witch, Magical Bones, Kevin James. And he's had runs in Las Vegas. It'll be very interesting to see what he actually comes up with. So that's on Sunday on your television. Britain's Got Talent, The Ultimate Magician. It's at 8 p.m. I might have to stay up late. It's not a school day the next day. Well, it is actually, but it doesn't really matter. I can sort of cope with things like that. And what was the other one I quite... Oh, a lovely lady of 94. She had a wish list. And the wish list was she wanted to fly a plane. So they let her fly a plane. I wouldn't have got on it. At 94? Good God. I see people driving cars now. I watched a woman the other day, sorry to say that, trying to park a car, and she was backwards, forwards, backwards. Then she mounted the pavement, and then she drove off onto the road. Then she came back again. It's all bad news.